Hello, everyone, and good morning if you are in India or Asia at the moment. I am currently, along with Josh Sokol, on the East Coast, I believe. Josh, is that right?
That is right. How's everyone doing today?
Well, I'm great to answer just for myself. I'm really excited to watch yet another day of the 2026 Mu Sigma KSSA Indian Open, which, it's a tournament that has a special place in my heart. I'm really excited to watch these games. How about you?
Yeah, super excited. So let us know where you're watching from, what time it is, how long you plan on staying before falling asleep or going to work, etc., etc. We have a really cool matchup here. We got Lukman Olabi, International Master, versus Adisha, International Master. So you were commentating this tournament yesterday, Nits, was it?
I was indeed. It was a great time. I got to commentate two of Vidisha's games, and I got to tell you, he is killer out there on that board. I am a little worried for Lukman, not gonna lie. Josh, have you ever had the chance to play Lukman before?
I don't think so. I wish I knew for sure, but yeah, he's a very, very strong player. We saw him in action during the World Championship in Ghana last year, so force to be reckoned with. But we look at the standings and we look at the achievements of this, I guess, not child, but adolescent on the right side of the screen. Yeah, you're right that he's a force to be reckoned with as well.
I mean, he's going to have a hard time ahead of him when Lukman puts down this bingo in front of him. He's already spotted it, but he has started shuffling his tiles, I see. Look at him. He's got it in front of him. He doesn't really believe it's real, but it is. Do you think it's going to come down on this board?
Yeah, it's interesting because a word like this, appearing immediately on your rack, sometimes you feel, is this too good to be true? Am I making this up? But of course, this is a valid word, boucle, French word. But it could be that Lukeman's having a little bit of doubt. What I would say that if you have some doubt about what you want to do, maybe you're worried you're playing a phony word, the best time to do it is the first move. But it looks like
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
the E is missing off the end of this word, so definitely some jitters or some uncertainty there for Lukeman, but this is a fine play.
I mean, it's hard not to have the jitters, right? Adisha is 3 games ahead of the competition. It's hard not to think that, oh, I should just play the word that I am sure of and go from there. Unless, of course, this is just a mind game. Do you think he's saving that E? He's going to put it on. He's going to make Adisha think that he's not actually sure and draw a 5 point challenge?
It could be, yeah. We don't know if Lukeman's hit his clock yet. It looks like he might have, and Atisha might be holding the play. It's yeah, it's a tough situation for sure for Lukeman because he found his bingo and he talked himself out of it, and then he played a word his opponent's holding. So maybe this is a word that isn't valid either. But it looks
Ooh.
like it was challenged and it was valid, so 5 extra points for Lukeman. But will we see? Oh, I see. Okay, they're playing upside down. Like, what is going on? They're fixing the board. Yeah. Will we see Adhisha make a bonus move in this turn? Because another 7 letter word is available.
Oh man, this is a bingo bongo kind of game. I can't believe we're seeing fireworks already. A little bit of a sad miss with the E not going down on the word, but is Adisha going to find his play? I think he will. I think he will. Chat's already spotted it. What do we think, guys? Is it going to come down?
So this is a fun situation because it's different than the situation we just saw where Lukeman found his bonus and just talked himself out of it. This is a situation where, well, okay, I won't talk anymore. He's just found it, but you have to find this and then tell
Right.
yourself that it's a word. Boucle is easier to find than this, but wow. And this is
Oh,
going
and
to
he
come
knows the
down
E
with the
hook.
E hook. Oh no,
Oh,
poor
that
Lukeman.
hurts. Oh man. Oh, you can see his face. He just smiled. He just realized that he missed his bingo. Oh man, that's rough.
You have to
Oh,
challenge this, right? Out of
you
just
have
like pure
to.
ego.
You have to. I believe you have to. I mean, look at his face. Yeah. That's incredible.
So hopefully we'll figure out if both words are being challenged or just one. Because both these words could be challenged. That would give Isha 10 more points. But if just the E hook on Book was being challenged, that would give him 5 more points. But yeah, crazy start to this game as well.
Crazy start to this game. I mean,
and it's gonna get crazier.
that like, oh yeah, wow. Okay, great. This game is really going for it, huh? It just does not want to stop. I mean, I've seen games like these on stream before, and all that ends up happening is by the end of it, you are left with Drek in the bag, and the game starts getting a little slower. And as open as you think that this board is going to be, there's going to be a chance where it's so blocked up by like all these overlapping bingos that I don't know, man. Sometimes it's really hard to draw your way out of them.
Yeah, I mean, this could also just be a complete and utter slugfest. We see Lukeman's rack. There's an E on the left side there. He's going to play a bonus here. He has many choices, the best of which from the L of Boucle, Lightning would just totally throw the board even more open than it already is. So I'm very excited.
I love it. I mean, I'm looking at Lukman here and I see, you know, a lot of strong players and people who study ferociously. What they'll do is they'll arrange their racks in an order that they study in. So sometimes it'll be consonants first or vowels first, or sometimes it'll be in alphabetical order. I haven't seen Lukman do that yet with his rack, but oh, and he's going for the ing prefix. See, he sees it. Beautiful. All right, get that bingo down, get those 80 points. He needs to be in this game.
Yeah, and that's a very good point. You know, look for prefixes, look for suffixes. If you're not used to studying words and remembering the patterns, lots of people study in alphabetical order. And even if you do that, putting an ing at the end of your rack can often help you find your place. But yeah, this is very easy, I guess, at this level to find ing words. But look at this. That is a blank N. This is crazy stuff, guys.
Wow. That is incredible. Great find on Adisha's part. Great board vision because there were so many floaters out there. You look at those tiles and you think, okay, there's only so many words that you can make when you've got the G and the C and the Y together. And you got to look at the tiles that are available on the board. And for him to have found this double so quickly, beautiful. And we've seen Adisha kind of, you know, worry us a little bit with his use of time before. For him to be able to get this down so quickly is enormous. That is exactly what he needed to do in this situation.
Yeah, and the mistake of not playing Boucle is definitely looming large at the moment, where yeah, he has a 84 point advantage here. And a decent rack for Lukeman here. It's balanced. You got a D, an R, and S, and E. That Y is just going to prevent him from getting a 4th bonus in a row here. So, yeah, what would you think to do here? I feel like just getting rid of OY here seems like a good idea, but you have to spend some amount of time, Nits, just looking through all of these floating letters on the board, right?
I feel like that's the worst part of this, right? Because this vowel, you know, this vowel consonant sort of ratio here looks so friendly for bingos. It looks like, oh my gosh, I'm so close to something, and surely I'm just missing a high prob bingo with a Y. Y bingos are, you know, notoriously difficult to solve anyway. So, I mean, it's going to take me personally a hot second before I'm ready to admit defeat and say I want to put OY down in this board. And if I were to do so, I'd probably do that somewhere like maybe to the side of Ganosha, maybe making OI and YA. I feel like I don't want to obstruct too many things on this board. I want to keep that G, the N open as much as I can, maybe keep the H and the T open of Thwaite. What about you, Josh? What do you think?
Yeah, what's very interesting is there are 8-letter words possible with these 7 letters. Just none of them fit on the board. There's decisory, derisory, joyride, soldiery. Just none of those words are playable at the moment. So I would definitely spend time just like you here. You can get a few extra points by playing OY next to the WA, but I like your idea of just trying to block nothing here, not opening anything huge for it. I think 3-point sacrifice is definitely worth it.
Yeah, oh man, this is a tough moment for him, for Lukeman here. He's just gonna keep shuffling. I mean, he sees soldiery, he sees that he doesn't have it. Kind of, you know, kind of a way of telegraphing to the viewers here that he does know his bingos and he has done his studying and he is ready to take on this incredibly difficult field. Except that at this point in time, there's really not much that he can do. He just has to switch his thinking here to be a little bit more strategic and go for, like the accurate placement for the two-tile fish that he wants to make here.
Yeah. And if you don't want to fish, that's understandable. At this deficit, a bingo is not necessarily going to get you to parity with your opponent. So you could consider playing for a bit more points here, the play of Youd or Yowie through the W. Score a little bit more. The leave is a lot less appetizing. But at a
Yeah.
certain point, you do want to start scoring as well as trying to bingo soon. But I do think that playing off OY would be the call here.
I
But
guess
it's
you
just
could
so
do.
tough, right? Like just
Yeah.
having played Book, knowing that you messed up. I mean, the psychology here is the worst part, I think.
I agree. I mean, I feel like that's something that can really tilt you, especially in the beginning of the game, and then you have a really hard time not thinking about it. And we see Lukman has identified OY. He's put it off to the side of his rack, and I think he's going to come down with it pretty soon. We're just going to see what location he picks. I think another like thing that he could do in the same vein as Youd or something like that could be something like Dowry, I think, and set himself up for a sevens lane because I don't know if we're seeing that many sevens lanes right now on this board. And, Dowry, it would be 28 points, keeps EIS, kind of goes well with that T up there. Wouldn't be the worst thing if he doesn't fish off.
That is true. Yeah. The fact that there are so many letters to play through, but really no great spot to play a 7-letter word. The only real way to do that is to hook an S onto boucle.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is a good point that maybe you want to add to the party here, set yourself up for a potential sevens lane. And yeah, make a play at some point, right? There's this moment where you've been shuffling your tiles for such a long time, you haven't found anything, you're just saying, oh man, I'm just wasting time here, I might need that time later. But you get into this process of just like, oh, am I missing something, I'm missing something, missing something. We would like to see him play soon.
That's a good point. I mean, again, there is quite a bit of psychology to being on stream. I mean, Josh, you yourself have been on stream so many times. I mean, you must, have firsthand experience with how tough it can be to be, to be basically scrutinized. There's all these people who are watching your games. Two of them have computers in front of them and, can tell you what the correct or the incorrect play is. And to have to, confront that and also know that there's a chance that you're going to make mistakes and that your mistakes are going to be visible. And that's why I think it's so incredible that, people continue to be on stream. I really love that they do. I really love that they get to, give us these chances to learn more from the plays that they make and the strategic decisions that they choose. Hubert Wee yesterday was on stream. He played PE for what I felt was not many points. And, it was a great learning moment, I think, for many of us in the chat to see why he would do something like that in, another quadrant of the board, as opposed to where we expected him to play for more points.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just coming in here now. This tournament's been going on for 2 days. I think this is day 3, right?
Yes.
And he's just been destroying everybody from the start. I mean, does this guy have a peak? It just feels like he keeps getting better and better and better. And even the new chairman of Westba trying to stop him, it might not happen. So OI for 22 is the play.
I love it. I think this is a great play. And I think he's really taken the time and he's found the best play. I love that for him. Obviously, we wish, he would have taken slightly less of a time, but that's okay. That's okay. On to Adisha now. This time he does not have a bingo. His fourth turn, his third turn this game, and he does not have a bingo. I really like the idea of just continuing to play somewhere maybe on the left side of this board. Maybe you could just use the Y of Gynosia and make something like loaf. You could start blocking off some space. How do you feel about that?
I feel like loaf is just the correct play here. Making FYAG, scoring some points, keeping a balanced leave. Doesn't block too much. but you can't really do that much at this point to stop the board from remaining open. And you have a nice
Right.
lead, so it's at this point you kind of want to coast. And 5 or so minutes have passed. You've had the time to think about the position. Possibly Adhisha was thinking about plays going down from the A, maybe fold in the spot that OY was played. But he has to adjust. One of the things is like when you're waiting for your opponent to make a move, think about a plan B. Think on your
Right.
opponent's time and then continue to apply time pressure. But it seems like the other thing that happens is when you start off so strong, you start off with 2 bingos, sometimes just like, wait, I don't have an easy move. What do I do?
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's a really, really great point. And, he's going to have to contend with the fact that Lukman's going to come back with a bingo, just like he's got unblockable bingos on this board. Eredize is in 2 spots and Diarize is in another spot. He can't obviously know this, but I think Adisha here now, oh, and he has seen Loaf. He's going to come down with it. Good for him. I think this is really good board recognition on his part.
Yeah, great play. And he's just scoring as much as he can, balancing, like I said. And maybe he can get the next bonus down. Maybe he's just going to end the game soon.
And Diarize is coming down. No time wasted for Lukman. Good for him. He just needed to get something down and save himself some of that time.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Like Iridize is 6 more points through the Ion Latening. So potentially the time that was used last turn, he's feeling the pressure of having to play quickly. This is definitely an inaccuracy, but he's tying the game up. So he's happy to see this play. He's happy to make it. But Iridizes would have done a little bit better for him.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Obviously, you want those 6 points. You don't want to leave them on the table. I think there's something to be said about knowing that your opponent consistently takes a long time with their moves and to try and put them under some time pressure. I'm not saying that this is not, a 6-point mistake, but you don't want to be the one, left holding the bag in terms of time. So I can understand like why he's wanted to just rush through this.
Yeah, and practically speaking, this is also potentially a better decision for Lukman, not only with time, but also because it opens 2 triples, it opens a bunch of scoring spots. So he's just going to have to decide which scoring shot to take, and Lukman's going to maybe be able to think, maybe relax a little bit, prepare his next move. So yeah, definitely an inaccuracy, but totally understandable wanting to take much less time than you took the last move. And this is a great rack for Adhisha. However, I don't see a bonus.
Nowhere for his Hellyman to go. He's just gonna have to, just drop off somewhere. I don't know, like under a Diarizes. Might as well try and block up that a little bit, do you think?
Yeah, that's a good play. Just EH, making ZE EH. Yeah, that's a strong one. It's the engine's top choice statically. There's also maybe something to be said about wanting to use the S fully and just block that S. That does seem to be the biggest scoring spot, just a 5-letter word to the S and Diarizes. So you could play something like Helms, Holmes, a bunch of 5-letter words there. Might be worth considering. Yeah, a wealth of options here for Adhisha, and I'm very curious to see where he goes.
What about something like AH and like set up your I for SI words? I actually don't really like that all that much. I'm not, like particularly mad at the AH play. It just scores so well for 37. Also, keeps a pretty nice rack given that there's very few eyes left unseen for him. The board's pretty open. Like there's an E that he can still play through. I kind of like the idea of playing a few tiles and getting a lot of points here. Because you're still blocking
so it's really,
that F.
yeah, definitely. Like just blocking a little bit is good, but you can accomplish many goals here. So EH or AH under the ZE, prepare a potential disaster for Lukman. If Pisha draws maybe 1 vowel, 1 consonant, he's very likely to get an ING bingo to the G in latening. So a play like just a 2-tile play, trying to bingo next turn could be deadly. So I'm really a fan of EH or H. It turns out that AILMN is a better leave than EILMN. And I think that holds true on the board position as well. So very interesting. I think EH might be the play here.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I had no idea that ALIMN statically was better. It seems like it's 3 points better statically. That's crazy to me. Not something that I would have, known off the bat, but also like looking at just how many E's are unseen compared to how many I's. Usually we don't like hanging on to those I's. We don't want them to duplicate or triplicate. But in this case, I mean, if you're avoiding duplicates and triplicates, you might want to get rid of that E. And like to be fair, your point about Homs, I like that too. You're scoring, I think it's like 39 points, and you are getting something really, something powerful down. I don't know if it's like this is the moment where you kind of just want to get the amount of points that you can while playing short, and still, aiming for grooming your rack for a bingo that is going to play on this board.
Yeah, it's such a different position than Atisha was expecting. The game is now tied. The board is now not only open, but dangerous. So many spots where 50, 60 points are likely. You really have to take your time here, try to find something that you like. You can't do
Right.
everything you want here. It's a tie game. Lukeman could just bingo again. Lukeman could just score 50, 60 somewhere. So you have to think about what you want to do for yourself and also balance it with removing opportunities for Lukeman. So that's why Holmes to the S, although the leave is much worse, is
Right.
definitely a great play here because that is the biggest scoring spot on the board.
What about something like Ame, like ALMEH through the E of diarizes, and that is 36 points. It is, it's also kind of taking up that space. It's kind of restricting the use of the Z as well. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, all these plays, it just feels like they're all quite good. And that's kind of the problem. We see the time equalizing. Nisha knows that he has great options here, but how do you choose between all of them? To really think hard about what you're giving back, what you're leaving for yourself. And I like the idea of keeping the M for safety. Like if you don't bonus next turn,
Yeah.
you have an M, you can score with it. So I would definitely prefer play short here, but I mean, so many plays are good.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I agree. I think that whatever Adisha ends up picking here, he's gonna be in a good spot. I feel like he has the kind of tiles that are going to score him a lot of points, that are going to put him in a place of safety. So there's really not much I think that he can do to hurt his chances, given the rack that he has at the moment. So he's looking at Ma, um, or is he thinking of moi through the W of Thwaite? Because that's interesting too. That's 40 points. That I think is one of his higher scoring options here. That's also a good idea, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And such good play finding to think about. It's weird looking four-letter word, MW. It's not something you really think of to play a word, but it's just showing how good he is at finding his candidate moves. It's a high scoring play, and it's a few more points than AH, EH, one more point than Holmes. I really think that area, that right side of the board, is where you should be playing. Sure, the D and diarizes is a big scoring spot, but that S is worse. I really like the idea of playing short, and I really like the idea of playing soon as well. It looks like he's just
Yeah.
2 minutes below Lukeman now after a huge think.
It seems like we've run into the same thing that we were worried about with Lukman, and I think Lukman's going to be able to take advantage of this. I mean, for Lukman to have played so quickly and put, the onus on Adisha to, make his way through this rack, I think it's really good for Lukman to see Adisha struggling so much. And Helm's coming down. Interesting. Wow. Okay. I think he's looking at the E's and he's just like not happy with how many are coming for him.
Yeah, this is probably just as good as Holmes, to be honest. Like we were talking about how the E is usually better than the A, but with a lot of E's to come, with the ing possibility, the A pairs better with the ing than the E in a lot of cases. So we see another E draw, very, very good draw by Hisha. And this is now Lukeman's chance to really score super well here, but he's had so much time to find this really obscure 5-letter word to the D of die rises, and he misses it. So Sloyd,
Oh,
Slojd, was 63 points, but instead we see Jib for 24.
oh no. Oh, that is rough. That's rough. Oh man. You hate to be in this position. You really, really hate to be in this position.
In this case, Lukeman's not going to find out what he missed just earlier in the game. If you're just joining us, boucle, the 6-letter word, was the first play by Lukeman. He chickened out of the 7-letter word boucle. Atisha immediately punishing that by hooking the E himself. In this case, Lukeman doesn't know that he just missed a huge play. And Jib is a strong play, keeps balanced, keeps the S. But a missed opportunity for sure. But look at this. This is a great rack. Pardine on the rack. All of these places to play letter words, but still, there's no bonus here. How long is Ahisha going to take to figure that out? This could be a huge time sink.
I personally don't think it's going to take him all that long. I think Adisha's going to realize that there's nothing here because he's shown us that he's really, really good at play finding, and he's really good at knowing his bingos. Just given Sweet and Boucle has shown us, if anything. I think now is just a point of realizing, okay, well, I don't have anything. What are the tiles that I can play off on this board that protect me the most and are the most beneficial for me? And that's going to be tough for him because he has to still score, but he also doesn't want to fall so behind that if Lukeman is doing something great with his board, that he can't bingo back, that he can't take advantage of this, and it's gonna be complicated, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very curious to see the time usage on this turn. This rack, it just feels like, I don't know, unless you have, some people do, what do you call it? They call it mnemonics, where they know what letters can be used. Like if they have a high probability rack like this, they know what letters make 8-letter words. And this would be super useful for Adhisha if he knows, like if he has a memory aid to know what letters he can bonus through, because I really just feel he's going to take some time here and just ask himself, really, is there something I'm missing? Is there nothing here? And when he figures it out, when he does end up just deciding he doesn't have a bonus, I do think playing through the Zed of die rises is very strong.
Ooh, and he's seeing it. He's seeing it. He's thinking about. I think he's thinking about raised. Well, we see AED, so I just want to see that R come over, so that we can be sure that he's thinking about raised, because I really like the idea of him hanging on to that IN for the ING spot that you'd mentioned. He's so close to getting an ING bingo down. He's drawn pretty well, and raised scores so well, 47 points just for that. I mean, that's pretty great.
Yeah, he's reaching for the bag. I mean, it's still so early in the game. Just like there's a little bit of hesitation here. I think he's thinking about days. INPR is maybe a stronger bingo leave than INP, but not in this case. There's so many R's left. You have to play your R here. You want to make the best play. I think raised would be the best play here. I agree with you.
Yeah, or maybe he's thinking of Dazer, but I don't like that because it's the same tiles, but for fewer points. Oh, yep, there we go. He's got it. Nice.
Yeah,
Really well
very good.
spotted. I mean, there were a lot of things happening on this board, and he found exactly where he needed to focus, and that was great. That's a really good board vision on his part.
Absolutely. So back to Lukeman now. He's down 58 points. He hasn't drawn a vowel. He really wanted a vowel, playing 2 consonants, keeping only 1 vowel, but he'll have some options here. I do wonder what direction he's going to go in. Maybe you have to play your S here. Maybe you play Milords through the Eye Lightning. Do you play
Ooh.
something shorter? This is not a great position.
Uh, hmm. That's tough. I mean, maybe you hang on to something. Like maybe what if you did something like bouclés and smolt, maybe something like that. I mean, actually, I don't know how I feel about that because you're taking away some of your own floaters. But I'm thinking, or maybe what if you did something like belt and helmst, something like that. Um, just play fewer tiles, keep your lone vowel. I'm thinking. This is a tough position for him to be in.
To look up helps. That's I don't think that's a valid one, but That would be creative. I think
Oh,
he
is
was
that
looking at Slorm. Yeah, Helmst. There might be something like that.
what am I thinking of?
Oh no, look at that draw for Nisha. I mean, it doesn't really matter what Lukman does here. I feel like the sun is setting. Nisha's gonna be playing spanking next turn. I don't think Lukman's gonna block that. Unless he plays mold and yam. Does that make any sense? Oh man. What a draw.
Yikes. What are your thoughts on just, I mean, you'd mentioned Milords before. What are your thoughts on something like Mistold in the same spot? Just like playing off all your tiles, just keep it on to that R, just, going for it.
Yeah, that's a better version of Milord's. Probably the R slightly better than the T. Um, yeah, that looks pretty good. You also need to look at the vowel consonant ratio in this position if you're Lukeman. Do I want to play off a lot of consonants? Do I want to retain my vowel? I'm very much likelier to keep 2 consonants, even 3 consonants if there's a lot of vowels left. So does the count here? It does look like there's a decent amount left. 20 vowels out of 43 unseen tiles. So yeah, maybe it's okay to play something like Dom, just overlapping the E and I of latening.
Ooh, hmm. I like that. I like that. How about something like, let me look, let me look, let me look. This is a weird, oh, this is a weird board to be playing for the tiles that he has, and I do not envy him this position, is what I'm gonna say. Because this is, I mean, this is tough, right? I mean,
I wonder if there's some hesitation putting the S on boucle.
yeah.
That would be very unfortunate as well.
Is there
Hey,
any merit to doing something like, um, this is tough. Like doing something like mold and yam? I mean, keep, just keep RST and just, but like, where do you bingo is the thing. Like,
yeah,
you
you're
can go
right.
for 7.
Earlier, like you were saying how this board might get shut down whenever a lot of the board is used early on. You could sometimes see just like the natural scoring plays, the natural progression of things coming in and just exhausting the space on the board. So there is still space to play bingos here, but not great space. So we're seeing remold here. I guess that sort of creates an S hook. It really just keeps ST, which is very strong. And maybe
Yeah.
Lucan's looking to use the I, the N, or the G of latening. But it's true that, it feels like the jaws of death are closing on Lukeman, slowly but
You
surely.
know, trying to just get himself a blank, maybe. I can understand why he's doing it. And also, you're kind of in a position where there's not a lot of great options, and your play generation has to be just at its finest right now. Like, you really have to look at all parts of this board. You got to be as creative as you can be, looking at, okay, like, where do tiles actually go? And it's tough. Slorm, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah,
Kind of
all
like
these plays
remold.
make sense. All these plays make sense. So he's just challenging the 5-letter word. So that's a good bonus. You make your decision, you get 5 extra points. But look at the time. I mean, neither player has a
Oh,
lot of time left, but I feel like Isha already knows what he's gonna do. Does he know that napping, ANAPPING, is valid? If he does, that is his best play. If he doesn't, you're happy with 96 points.
ooh, I think he's gonna find it. I think he's gonna do it.
Wow. Okay. He clickbaited us there.
Oh my god. Ooh, there you go. Franking, good find on his part.
Maybe an L. Maybe an L he's making this.
Oh. Oh,
Maybe
right.
he's doing
That
some
makes, yeah.
exercises.
No, that's right. Yeah. An L would be much smarter here. Nice. Good call.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know from the people on site what that blank is. It is a little bit ambiguous. But what we do know is that game is pretty close to being over after this.
Man, this is a tough place for Lukman to be in. I mean, you really can't stop the unstoppable tide of Adisha. He's just so good. He's not missing his plays. He's just playing so carefully. And now he's got a QIN in a very good spot. He's just going to be able to take this space away. And Lukman with 3 Ts, not happy to see that at all.
Yeah, he kept a T. There are only 2 Ts left in the whole set. He drew the last 2 Ts. His opponent played a 100-point word. Yeah, this is not looking good. But this is what's been happening. The momentum did shift in this game, but all right, it looks like QIN spot's getting blocked, so a little bit of life left still for Lukman. This is what's been happening all tournament, Nits.
Oh, he almost played AK. Oof, that would have been hard to see that come down. Yeah. I mean, sometimes when you're a little rushed and you're feeling a little tilted, which is, something that can happen when your opponent, comes down with a 100-point play, you do, accidentally phony with twos and you do accidentally, start transpositioning the tiles in your head and you have a harder time. And so much of this game is your mental preparation. And so much of this game is being able to handle what's happening over the board when you're not doing as you had expected. And, dealing with these surprises and losses. It's such a mind game. Apart from just your word knowledge, it's also about how you can handle yourself over the board, I think.
Yeah, great point. And this is a long tournament. It's a slog. You need the stamina, you need the confidence. And this is an interesting idea, playing TAT, setting up the S, but this also sets up the E. Is Lukman going to notice that? And is Adisha going to block it instead of playing QIN? Probably not. Lukman still hasn't committed this play, though.
I mean, if you're in Adisha's position, would you block this? Do you feel like this is the moment where you have to take that spot away because you don't want your opponent to come back with, I don't know, like an X bingo? That would be really annoying.
Yeah, I think I would just let it go. I would let it exist for one turn. Just get rid of my Q for 60 points. But it's interesting. It's the sort of thing where you're very ready to just do something. It's like, oh, I'm just gonna play QIN if it doesn't get blocked. But there is a possible move your opponent can make, or a type of move that force you to address a different threat.
Right.
Looks like Lukman's changing his mind.
Maybe he's going to do Toad over there. Maybe he's just going to put a T in the triple for himself. I can understand doing that. That's totally defensible here. Is this really the time to get desperate, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. It's down
Okay.
127 points. So he's looking at desperation type moves. Those sorts of moves tend to be moves that open triples. Looking at MOTT maybe from the Evan Slorm, that also sets up an E hook. Maybe Adisha doesn't know it. I don't know. You have to get creative. You have to get desperate. And so I like this idea.
Ooh. Also interesting.
Both players are pranking us, Nits.
I mean, I don't know how I feel about. Wait, actually, okay. Here are my thoughts on Mott. My thoughts on Mott are it doesn't score a lot, and it takes, I think, an E and the O, obviously, for motto, the S, and I think it takes a Y. There's no Y's like left unseen, so that's fine. But it's like, do you want to be that dangerous because your opponent could block that so easily?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question that Lukman had for himself. He decides to play TAT. Does he know? I mean, he obviously knows that ETAT is a word. Does he know he's setting this up? Isn't he going to block it? This is very interesting.
Oh, man. And onto Adisha. He's gonna, oh man, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do, no, he's gonna do Ower.
I mean, if you want to block ETAT, that's what you do. But it definitely comes at a cost. All right, yes. I appreciate this. I appreciate this. This is right.
And playing fast too, so good on him.
Yeah, and Lugman did draw an E, but also drew a V. It's not going to help him out very much. So he's gonna probably play Vid and Vin. It looks like. Could also play Doved or
Ooh.
Doved to the D and diarizes, but that blocks what he just set up. So yeah, I think he's gonna just fish here.
And Adisha here drawing a boatload of those E's. He's just not going to have to worry about that spot at all. For Lukeman, though, critical moment, critical time. I mean, he has the lane right next to the D of raised, but the bingo always has to start with a vowel. That's not super easy. Otherwise, he has to play something that's like overlapping slorm. That's hardly ever happening. Um, can he do? I mean, he could play it to the blank of paanking, which is an R or an L, probably an L. I mean, is vid the moment, or is like just Vin?
Yeah, I
I
like
don't
this
know.
play because a bingo rack now. But he's just gonna surely he's gonna block now. I mean, his play of Wooer just got an 8-point bonus to it. It's gonna make V-Day now. But is he not gonna try and block? He could play EEEW and ETAT. He could play Wooed to the D and die rises. I feel like at this point you sacrifice some points to deal with the bigger spot.
You know what? I agree. I agree. I think it's just like I've seen my opponent fish multiple times now, and I don't know about you, but I'm getting scared. Uh, I don't like to play super dangerously, or unless I haven't slept, in which case I have no impulse control, and then I will absolutely do the silliest things on the board possible. But I think Adisha has a very cool head. He's just been very good about finding the plays and calculating the risks on the board. And I believe he's going to. I think he's going to evaluate this position, and I think he's going to come down with Ower.
Yeah, Ower's still available too. But yeah, Wooed to the D, it does actually block pretty much all the bingos you could get on the top row. I think that's for the leave a little bit better. And EEW, if he spots it, I mean, if he spots it, I feel like that's not really an if.
Right.
He's just so good at spotting his plays. Also available just for a few more points. And the question is, does Lukeman see ETAT? I mean, obviously he knows the word,
Right.
but I mean, he has tenors lined up, so I imagine he's seen it. I just wondered when he first put down TAT if he noticed. Looks like he's just gonna let it no. Okay,
Ooh, no, he's
he's
gonna
gonna
do Wood.
wooed.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice, 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 nice,
yeah,
nice.
very good.
Good find, yeah. It's like 45 points to play Wooer. And I don't know. I mean, that was hard for him to give up.
Yeah, no, but I like this. I think
I like
it's a
that
very
too.
mature
Yeah.
decision for sure. Luke went
I
down to
mean,
3.5 minutes and no bingo anymore. This is so rough.
oof. Not a great draw for Adisha, and Lukeman, the best draw that he could have asked for, except that he doesn't do anything on this board. At this point, there's really not. I mean, okay. So, Josh, you're pretty great at setups. I've, seen you play on stream before. I've seen you, do some creative things. If you are in Lukeman's position, what are you thinking about? What are you doing? Where do you go on this board to set something up? How do you protect yourself at this point?
Yeah, I feel like at this point you really just you either want to play off the U, go for something next to the Dean raised or something. I don't know. It just you're looking for a setup. You're right, and I should be looking for a setup too. It just oh man, it's such a rough position. So we do know now that the blank in that PING word is an R. So Liquid does have the opportunity to get an 8-letter word ending in R, which means maybe he plays his R. Maybe he wants to play
Ah.
something
I mean, you're looking at the pool if you're Adisha, and there's not as many threats, I think. Surely there's threats to the R, but I don't know if there's that many threats to the side of the D. Even if there are, they're not going to score all that much. So if you're Adisha, are you thinking, let me just play on top of the R, or let me just like play through the N of earn? What would you do in this situation? Like, what are you thinking would be a good idea?
I think I would just go for a balancing play. You're right that the bingos next to the D and raised aren't very good, and in either case, you bingo to the R and pranking or to the right of the D. That'll open scoring spots. So I might as well just balance my rack, try to hit one of those spots if indeed Lukeman does bingo. But instead, we're seeing Uri, which makes sense. Good practical decision, just trying to reach into the bag for scoring tiles. Isha knows there's an X potentially to draw, doesn't know that Lukeman's just drawn it. This makes a lot of sense. But
Ooh.
Apex is going to come down immediately.
Oh,
Big score.
nice. Nice, nice, nice. That was a really quick find. That was really well done.
Yeah. So now the game is almost over. I mean, both players super low on time.
I know. I don't know about your heart, but mine is definitely racing because I don't know, I mean, if this is going to come bite one of them in the butt anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, we do know that going over time doesn't mean you lose. The bag is completely empty. It's the end game. If Atisha has tracked, he knows that Lukeman's tiles are terrible. So he could probably just do whatever he wants with impunity. But yeah, definitely at this point in a game when you're so low on time, sort of like an ultra instinct coming in.
I think he should have some good things to play. Let's see. Where can he play? Perhaps to the side of Earn would be nice and easy, right? Something like what's something that he could do here? Making MOE gives him quite a lot of options. Maybe just plain old under. Oh, I think he's going for it right now. Oh, no, he's not.
Having second thoughts, but yeah, that's where you want to play. If you've tracked correctly, you could pretty much figure out Lucan's best play is probably gifts in that same spot, getting rid of 5 tiles, scoring 30 or so. So under blocks that, keeps an AE. You're going to be able to go out with that next turn. This is the best play alongside neuter as well in the same spot. So great job by Atisha.
Beautifully done, yet again. I mean, this guy is so clinical in his play. There's no wonder that he's 3 games ahead of the pack and now is going to be probably, well, he's still going to be 3 games ahead of the pack. This is just, I mean, it's a pleasure to watch for me. I don't know about you. I'm having a great time. I'm really sad for Lukeman because these are the kind of racks that I get stuck with sometimes and I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. So tough position. But you know, Lukeman has shown quite a lot of strategy here. He has been a very careful thinker, you know, using his time, practically trying to do what he can to salvage this board in his favor. And he's going down with furs. I think this is a decent play. I wonder if there is something better for him somewhere on this.
This
Oh,
would be
maybe.
great. His best play would be first there. However, under does not take an S, so he's changing his mind, rightly so.
Ooh. What about something like Fisks through this sea of Gynosia, making soy? I feel like that could also work.
Yeah, that was his best play by a couple points. And this is Atisha's best play, 17 for PEA, and the final score 554 to 416. So what a clinic once again. It's just such a pleasure to watch Atisha play. He's getting better and better and better. Who's going to be able to stop him?
I don't know, but you know, it might happen on stream with the way that he's going. Or it might not. Maybe he'll just have a completely undefeated run by the end of this tournament. This is going to be quite a long tournament. We have just watched game 19. There are 33 games in this tournament. So it is a long haul. We are going to watch a lot of great players on this stream. We're going to see a lot of games come down. And it's going to be, I mean, I hope it's as great entertainment as this game has been, because this was a masterclass in some word knowledge and some strategy.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, super excited for the next games. Nits, you'll be with me for the next game. There's going to be a small break. I'll be commentating a couple more games, but such a pleasure to be here. You have so much knowledge on the Indian Scrabble scene, having grown up there. So I'm really looking forward to your insights. Probably going to take a small break here while the next players get set up. While we do that, don't go anywhere, everybody. Make sure you're following, subscribing, doing all those things.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for waiting. We are back again with none other than Adisha and Lukman going for their next game. They are up against each other. Let's see if Lukman's going to be able to fight his back from this one. What are your thoughts, Josh?
Yeah, now's the time to exact some revenge. Hopefully, we won't have a similar situation where the word knowledge gets in the way for Lukeman. It was very early, very quick, and very painful last game, but he has a chance to recollect himself here for sure.
And you know what? I think this game is going to be a banger. I think it's going to be very closely matched. And I think we're going to see some really great word knowledge coming from the both of them. I don't really have money on either of them. Do you?
No, yeah. There isn't a huge betting market. There is a betting market for Scrabble. I don't participate in any of that, in any of those shenanigans. But if I had to put my money on somebody, it would definitely be the guy in first place who just beat Lukeman in the previous round. But I have to see EOORR TV, the opening rack for Adisha.
Well, nothing that gives him a bingo for his incredible word knowledge, but I think he's going to have to settle for just a plain old VOR vor. I've heard that when you have a V on your rack and it's your, the first turn, might as well put the V out in space, make it harder for your opponent because you can't overlap it.
Yeah, Vor looks very strong, quite defensive. The EORT leave isn't amazing, but it's pretty strong. If Disha wanted to, he could play Voter for twice as many points, 24 points. You might say, oh, why not? Well, the difference is it opens a lot more. For Lukeman, the leave is far worse as well. So the KG VOR looks very strong here.
I like that. I like that. A little interesting to see Odisha taking his time figuring this out. He looks like he's counting or he's writing something down. I would like to see him play War pretty quickly. There he goes. He's going for it. Come on, Odisha. You got this. You do not need more than 2 minutes to make this move.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how long people take on their opening plays. I feel like it does show how deliberate you are as a player. Looks like Voter is being chosen instead, just to take the extra points. This does appear to be an accuracy, but it's hard to say no to 12 extra points. But yeah, a minute and 46 seconds. That's a pretty long time for an opening play. And it is going to give Lukeman exactly what he wants. Just a nice overlap for HOGG. So definitely a small mistake, I would say, for the opening. Kind of a weird situation where you're supposed to sacrifice a lot of points.
I mean, I kind of agree with you. I feel like openings are, where you're quintessentially told, hey, don't play off too many tiles. You're giving off floaters to your opponent, but also, it just makes it so much easier for them to score a bunch of points. And that E coming under the double word made, Hog score so much more than I would have had just just Vor gone down. So, not to, beat a dead horse onto Adisha yet again, he's going to have to play through this rack. Do you see anything great for him except for Rowdily?
So this is going to be very interesting. Wordily is the first thing he spots. The anagram of this word rowdily is 6 more points. Both of these play underneath the OTER, making 4 underlaps. He spotted both. I mean, this is just ridiculousness. How good is he?
I am in awe of his word knowledge and his, ability to find these words so quickly. There's something to be said about, knowing the words, and there's something to be said about just finding them. Rowdily, 90 points, so well done.
Yeah, and what's even greater is just like how confident he is. I mean, he's just counting it up. This is a play that takes a long time to count for sure. Might be a little bit hesitant on the validity of this, but it's just great. Like you find your bingo and you find the spot for it. He's not wasting any time. He knows what he's doing, as we're seeing in the YouTube chat, and he's been knowing what he's been doing for quite some time now.
Lukman here, double checking that the word is as many points as he claims that it is. 90 points for Rowdily, and Lukman in a position where he has the M for the Y of Rowdily, but no 5-letter word that I could see. Nothing that hits that triple to just like get him a bunch of points right now. Do you see anything good that's playable for him that's worth doing?
I like how quickly this is coming down. Luke's been very confident he doesn't have a 5-letter word hitting that rightmost triple. Vint coming down, retaining the M or MY, hoping that he'll be able to use the triple next turn, or maybe even better. And if Atisha uses the triple, that's going to give Lukeman some lanes to work with. But look at that draw. Oh my God.
Honestly, that is not what he wanted Adisha to have. Jesus. He's still, I mean, he's still counting. He's still checking what he wants to do.
Yeah, this is the best play, I think. The only other option would be Vint for one fewer point, making Ort. Very interesting. Sets up a big threat in S-Hook when you're down by so much this early. Maybe not the worst idea. Instead of blocking that lane up top. Maybe I'd sacrifice a point here, Nits, and play with Ort.
Ooh. I don't know. I kind of like this. I kind of like that this is so decisive. You know, it's coming down. I see what you're saying about the defensiveness. But I don't fault him this at all. I don't fault him just going for this. I kind of like the extra point, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you don't win Scrabble games by sacrificing points, usually.
He's listening to you.
This is interesting. This is a more dynamic play. You know, I like my dynamic plays. But it's very like he put the play on the board and just it's just sat there for like a minute. And yeah, Vint for 18 coming down. Very cool.
All right, 18 points for him. And on to Adisha. He has actions making hogs, but is he going to spend time looking through that V?
I think if you see actions, you see Atonics, you see Asians, and Atonics now fits with Chu and SORD. So Lukeman changing his play around actually helped Adisha to have a more defensive bingo. I mean, you just love to see it. If you can bingo just and not open a triple, not open any floaters, pretty much. Like the only floater that's being opened with the tonics is the A.
Right.
That's incredibly fortunate.
What about the fact that Ort kind of gives back this Ort's hook, you know, opening this double-double? Are you afraid of doing that if you're playing Vint for 18? Are you, I mean, now he can't know that Adisha, you know, doesn't have a bingo that goes there, but, or like doesn't have an S or whatever. But do you feel like that is something that you'd open yourself up to?
So yeah, I would have, I think, made this Vint play because I'm down by so much early. I like this idea of setting up this bingo lane. Of course, you could just get hit and you don't have an S. He's just slightly likelier than you to have an S, but he's the one that's going to have to worry about it. If Atisha doesn't have a bonus starting with S, he's probably going to sacrifice points to block the spot. It's a huge spot. It's a double-double spot. So I liked playing Vint like this when you're down. And nice. I think if you're Atisha, you just have to deal with it, hope to try and block it next turn or the turn after.
On to Adisha now. He has shown some incredible word finding over this board. He has been on stream so many times. He has seen, what is he looking at? Ooh, you know what would be really cool? If he plays Cyanotic through the Y, making the blank a C. That'd be 74 points. Not as good as the tonics, but would be a style play, if anything.
Yeah, that's what I was maybe going to mention, that if you really are worried Luke maybe has an S, maybe he's setting himself up, maybe you do try to play Cyanotic. It feels so bad to open so many floaters. It would be the wrong decision, but it'd be an interesting idea to try and deal with the threat. But instead, we're just seeing the board getting completely blown open. This is definitely a mistake.
Wow, I don't feel great about this play. I feel like, I mean, it's really hard to see Atonics with Chew and Sword, but you can see Botanic and Chew, I feel like, you know, and if you're permutating through the blank, you go A, B, C, right? So, I mean, 75 points is nothing to sneeze at, but also Botanic.
It's just so funny. Like Rowdily was on the rack. You're like, wow, this plays for 90 points. And then just right after, you have a ridiculously good fit with Chu and Sword. Just feels like maybe he wasn't even looking for it. He's like, there's no way I have such a good play here. And it could be that the play of Vint, when it was on the board, sort of told Atisha, okay, that spot's blocked. And then when it was switched, he didn't switch his mind back to, oh, that's an open lane. That could be the reason
Right.
that he missed it.
Oh yeah, that's a really, really good point. That definitely could be it. I am seeing Lukeman here having a few more options available to him. I think he's ooh, let's see. He's
Oh my
gone for
gosh.
Umiak. Do you think there
That
was
is
something?
gorgeous.
Oh yeah. That's a really good find on his part. Keeping TU and getting 57 points off of that.
Yeah. And it's probably going to get a challenge if Atisha has any doubts, but he might not. He might remember that this is a valid spelling. There's so many ways to spell this. You can remove the K, you can remove the C, replace it with a Q, OO instead of U. There's so many spellings of this word. And it's one of those words that you learn like, wow, that's so cool. Let me find out
Yeah.
how to spell this
Ooh.
word. But it
He
is going to be
does
challenged.
challenge.
Fair enough.
And I think it helped that, that when Lukeman had played Umiak, he already had it set aside on his rack,
Yeah,
so it was
definitely
easier to
very
see.
helpful. Good point. So, okay, 106 now to 189 is the score. And Atisha doesn't have a great rack.
Hi.
I haven't said that in a while.
He's managed to get himself out of a lot of racks in the past. He's just been able to keep scoring consistently, get his points down. Now he's just a little stopped up by just a little too much going on his rack. Just a few too many consonants. And I don't know, like, is this the kind of place where you just play Sig through the eye of cations? Do you play that and just get like 12 points?
That looks like it's the best play that I see. It's just, I mean, it's just weird. Like, you want to accomplish something, you want to score points, maybe block something. I guess Sig blocks the I, the O, and the T, but it sets up a new lane. Have an S in the middle of a word. But the DERST leave is just so strong. The likelihood of getting a double-double with Orts is so high. I think Sig's the play.
Yeah, I mean, you could also just do GID through that I, keeping CERST if you want to do that. But I feel like SIG might as well, right? Like, you kind of block up that space, and yeah, like as you mentioned, like you have to have the S in the middle of the word. Um, he definitely has. I mean, right? Like he has the S. Like he's definitely going for, or he's well positioned to go for a double double with Orts, or like any high scoring word with Orts.
Yeah, so I think that normally CERST is a ridiculously OP leave, but just because you have the ED combination after SIG, a lot of your 7-letter words are going to play with Orts starting with S. So I think in this case, although I would normally keep CERST over DERST, I think in this case you keep the D.
But it never feels good to make a move for 12 points. I mean, he's got CG off to the side, but it feels terrible to put that down. Good on him for going for it though. Good on him.
Yeah, nice job.
I don't think that Lukeman has a 7 on this rack. I mean, I don't even know if there's any 8s with this because you've got the W and the U, but he's going to go for Trois very quickly. He's going to put Adisha in the time pressure if he can. Good for him.
Yeah, this is definitely the play. Undouble the T, play off the W, score some points. A and T's blank is very strong, but the bad news is probably coming very soon. Atisha has hit his double double.
Oof. He's seeing it. He's going for it. He has to decide between two, if he wants to do steered or sedator. feel like steered is fine. Just, you've identified it. It's 90 points. One more 90-point bingo. That's exactly what you want as you want to keep moving through this game.
Yeah, so the two choices, steers or sedator, there's such a small difference between the two. They both put the A above the triple lane. There's really no reason to think about it unless you have some uncertainty about the validity of steered, but I don't think there's any uncertainty here. So 90 points. And Lukeman, he might be able to respond here, but he's down by 156.
Oh, how did that even happen?
3 bingos. That'll do it.
Every time you think that, okay, like I'm going to be able to come out ahead, your opponent's just playing 90-point bingos. And well, your bingo, I think he has just like one, I think. And I think it only scores like less than 70. I think he's got Torian making the blank and R, and oh yeah, making
And
you and Mia.
that's such a bad placement, right? Putting the T right below the triple word score, allowing overlaps to score well, and just scoring so little with your blank 68. You almost want to just play something else. You almost want to play like Vaunt from the V, set up a big lane, and try to get a better
Ooh.
bingo. It's just so ugly.
Would you do that? Would you give up one of your bingos to just play to get like a better bingo?
I would in some cases, but the fact that Lukeman's down by 160, it just feels like you have to score as much as you can. Try to score
What
next
if,
turn, try to score the turn after.
what if you did something like taunt instead, like from the T of cations? Like what if you did that? That, I mean, it's only 13, but it's a T out in space, and maybe you could get some points later.
Yeah, the idea with taunt would be to try and triple. I guess the issue is that Hisha being ahead by so much is always going to block when he can.
Yeah.
But that is a good idea. So Torian coming down seems like the right play, but Luke was going to need some help from the tile bag for sure.
I mean, Adisha here has got all the help that he needs from said tile back. He's got quite a few plays ahead of him, but some very simple ones jump out, like just the 3-letter word ABY on top of the space that's become available. Scores, I think, like 39, keeps IRXU. Both of those vowels work with your X next turn. Are you seeing other options, do you think?
So there is this crazy option of X-ray through the blank R,
Oh,
and if
crap.
Adhisha does play that for 42, that will give back non-self as a 7-letter word. But if not, that is going to be a homeless bingo, I think, for Lukeman. So this is a very important moment. Is Adhisha going to cover the triple, or is he going to take the points with X-ray and potentially get bingoed on for a second time?
Oh man, that's great board vision. Oh, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm seeing that T. I don't want my opponent to catch up. I think I personally might just do ABY just because I don't want to leave that T out in space. Do you think this is the moment? I mean, there's 3 S's unseen, right? Like, do you think this is the time where you want to be cautious and you want to take away any opportunity at all that your opponent can come back in this game? You have such a commanding
100%.
lead.
Yeah, 100%. You have to play ABY here if you see it. And yeah, it just goes to show in this particular position, not playing ABY would be potentially catastrophic, but it is coming down, leaving Lukeman with the option of, I guess, playing non-voter. That was mentioned in the chat.
Ooh.
That is coming up here. But is Adhisha going to draw a big X play from the A and steered? That is the big question here.
Oh man. Non-voter is really great. How about also, it's such a tough find. I'm thinking maybe understeered. If you play something like fawn, you kind of fork the board a little bit. You give yourself space under fawn. You also give yourself, fond, phone, fawn's font, something like that.
Yeah, that's definitely the thematic play, to play fawn, set up a bunch of lanes for yourself. Yeah, definitely. That would be a great choice. And I think he already identified it. I think the problem is it only scores 20, so he's looking for something better. And non-voter does score 33, but it doesn't open anything.
Right, right. I mean, I can see why he's going with font. Obviously, non-voter with 33 points is what you want to do. You want to get points, but also I think there's something to be said about just wanting to protect some space on this board and wanting to be able to have a decent chance to come back.
Yeah, definitely. So fun coming down, exactly 18 minutes left on Lucan's clock. You see the time usage again. Radisha, he's under 13 minutes with a little bit less than half of the game to go, so not danger levels of time pressure, and a very nice 100-point lead. Hard to go wrong here.
You like seeing that X with the vowels that you do, you know? You'd never want to be homeless with your X, but I don't even think it's a good time for him to play it. You know, something that's bored, like just BUHR. Well, actually, no, never mind, because that sets up an S that you don't have. Maybe hub instead under fawn. Something like that could work. Keeping IRRX. Well, I don't really like keeping two R's. What are you thinking, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, keeping the X again, like having that chance of a huge play from the A and steered, maybe just drawing an E or an A for the underlap for 36 makes sense. But I do think that Xerb from the E and Torian, it's a tough find. It is a 5-letter X word, but you're kind of not looking there. That I think is by far the best play here. It balances the rack really well. It doesn't open too much. It blocks the S hook on HEW, the T hook as well. So I think that's the direction you want to go here. You really just want to stay balanced, stay responsive to Lukman's plays. But Hub, if Atisha can draw some vowels, this is totally fine. But if not,
Yeah.
there might be a situation here where Lukman's going to be able to gain some ground.
Well, I mean, he's certainly going to do so with Sea Lion and Anasol right now. Just the matter of where is he going to play it. I actually, I really don't mind Hub for Adisha because I feel like, Exurb, yeah, you're scoring a certain amount, you're blocking off that space, but Hub is kind of keeping you friendly for maturing your own rack in the future, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, I think just the immediate potential for disaster, just drawing either duplicates or more consonants and not being able to respond to Lukman's openings. That's the reason I wouldn't play Hub. But we do see an E draw, we do see another vowel for 3-vowel draw actually for Hisha.
Mhm.
And Lukman now only has one playable bingo. I'm sure he saw Anasol. It's one of the first words you learn when you're learning your bingos. That did fit. Making FONS, making FONE, but Sea Lion is the only playable bingo, the new 7-letter word. He's got to find it.
Oh, I bet he's gonna see it because I feel like people usually phony with sea lion and have been very grateful to have that added to the dictionary recently. But the other consideration here is what he had with Tarian, which is that is it actually worth playing the bingo? Before with Tarian, it made a lot of sense because there weren't that many plays that scored. But is it the case that here he has to do the same thing again? He has to calculate, is it better for me to just fish off like OI somewhere? And I don't think it is. Like, I feel like you have to just keep scoring. I feel like you have to play Sea Lion, making SIGs, even though it's very uninspiring. But, there's two S's unseen to you, quite a bunch of E's. You can, and like a few R's. You could still hope. You could still hope for like a QU bingo, you know? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, again, just with the deficit, when are you going to ever get your score back if you don't take 66 here? There are no
Right.
plays that really score anything near that amount. So Lukman does have to take it. He just hasn't seen it, Nits. And it's because he's played Scrabble for so many years without the inclusion of this word sea lion that it's just not at all in his nature to see this. Like that's the problem here. I'm
Yeah.
sure of it.
I mean, maybe he hasn't seen Sig. Maybe he hasn't seen Sigs. I mean, maybe he's just trying to look for overlaps or underlaps. It could be the case that he just really so dearly wants something to come true. I mean, surely we've all done our own, versions of wishful thinking on the board. Oh my God, he's not doing it. He's not going to do Sea Lion. This is
Hasn't committed. Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, I'm not surprised. I mean, a lot of you are newer to Scrabble. Sea Lion was a very new addition to the dictionary. You might be saying, "Oh my God, how is this possible? Expert player missing high probability bingo." But it's because it just hasn't been a word for a long enough time for it to be just in his wheelhouse to find it.
oh man, that really breaks my heart because it's so funny that people have been phoning with this word for so long. I feel like maybe, I mean, if he had flashed, having found sea lion on his rack, then we could have, been more aware of, is this a deliberate choice of deciding not to take the 66 points? If it's, wanting to leave this open for a better bingo, I would have understood that. But yeah, you're right. This feels like a miss. This is just, it's sad. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is going to set him back. AA was a decent play. It prevents high scoring plays from the A, sets up an S lane that isn't as dangerous as the Does or Hubs lanes. So it makes a lot of sense. But yeah,
Yeah.
when you have a bingo, you got to play it in this situation. And Lukeman, I don't think is aware of what just happened. And it's good for him because if he did realize what he just missed, I think it would definitely affect him.
Yeah. Oy, oy, oy. I mean, I feel like okay. So moving to Adisha because I don't want to, harp on Lukeman too much. That was really hard for for him to go through. Adisha here, he's got himself those vowels that he severely needed. Do you think now is a good time for him to look at the upper left quadrant of this board? Maybe go for something like error through the R of Tarian, really start taking up some of that space.
Interesting. ERR, is that what you're suggesting?
Error,
Oh,
ERROR. Keep an
error.
eye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Error
No,
looks
you're
pretty
fine. You're
good.
fine.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty good play. I don't like keeping the two eyes, but yeah, there's very uninspiring choices here for sure.
Oh man. Chat has also suggested Vireo. I don't know how I feel about that. It does take an S, but starting bingos with S is usually like a C line kind of effect. So I don't know if we're likely to see that happen. If you're in this position and you really want to defend your lead, what are you looking to do?
Yeah, you don't want to really open anything new. So you can't really play Ivory or through the V. Like normally that'd be a pretty good play. It sets up the X, scores decently, but you can't open a triple triple here. So yeah,
Right.
I feel like playing at the interior of the board makes sense. There's this cool idea that I'm spotting on the engine, Barrio, Barrio, which
Ooh.
looks a bit crazy because it sets up a triple. Those R's can be played through. But I really like the aggression with that play and the fact that it balances the rack. I think that's the one thing that would maybe lead me to play Barrio is that my rack is going to be balanced. I'm going to be able to score something next turn. I guess the big issue, Nitch, is that look at all those E's. So many E's are left.
I feel like oh, actually, speaking of the E's, wait. I'm having a brain moment. So listen, think of Vireo again. And that's why it's going down. Because he can draw EX, he always has XI, and he can draw like he can have EXO if he draws another O. I think that's why Vireo works for him. Because
And
a lot of the
crucially, this
yeah.
blocks non-lives Nits. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh man. That was crazy. Poor Lukeman, he's just sitting there and he is realizing what has happened. He had non-live set up and he has to rethink his options now. I think Vireo has given him nothing.
Yeah, now here's the last chance he has, I think, to stay in this game. He needs to find non-voter this time to score 33 points, leave everything open. Maybe he can mount a comeback, draw pretty well. But he's looking at ENOL. That's a very sensible idea. The problem with that is it plays alongside the REO of Vireo and blocks the S hook, crucially.
Ooh. Um, how dangerous do you want to be here? Like, if you don't see non-voter, what are the chances that you kind of want to give yourself a well, okay, here's the thing, right? What if you did something under hub? What if you did like like Knoll, like Nole, right? So you have the E of Knoll to play through, and you also have nuns. Except, I mean, I guess it's pretty easy to underlap and like take that spot, but your opponent has to have like very specific tiles.
Yeah, I'm liking the idea. I'm liking the energy with that. But you are right. If Isha has any constant vowel constant word that fits underneath, it's just over. But I like the idea for
Yeah.
sure.
Non-voter though, ooh, that's gonna hurt.
This draw, oh my god, Z the X. No E though. That's the crazy thing. There's still so many E's left, and Lukeman hasn't drawn an E. Where are these E's? Where did they go? They're
Huh.
hiding. Still
That's
6 of them left.
that's interesting. Um, I would not want to be on the receiving end of drawing all those E's because there's not really much. I mean, an E is a really great bingo tile, but when you're drawing all of those together, you are not happy. That's not something that you want happening to you. An E also crucially does not give an X playback, so Adisha is going to have to think about what he wants to do. Um, ooh,
Low on the clock.
well,
He's low on the clock. That's the one thing in Lukeman's favor here.
that's true. He still has those BA plays. I don't see anything great there. Maybe something that can set up his X. Like something like barium, I guess, but I don't like that very much. Um, I see like
Yeah. There's two good plays here, I'd say, Nits. So you can
okay,
play Yuzu from the
okay,
YU.
nice.
Just get rid of the U, get rid of the Z, score pretty well. Or you could play Unmix through the N of Asians. And normally that would be very dangerous. Normally you don't want to
For
set
the
up a T
T,
hook,
yeah.
but there
Yeah.
are no T's left.
Hmm. Do you want to take away your opponent's opportunity to use hubs or does? Like, do you, oh, he does tucks. Interesting. That was not on my bingo card, but I'll take it. I was thinking, like, what if you play underneath doe and hub? Like, what if you do something like street, like SRI? I don't know about that. Tuck's scoring quite a lot. I think he gets like, what, 23 for this? So good for him. Keep scoring.
Yeah, this is decent for sure. And Lukeman's gonna have to deal with the single vowel on the rack. I'm not liking
Oy,
his
oy, oy.
chances at this point.
Do you remember what his seventh tile is? I see the P, but I can't make out what the other one is.
It's two P's.
Oh boy.
So I think he's thinking about playing both of them off. Not really sure where
Interesting.
he would do that.
Um,
Sorry, I have this. Oh my gosh, ever since we're talking about those E's, I have this. Remember that meme song "Rush E"? I have that in my head.
I do not know this song. You'll have to, yeah, you'll have to enlighten me, and the chat, so that we can all just be stuck with the song together.
Yeah, it's a song that sort of came as like a meme. People using these fake piano MIDI I don't know, like softwares to create impossible to play piano songs. It's just like it's like you need like 6 hands playing like ridiculously fast to play the song Rush E. So it was like a meme. People were asking pianists, "Oh, can you play this song for me?" And it's like just completely impossible.
Ooh, oh man, that's tough. Pip's going down. That's his last spot, I think, for the S, apart from hubs and stuff like Doe's, which gives back so much. At least I guess like Doe. Well, here's the thing. None of those bingos were gonna score that much. I feel like the shoe bingos were gonna score a little bit more. Tough place for him to be in.
Yeah, it felt. I mean, none of his spots are good, right? Like after blocking
Yeah,
the S hook on Virios, all of the S hooks will give back triples now.
yeah,
Even the S hook on Hugh would give back a triple, so he should have. I guess both players may be unsure of the S hook on Ord. We saw, Atonics being missed with Chu and Sword. We saw Pips would have scored a little bit more with Sword and PHEW. So it could be a little bit of uncertainty there for both players, but yeah,
yeah.
things are not looking good. That's for sure for Lukeman. So Atisha with a lot to deal with on this rack and not so much time. He's just gonna
Ooh,
drop zip. Makes sense.
All right. Yeah. In this moment, I have such a commanding lead. I kind of just want to keep on with it.
Yeah, you're up 150 after this. Even if Lukeman gets 2 bonuses down, you're still gonna win. So seems
Yeah.
totally fine.
And what a commanding lead too. Just so quickly finding, cations, finding routed, finding steered. He's done really well in this game. He's done consistently well on stream. I mean, honestly, I just want to know his secret to keeping his cool, to being so, in the zone. And yeah, he's taking his time to find his place. Sometimes he's under time pressure, but I think there's something to be said about the mind place that he's in to be able to consistently perform so well. It takes a lot to be at the top of the field here. Again, we have 13 games left in this tournament, and Adisha is, I think, 3 games ahead of his competition, which is just insane.
Yeah, there's so many strong players in this tournament. Over 150 players, I think, total, and he is atop all of them and some. So the momentum must feel good. The confidence must be there, and he's just cooking.
I like that. Yeah, he is just cooking. He is indeed um, doing something special. Like I would love to get his insight into how he's preparing for these tournaments and who's helping him, if anyone, if he's watching any sort of uh, like instructional videos, which I mean is a case for Let's Play Scrabble, right? Like, I mean, if you guys are here, you're well aware that this is the place where you come to watch a lot of commentary, to see experts, analyze games and break them down and play them for you guys so you can learn and you can get better yourselves. So, thank you so much for joining us here. And thanks so much for being repeat viewers. And if you haven't already, please like and subscribe. There are so many more good, incredible, fun games coming for you. So we'd love to have more people here, more people enjoying these games with us.
Yeah, and it's such a pleasure and an absolute honor to be able to commentate, games from just complete other side of the world from us here. And it's, I mean, India is definitely is your second home. This is the first, I think, stream that's ever been held in India other than the Goa World Championship. So it's so great to see, people joining together, just trying to promote Scrabble, trying to bring Scrabble to a larger audience. Let's Play Scrabble is at the forefront of that. But if you want to not mention how many people are behind this effort, to bring the stream to all of you, and everything that's going to happen in the future, it can only get better from here.
I agree. I absolutely agree. And thank you, to Sid and to Josh Greenway. Thank you so much to everybody who's put in the work to making this stream possible at all. And I mean, it really is something to have this tournament stream from across the world. It really is. I am just blown away. So thank you all for being here, enjoying this with us and celebrating this with us.
Indeed. So this is round 20. Is 36 rounds, is that right?
Uh,
Total?
I believe there are 33.
33.
Yeah, 33 games across 4 days. They played 9 games each day, and then the last day on day 4, they play 6 games. I am just baffled by the endurance here. 33 games is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, stamina is required. So yes, game 20 of 33 in Bangalore. He's just sitting there like, all right, I got this. Let's see what you're gonna throw at me. I think if you're Lukeman, you want to open a triple triple. Looks like that's what he's doing. So a similar idea to what you were talking about earlier. You're thinking NOLE, but NOEL maybe a little bit harder to block. The triple triples or just the S hook on none. So a good play for sure.
Yeah. I respect the commitment to the bit is what I say. Um, Anisha has a pretty well. He did have a very easy um, decision in front of him before. He could have just done Jared, but now, do you think he's going to spend a little bit more time thinking about what he wants to do here?
Yeah, because now you're thinking, okay, I can score 47, 50 points hooking the S onto none, but am I going to lose to a triple triple? Is the Q going to come into play? So you might just want to play mild for 30, keep the J again, and just block the biggest threats. But I think Isha can withstand even a triple here. If we think
Ooh.
about the worst thing that could possibly happen after Jers, I'm going to look into that.
Isn't that a great place to be in, though, for your opponent to have a triple opportunity available to him and to know without a doubt that you're just going to be fine. You're going to be fine even if they do triple.
Yeah, the highest score that Lukeman could get through the L is Seraphile, Serafile, which would score 185. And if that happens, Lukeman would be ahead by 3 points if he should chooses to play Jerds and Nuns. But it'll be the end game, and most likely, I think Kadisha's going to win, even after that.
Ooh. And I think it might come down to who draws the Q.
But how can you calculate all that is the question.
Oh, actually, never mind. The Q has 2 spots. You would be fine. Whoever has a Q would be happy and free to go home. Adisha here, I mean, looking into the bag, well, by looking in the bag, counting in the bag to make sure he knows how many tiles there are, double checking his tracking. That's what he's going to be doing. And I think he's calculating. Yeah.
I did find an actual way for Lukeman to win. So if Jerds does come down and Seraphile comes down, if the A is the last tile in the bag, Lukeman is going to win. There could be some other wins possible too. So yeah, he's going to play Jerds. This actually does give back a very, 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 very faint winning chance, but I think it's totally fine.
Oh my gosh. That's kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean,
not
you
a lot
have
of
to
time
have
to work
so
all that
many
out.
things going your way at once. Sorry to interrupt you there.
No, you're fine. You're fine. But I guess, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, this is something that I heard Jesse Day talking about during the NOLA stream, which is like when you're behind, you really do have to hope. You really have to keep trying that the things that have to go right in your favor are going to go right. And Adisha being so far up ahead, I think he doesn't have the same fear. It's Lukeman who has to, think and really be like, okay, what is the most creative thing that I could do here to make this happen for myself?
Yeah. Yeah, good point. So now your Lukeman, I mean, it's pretty much over. He's probably thinking about playing off an E. There's only one tile in the bag. Maybe trying one more time to get a bonus down, but he knows it's over.
Yeah. I mean, maybe something, maybe you could just like fish it off with a buy. That would be 12 points. He knows that Adisha's going to take that spot away from him, but it's still worth the shot, I think. You might get something parallel.
Yeah, maybe. But he's just going to take this game, and is he going to be 4 games ahead after this? I guess it depends on what Hubert Wee does.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. It must be quite a thing to be in this position, to feel like you are so far ahead of the field and to know that there's still so many games that anything could happen. And you really have to, you have to like maintain your composure throughout this.
Yeah, definitely. And last year, I'm getting word from our producer that last year was a pretty similar situation. Adisha was atop the field by, I think it was 2 games near the end of the tournament, with 3 games to go. And Hubert Wee managed to beat Adisha 3 games in a row to win last year. So a similar situation might transpire this year. But maybe Adisha's going to vanquish his demons. Maybe this time he's going to take it home.
You know what? With the way that he's playing right now, with his word finding and his board vision, I'm thinking that this might be Adisha's tournament. But again, don't want to jinx anything. And he's just performing so well. It's a pleasure to watch. And I think as a viewer, as a commentator, I've just been really lucky to have this opportunity. So whatever happens with his games, I think we have just, come out the brighter side for having had access to them, I guess.
definitely. Still so many games left. Like I said earlier, 33 games. Many more games left to play today. We could have a completely different situation at the end of the day. Anything can happen in Scrabble. Isha could lose 5 games in a row, and we'd have somebody else in the lead. So
Ooh.
don't go anywhere, and don't count anyone out at this point. That's for sure.
Oh, good point. Good point. Yeah, there's quite a lot of gaming to be had. There's quite a lot of fun to be had. We're not going anywhere. I am going somewhere. This would be my last game that I'm commentating for the night. But Josh, I imagine that you are going to continue commentating for us.
Yeah, looks like what's gonna happen. I think we're gonna have Waben come in for the next 2 rounds, bring us into lunch. But yeah, it was a pleasure commentating with you, Nits. You commented yesterday. This tournament is definitely going to be fun to watch, whether you're commentating or not. But thanks for joining.
Thank you so much. This was really fun. And thank you guys so much for having me. I hope you guys will stick around. We have so many more games coming for you. Will do. Thanks. See ya.
Right, hello. Welcome back to the 2026 KSSA Indian Open. Josh Sokol here with Wavin Toe. Wavin, how's it going? Why aren't you at this tournament?
Hello. Yeah, I couldn't make this. I couldn't make the tournament this year. By the way, congrats on winning NOLA Open. It's yeah, very tough field. Just as we have a very tough field here, and we're seeing that two of our, well, I think Adisha and Hubert going to be seem to be going on stream. Gonna have a very
They
exciting game.
actually,
Yeah.
it looks like
Oh,
they put
someone
your
put me.
name as his opponent.
Oh no. Why am I not there? Okay, I guess I'm there also in some way.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you're capable of being in two places at once. You're one of those amazing creatures that could potentially do that.
I'm commentating live from from Bangalore, India. No,
Yeah.
no, I'm not there. I'm back home. Yeah. Seems like
I'm super excited, Waven. Like, you recently streamed your first live tournament, the
indeed.
Zanjero Cup, and now we have a tournament being streamed in India. So tell me what you're thinking about the future. Do you really think that we have just like this? We have this mass that's just growing of live streaming, and big things are coming. I really think so.
Yeah, I mean, I think well, I mean, to get set up for a stream, there's some equipment that you need, right? So I think once we get past that baseline, I think the next thing is really getting the audience. I mean, I think, uh, we are slowly building up an audience for streaming. And yeah, I mean, we will have, if we have streams at different time zones, that will be great for everyone around the world. Right, you can catch a stream in the North America, you can catch a stream in the UK, in Europe, right, in Australia, New Zealand, and yeah, now in Asia as well. It's going to be, I think there's so much potential in this.
Absolutely. And like I'm just thinking, I don't know, like I'm just really happy. I would like to mention, I mean, all of the work that's being put into this from the Karnataka State Scrabble KSSA. If you're wondering what those letters referred to, yeah, the association is putting on this amazing tournament year after year. The tournament that's been on my list, I've been wanting to go for a few years now. Hopefully I'll be able to make it one day. But 150 players, 33 rounds, great prizes, great deal in the hotel, great venue. Everything about this tournament is amazing. And the only thing that was missing is a live stream. I remember, like, all the time that I'm live streaming, you got people like from India, from Southeast Asia saying, "Hey, good morning," and I'm like, "What do you mean good morning? It's like dinner time." And it's just like, it's so amazing that we can connect from so many parts of the world. It's very late here on the East Coast of North America, but it's a nice bright day probably in Bangalore.
Yeah, it's probably the case. And yeah, I think the other thing is also like, besides the having streams and all that, I think it's also having commentators from all around the world. I think yesterday's stream we saw, yeah, I mean, besides me and Nits, and there was also Wasim, who stays. I mean, he's from Pakistan, also similar time zone, and I think they had quite a few others as well. I think Madhav, I don't know whether he was commentating yesterday's game, or yeah, and quite a few from around the region as well. So I think that those are all, um, it's nice to have commentators from around the world and developing their talent. And yeah, so I'm really quite uh, excited about the future of streaming globally.
Yeah, so the other commentator yesterday, other than Madhav, was Kavindu. And if you guys are going to be here for some more time today, we will have Raheel and Hridai coming in for commentary.
Oh, nice.
Wasim will be back as well. And yeah, the final day, I'm gonna be able to commentate again with Madhav. So let's get to this game. Tisha taking over a minute again on an opening play, where you could either play outage or just exchange tiles. What would you favor here? Do you just take the points, keep a U, or do you just try to exchange, try to draw a better rack?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think nowadays, like, people seem to be favoring an exchange over like opening 6 different letters to start, right? Yeah. So I think that might be what I would do. I think the question is also, do you keep ATE or do you keep ET, or which is actually better in this situation? And I think really, I mean, it's really really close. Um, yeah, I don't know, what would you say about it?
Yeah, I like the idea of exchanging. It's the safest time to exchange when nothing's on the board, nothing to worry about. So yeah, I definitely tend to favor that, but 18 points is a lot. I don't know. It's probably really close between the two, and it's great to see the decision making process in real time, because some of these turns I don't know what I would have done, and someone plays something like, that makes sense. Would I have done that? I'm not sure. Hubert going with hyped, keeping VN, just taking some points here. He could have played a little bit more defensively, but instead he's going the other direction. Instead of playing something like HYP or Vend he had lined up, potentially, he decides to take points, just to score his way towards his next rack. I wanted to mention one more thing, Wavin, if you'll allow. We're watching this stream, probably most of us, on the Let's Play Scrabble channel on YouTube. But I would love to mention to you guys that KSSA has their own YouTube channel that we would love to promote. I think it's in the description of this live stream. So make sure you're subscribed to them. Make sure you don't miss what's next. Let's Play Scrabble, of course, a nice big conglomerate in recent months of just streams from across the world. There's already an established audience on this channel, so they're doing what they can to sort of promote and push forward these worldwide streams. So huge shout out to Josh and the people at Let's Play Scrabble for that. As Tisha, with a very nice draw, is deciding what he's going to do next.
Yeah, he seems to have his hands over his eyes, so I'm not sure whether he's uncertain of a word or something. I mean, the highest scoring bingos in this case are both through the H, and I mean, looking at the positions of the two plays, you can perhaps guess why he is also not sure which one to play. There is 3 days, THRIDACE, and Tracheid. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that at all correctly. TRACHEID. But of course, between the two, 3 days exposes hook to the triple letter score, whereas Tracheid exposes a letter to the double word score, but that will also double the score for Tracheid itself.
Yeah, so yeah, neither position is great, but both scoring 78. The other options here, pick rated from the P, opening a triple immediately, re-addict through the D, just scoring nothing. And maybe what Atisha was wondering, is this how you spell this? Is it thridace, thirdace? That could definitely trip you up, but this is the correct spelling. A very, very bizarre word. Tracheid was the other option, but like you said, the S hook, which is more dangerous, an S hook leading to a triple or an S hook getting 2 doubles? I kind of tend to think that this is safer.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the thing is, if you have an S hook, if you have an S on your rack, you need to at least form a 4 or 5 letter word, right, to actually make use of the score. If you make use of the premium square, right, of the triple word score. But if you have the S, I mean, if the play was a Tracheid instead, it's very easy to just plonk your S, and you can even play 3 tiles or yeah, you can get a very very high score just by playing a short word as well. So yeah, I think this one is slightly better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if we think, let's say Hubert did have an S on his rack and he played Eves, for example, with grid aces, that would score 39 points. If he played it with Tracheids, I think it would score a little bit more, 4, 8, 10, 16, 20, 46. So a little bit more dangerous, I think. And he would even get to play V's for even more. So he's playing Vina. This is a point sacrifice. Vine also in the same spot. This is a little bit more defensive, but Cave through the C looks better, and he's found it. Okay, he just missed it. He wasn't choosing this on purpose. He just almost missed it, but he caught himself. Very nice.
Yes, and Cave, I think basically he has many A's and many E's, so he's just doing a dump. I think that's quite sound. And I think the other thing I was thinking about was, is he gonna do something like VADE VADE, opening up, setting up himself up with the E's on his rack, but that's maybe a bit too dangerous at this juncture, right? I think Encave is a good play.
Yeah, nice balance. Thing about Hubert, I wonder if you think there's any truth to this, that because Hubert and Nigel are rivals, we've seen Hubert take Nigel down, we've seen the other way around as well. They play each other so often. Do you think Hubert plays fewer setups than he normally would because Nigel plays too many of them?
I mean, I don't think it's particularly because of Nigel. Yeah, I mean, Hubert has we on his rack right now, so he's invoking himself. But yeah, but I think Hubert is just he calculates, and I think he does, like, he's pretty good in spotting the equity plays, I would say. So yeah, I think he's pretty good at assessing like which leaf is better, how much score to sacrifice, etc. I think he's really good at that. And I think when you do that, like, you don't really need to do that many setups generally. I mean, I think his style is a little bit more, tends to be a little more equity focused. That's my observation. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just funny. I feel like they've seen them play so many times. They have different styles, and it's like, oh, here we go, Nigel making a setup again. We don't really see the other way around. But Hodges came down. That was a pretty good play for Hisha. The only other thing was maybe you want to play off both of your S's and not open a triple by playing Jas or Jess with 3 aces. But both plays very strong. WAWE is just a completely natural play. It's the only way to get rid of both W's. Does retain 2 T's with an E, but definitely the correct play for Hubert. And it's 95 Hubert, 124 at Hisha. Hisha still has that Q, and I don't think he really can use it here. He could play Kima if he wants through the E of Hyped, but I think you just want to play for points here. Waven, he's looking at Sambo and 3 aces. That looks great.
Yeah, it's quite interesting actually. I mean, I think that normally when you when you have a Q dump, and I think in this case it's 26 points, right? It's, yeah, you will sacrifice. I mean, it is generally worth sacrificing a few points to get rid of your Q, but in this case, not really sure. Like, I mean, there's no use unseen yet. He might pick up one. Yeah, I mean, if he plays Kima, he will still have the S, so he can still play 3 aces. Yeah, so I would say I would think about playing Kima actually in this position, but I'm not too sure whether I'm misevaluating the decision. Yeah.
Yeah, the engine agrees with you. Engine says play Kima slightly better than playing Sambo, and I think the reason for that is pretty simple. When you have a Q, you're thinking about where you can play it, whether you play it now or whether you play it later. What's the future look like for this tile? And you can't really do that with other tiles that well. The Q, there's so few words with the Q that you could think about, okay, what happens if I draw an I? What happens if I draw a U? What happens if I draw this 3-letter word, this? And it just feels like the ceiling for the plays that Adisha could draw after Sambo is pretty low. Gonna have to get a lot of help to be able to get rid of his Q for anywhere near as much as 27, which Kima scores. So that's probably why the engine is giving precedence to just playing through the Eve hyped, just getting rid of the Q now, keeping the S. It also does a good job at blocking the board. That's something that I might have been overlooking as well. But SOM, that's somewhere in the middle. The A is a better friend to the Q. This is a much lower scoring play. So probably a small inaccuracy here for Adisha, but a very tough turn to deal with. And Hubert,
I
look
just
at those
wanna-
U's.
Oh, the use, yes. He has the use for the Q, but he doesn't have the Q.
Yeah.
He's wishing that he had it. I just want to add that like Kima is actually not an easy word to see as well. You have to have the presence of mind to actually think of it. Especially if you don't have the full word on your right, he has to play it through an E on the board. Yeah, something that I think I had to get a bit used to. It's one of the new additions to the 2024 lexicon or 2025 lexicon. Yeah.
And Butut is the response for Hubert, getting rid of both U's at once. Don't need those with 2 more to come. This looks like a great decision. And yeah, good point about Kima being new. We did see an unfortunate miss last round of the newly added Sea Lion. So those new words, very hard to just get imprinted in one's mind. Good that you mentioned that for sure.
Yeah, and the thing is that now Adisha is still has a Q. I mean, he has a U to play through now, but nothing that's particularly inspiring, I would say. Maybe if he really wants to dump the Q, something like Quake, keeping GE, or if he wants to be slightly more defensive, like Quack. But all of these are just scoring like face value points, and I'm sure he's not thrilled about these options.
Yeah, nothing great here. Again, sort of illustrating how bad of a letter the Q is. It takes very specific things for you to be able to play your Q off for any reasonable amount of points. Quake does 20 points through the second U of Butut's, keeping the G and the E. I think that opening a triple with the leave of the G, not very good. You probably just have to keep the Q again. You probably play Edge and ET, the T of third ace, leading to that double word score. Just do the same thing you did last turn, just for fewer points. Can't feel great.
Yeah, he's looking at Quake. Oh wow!
And you don't want to play Quake. Oh, he's thinking about it, but I don't think you want to play Quake like this. There are 4 R's that can be used to hook it. S's, D's. Yeah, he has the D in the end. Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean the fact that he even thought about it, I think that's just showing you how he really slows down and thinks about all the possible options. I mean it's the reason why he's still on the top table. I mean after so long, and I think we see it through all these very thoughtful plays that he's making.
Yeah, engine approves of this. Kedge or Quaked, both the top plays. So just pick your choice. And I think getting rid of the Q, that's the most human approach for sure. So Hubert now to act with CEORTU. Originally, I thought countered was valid. That isn't a word. So hopefully we won't see Hubert make the same mistake as me. But I think he has a pretty clear plan here, Hubert. Play from the D and D and Quaked. Yeah, what do you think, Wavin?
Yeah, it's a Cuitered, like Cuitered. But I mean, it seems like this rack is quite decent, right? But and if you're gonna play something from the D like DOUCE, that's gonna, I mean, you have to think a bit, because that's like getting rid of quite a lot of your alright tiles. Oh wait, he is okay. He almost misspelled it. So he almost did a Nigel right there. But yeah, but the thing is, you can't just hold on to all your letters and get a hope for a bingo, right? I mean, you have to score as well. He is behind. RET is a really good lead as well. So he doesn't. I mean, he just has to hope that he draws something that gives him a good move the next turn.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like Tritely was drawn. But and that will go down if Tisha plays Eulogized to the E, but he might be thinking about Elegized, which would probably come off the board, Waven.
Yeah,
That's such a tough one.
It's Elegize, so you have to be really careful about that. But I'm pretty sure. I mean, I think Adisha should spot the right eulogize. You should spot eulogize. I believe so. But it's just a position where he's placed a blank at the moment. So I'm sure he's pausing. You can see that he's taking his time and thinking about, is this really a word? And yeah, he seems to have placed a blank in a better position right now. So let's see.
There it is. 107 points on offer to the E and Deuce. That will give back a bonus for Hubert, but won't be nearly as good. So with already a 50-point lead, it looks like Atisha's going to take almost a 100-point lead and be back on turn after this exchange. Crazy.
Yeah, he is taking his time. I think definitely. You just want to make sure that you're doing the right thing, right spelling and all that. And Hubert, on the other hand, you can't tell what's on his mind as well. Like, he's just sipping his warm water, and you can't really tell whether he has a bingo, whether he has a terrible wreck. But yeah, I mean that's what it is at this level, right? Being able to control their emotions, their facial expressions, and yeah, this top level play right here.
Yeah, Hubert's one of those players that you cannot read. Like, you're not going to be able to figure out what's going on by looking at him. So you might as well just focus on your own stuff. He's just so calm and collected and just stone-faced all the time. Love to see it. So you're saying he's drinking some, you said warm water? Is that what you said?
It's my guess. I mean, I don't really know, but I think, I mean, it's what he normally has when he goes to a restaurant or something. So yeah, it's
got some insider information here. And he's just playing Eulogize. He might be a little unsure of this. That's maybe what took him so long. But this is valid. And it's going to bring him up by 157. But Hubert has a response. Game is not over. Board is open. Lots of lanes for 7 and 8 letter words, even after Literary or Tritely coming down. Do you play Literary to set up the G?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, I mean, between the two, I think you just take the more offensive one. I mean, you're behind by. Oh, he's going for Tritely. I mean, I think between the two, it's really close anyway. I mean,
yeah, maybe this is one he's more sure of as well, but yeah, not a huge difference. He set up a G. Like, who needs a G to bonus? It's probably just worse to set it up for Adhisha for a scoring play. So Tritely coming down 215 to 293, and a very interesting draw, both Fs and the X for Adhisha, but he has 2 vowels. So it's not too clunky here, and he has a great option that literally would not have given back. A fix now available through the Eye of Tritely for 52. But look at that draw from Hubert. No matter what Adhisha does, it's going to get hit by another bonus. Wow, crazy game.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because a fix is going to open up a double line as well. So I think, I mean, he can also pick something slightly more defensive like flicks. It's doesn't open up the double. But the thing is, if you look at this board, it's already so open, right? So many things that Hubert might be able to do. So the question is, do you go defensive or I mean, you can see that you're about 80 points behind. That's quite a lead, right? But do you just play slightly more defensive? And that seems to be what is on Adisha's mind. He decides to play flicks. Clearly, he saw a fix earlier, but he's going a little bit more defensive. I think that's a fine play as well.
Yeah, it's a good practical decision. You keep 2 vowels instead of 1. Should help you keep a balance on the next move and the move after that. I like to fix just to push the button and say, okay, well, if I'm ever going to control this board, I might as well, push a little further up, maybe force some plays that might inhibit the board long term and score extra points. But I like this decision for sure. And look at the reward here.
Oh man,
A floater. So this is certainly going to come down. Refloat, float. There's just floor. There's so many words here. Man, both these guys drawing fantastically.
yeah. I mean, it seems like Hubert's top scoring play is to play to bingo to the D, Sparged, Spairged. But we all know how that's going to end up. Adisha is just going to reply to the other triple word score, and it's going to be quite difficult for Hubert to get back from this.
Yeah, complete insanity, really. I mean, FRA was definitely a slightly more balanced lead, but I don't know if it was supposed to lead to this. And Hubert's gonna, he's gonna probably find Sparged eventually, which is exactly what you want to do. You keep the board open, and you're gonna go within 35, 36 points of Adisha, but you're just gonna get bingoed on. And like the board is running out of space. This is just total insanity. What a slugfest.
Yeah, I mean the thing about Hubert and I think why a lot of the players in Singapore are so afraid of playing against him is because his word knowledge is just really so good, right? And if there's going to be a bingo available, he's most likely spotting it, right? So that's why we are all so afraid of him. But if you look at what Adisha is doing, he is also like not missing anything, right? He's just finding the best place, and so quickly you can see that he spends time on the maybe non-bingo plays where he has to think a little bit more, but he is so accurate as well. Yeah, so I think he's really like, what a match I'm watching.
Oh my goodness. What is that 7th letter? Hubert's drawn pretty well, it looks like. Is that a vowel? If that's a vowel, you should be bonusing back. Oh my goodness. How many good letters are left? It feels like all the good letters are being played every turn. Incredible stuff. And maybe a little bit of sighing has just happened. Maybe a little bit of emotion for Hubert after this play. I mean, it's just so hard. So hard when you're just getting punched in the face every single turn.
It's so difficult. I mean, if I were in this position, I would also sigh, I think.
Yeah. What is that final letter? Is that an O? So we see AISSNONR.
Yeah,
It's an O. There are no bingos if it's an O. Oh, there it is. Wow, that's so unfortunate. It looks so good, but there's no bonus here. Crazy.
Yeah. The computer is suggesting a really nice play though, that plays through the T of Putut and extends a little bit more than that. I'll leave that as a puzzle for the chat to find. It's a really good, nice play.
And he finds this. Oh man.
Probably what he needs, actually. It's probably what he needs in this situation because he needs to catch up on score. He is 119 points behind. And I mean, it's not just enough to bingo once. I think he just needs to pile on the pressure in terms of score.
Yeah, and he needs to leave the space open, what remains of the space. You might think this board is wide open, but within a few moves, if Adisha maybe plays a 5-letter word, hooking the T of third ace, then what? I mean, it's just like board completely exhausted at that point. So there's actually not much time left for Hubert to just be able to play his bonuses here, and soon he might actually have to direct his play finding to try and draw a weird bonus that plays in a weird spot, and actually potentially that lane under oh wow, did you see that?
What?
You were just Magnus Carlsen the table.
Oh no, that's a mega sigh. So yeah, I would yeah, I would say that Adisha, he has a great blocking play actually available, and it just kills so many of the good lines. He can play Rumble, like from the R of floater, and that really kind of blocks all the 8-letter lines, all the good 8-letter lines available. So I think it's pretty much in Adisha's control. Even if Hubert finds Nitroso, I would say so Nitroso is the play that overlaps. It's a 4-tile overlap, but it's also through disconnected letters, so that's really difficult to find.
Yeah, that's crazy. But I was just trying to say, like, it could be that the lane, like, he has the 2 S's for Butoots. That is actually a lane. You could potentially fit a 7-letter word atop the LY of Tritely. He's 1 letter off of, like, Ariosos, for example. So although you do have to keep scoring here, you're down by so much. That's some important real estate.
Yeah, so he might also be thinking, like, is there a kind of tricky kind of spot that I can, or tricky kind of fish that I can do that allows me to bingo at that line. I think it's possible. I think it might not be enough, but we're not sure what Hubert can. I mean, Hubert might be able to pull out some magic in this situation, and that's why he's rated so high, right? So we'll see what he can do in this situation.
Yeah, he's third, second in the world right now.
Yeah.
For good reason, for sure. He is just so strong. And we did mention last round, these two players are actually pretty familiar with each other for this tournament. Last tournament was the same deal. Hubert trying to catch up to Hisha for pretty much the entirety of the event, and managed to do so at the very end. So we might see a repetition of that. But it's not easy. Hubert knows it's not easy, but in this particular game, it just feels like what went wrong? What could Hubert have done? Like, feels like all of his moves made perfect sense, and he's just getting blown out of the water. Amazing to see.
I would also like to mention that through the G, Hubert would have had a Signor as well as Signorus, but in both cases he is just one spot off from being able to play those words. So I mean, if I were in his shoes, I might be pretty tilted myself, right? Like just one off on both words. Yeah. So he
he finds it. Oh my goodness.
amazing spot, Nitro. So pretty much I would say his only possible way of winning this game. I think low chance, but he has to do what he has to do.
Yeah, and even if he doesn't win this game, it's definitely not over. More than 10 games left in this tournament. Definitely possible to still mount a comeback here. See what he draws. Close. ASD. Okay.
Seems like
close. ADGIIOS. But if Adhisha finds his star play here, which I believe plays through the Eye of Sparged, I don't see how Hubert's coming back. You mentioned Rumbo, that's very strong as well, but there's a 6-letter play, a 7-letter word that just totally shuts the door on most things and leaves one in the bag.
Yeah. I mean, I think in this juncture, like basically anything that plays off many letters will do. Yeah. If you play 5 letters or 6 letters, Hubert's just not going to be able to come back. And I think that's one kind of thing that it will be helpful for players to learn as well. I mean, when you're hit by a certain amount, you do want to kind of reduce the number of letters in the bag so that the opponent just doesn't have enough letters to catch up. In this case, I would say, I mean, since there are 14 tiles in the, is it 14 unseen? Yeah, 14 unseen. So there's 7 on Hubert's rack and 7 in the bag. Basically, any valid play that you make, right? Hubert's just going to have one chance at bingoing, and that's probably not enough to win.
Yeah, I'm looking into the future here, and if Adisha plays Niobium, even if he doesn't play Niobium, maybe he plays Rumbo or something. Potentially the highest scoring bonus that Hubert could have is the insane 6-tile overlap of Cyaladan through the L afflicts. That would score 90 points. So after a 20-point move, Adisha's going to be up 100. It could be that Hubert can maybe play off his G and his O, go for Saladan, score some points, and Atisha maybe tries to block something. But yeah, if Atisha plays 6 tiles, that's not possible. If he plays 5 tiles, 4 tiles, 3 tiles, it is possible to make that fish. So Niobium potentially the only play here that guarantees a win for Adisha, but pretty much everything is going to win 99+% of the time. Anything that's good here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, there he can also play something like Bunyan underneath WAWE, which will also play 6 letters. So yeah, so I mean, I think that scores fewer points, and it's doesn't restrict as much. But I think the idea is there. I mean, he's just hit by a little bit too much in this case. Yeah, I think after floaters, I think Hubert was really in a very difficult spot, and yeah, I believe Adisha. I mean, he is quite defense minded sometimes, so I think he is going to control the situation well, no doubt.
Yeah, this is just get to the finish line type position where you just want to make a very good play here, and you should be totally fine. I think the first order of business is play something that just blocks the double lane through the R of Sparge. That's the highest scoring lane you can imagine. There's some potential words there that score maybe almost 100 points that hit both double word scores. So anything that really inhibits or blocks that should do the trick. Sure. We'll see what he comes up with. He's got 5 minutes still.
Yeah.
Also, huge shout out. We've got 100+ viewers now. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for watching. Let us know where you're watching from, and maybe a little bit about why you're watching. Yeah, good to see you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, I was also going to mention that before this tournament, and I think the last yesterday when Nits and I were commentating this game, the record between Hubert and Adisha stood at 5-5. So they played 10 games before this, mostly at the KSSA Opens of the previous years. And now we see that Adisha, I mean, having a year to mature further and some more experience under his belt. Yeah, he's winning this game, and he won the previous encounter as well. So it's going to be 7-5 to Adisha after this, which is, I mean, definitely against someone like Hubert, having a record of 7-5 is just great. Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. Against one of the best players the world has ever seen at such a young age. That he's just still under 20 years old. Don't know his exact age. So he's going to be in the scene for a while. Now Hubert, is he going to give up here? Down 98 points. He could play off his G and his O and go for Saladan, but that might not even be enough. He can play Owidia for 31 points next to the LOATE of floaters if he wants to give up. Maybe he's going to go for something. What do you think? What does he usually do in these spots?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I think he, make sense to give up if I were in his shoes. But you know, I might give up, but you know, I'm knowing Adisha, but then I don't know, like Hubert might also like give the opportunity for Adisha to make a mistake, you know, and that seems to be what he's doing. Uh, just in case somehow he picks up something that's high scoring and Adisha fails to block it. Yeah, I mean, he's leaving that possibility open. He needs to win anyway, so he needs to catch up again to Adisha. So maybe, I mean, no, I think playing the fish as he did KOI, I think that's fine.
Yeah, it's a good play for a spread as well. For those a little bit new to Scrabble, what determines who's leading a tournament is first and foremost how many games they've won versus how many games they lost. But there's also a tiebreaker, and that is the complete total differential between the scores of you and your opponent's games. So if I won 5 games by 100 points each, but Wabin won his games by 200 points each, he'll be ahead of me. So Vimana is the choice here for Tisha. That is very nice. It really just closes the door on pretty much anything that Hubert could have been going for, and that'll bring him the win. So yeah, that's why Hubert was not giving up here. He was trying to minimize how much he lost by. So what in the world is this?
He's showing what he
Alright.
was fishing for. He's showing the world what he was fishing for.
Yeah, that's funny. Some good content on the board.
Yeah. So just to point out that also besides Vimana, Vimina, Vimina also playable in the last turn. Yeah. So I think keeping the A might have been slightly better, but you know, at this juncture, I think you just lock in the win and yeah, move on to the next game. Don't spend too much brain space, I would say.
And it didn't even feel like Anisha like acknowledged the joke, or was like he seems so serious. He's just like, hey, what are you doing, buddy? Just make a move. Like, man, I'm a little bit intimidated, Wayman, by this guy. Jeez.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I played him in Westpac. Yeah, our only game was one, one where I actually got a phony past him, and yeah, I mean, yeah, but he just takes it like, I mean, whether it's a win or loss or anything, just yeah, you really can't tell like, you know, what's on in his head, but you know that he's very serious about the game. You can tell by the way he's playing and the moves he's making. Yeah, but you know, I'm sure there's going to be so much more we're going to see from Adisha in the years to come.
So for those wondering if loadings like Hubert put on the board was made all valid moves or was accepted, that would tie the game at 460 apiece. So it's interesting. Like, you have to be totally sure that OT, DL, IYE, and NQIG are not valid words to challenge that.
Do you think Hubert had calculated that before he put loadings down?
Doubtful, but wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
if Dons comes down, that's his best play.
Yeah, there are those situations where you actually, you know, just try a word and, you know, hope and I think like if your opponent challenges, he's gonna lose if the word comes that good. So I mean, there are those situations, but I think that was a little bit yeah, with the phony twos and phony threes, I think that was not going to stay on the board.
And Gory coming down, final play for Hisha, brings his score to 477 after getting 8 points from Hubert. And Hubert's final score 388. What a great game. Super well played by both players. Yeah. Great one. And hopefully we'll see more of these guys.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing more of these guys in the next few streams. There is still one more day to go after this, right? So, and I think for today we are also, um, yeah, it's also not lunchtime yet. So I think we have at least 5 more games to go today.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of Atisha and a lot of great action to watch.
Absolutely. So, one more game before lunch today. We're gonna take a short break while the next players get ready. We're gonna see Atisha stay on the stream board, and he's gonna be playing Jeremy Koo. So before we take a break, I guess a little bit of a preview would be nice. You know Jeremy pretty well, Wabin. What do you have to say about his game? Have we seen him also earlier in the stream?
Oh, I actually don't know. I mean, I have not been watching every single game in the stream, but um, Jeremy is also a very quite an accurate player. I think I think he does think quite deeply into the strategy and positioning. So I think a game between Adisha and Jeremy would be very exciting to watch. Both players really like positionally very thoughtful and yeah, I think that yeah, it's gonna be great watching both players.
Awesome. Well, if you're watching and listening right now, don't go anywhere. Josh Sokol, Wavin. So we are going to be bringing you one more game before lunch, and it's going to be an exciting one. So we'll see you in just a bit. Taking a short break here while everyone gets set up. Uh, don't go anywhere. KSSA Indian Open 2026. Many more games to come. Exciting times ahead. See you soon.
See you.
Okay, hello, welcome back to the KSSA Indian Open 2026 in Bengaluru, India. I am Josh Sokol here with Wavin To. Call the final game before lunch, day 3 of 4. It's game 21 of 33. We're going to have Jeremy Koo going first against Adhisha. And Jeremy is 3 games behind. He did win his previous game, so Adhisha does not have a 4-game lead, which would be ridiculous. I mean, it's already ridiculous that Adhisha's up 3 games, but it does seem like he is catchable at this moment in time, Wavin.
Yeah. So and I think yeah, Jeremy is also a compatriot from Singapore. So I am going to commentate this very fairly, but yeah, I think there were also some comments in the chat saying that Jeremy is a tough player to beat, and I concur. I mean, I think among the Singaporean players, I think Jeremy is one of the strong players, and definitely very difficult to beat. But yeah, before this game, I actually looked up their head-to-head record, and um, actually, Jeremy has only won 1 game out of 5 against Adisha. But I think that might not, might not say much. What do you think?
Yeah, I thought I feel like a sample size of maybe 20 games, you start to get a good idea of player strength against a particular opponent. So yeah, 5 games, of course, you'd like to win 2 or 3 against an equally strong opponent, but not much. They're probably going to play each other many more times this tournament, so we'll see maybe a slightly closer version of reality. Yeah, I mean, Atisha's the guy to beat. Jeremy's not going to do a great job of beating him this first turn with this awful draw, but I guess you play Kum here.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, would you also exchange? I mean, that's also possible, right? But I think that maybe for me, the thing is that you keep the 2 Gs, which don't. I mean, they aren't great to have on your rack, but at least they are better than like having other clunky consonants that don't go well together. So I think Kulm is fine. The other consideration for me is do I play Kulm like maybe 1 spot above what Jeremy did? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I like playing through. This is 20 points. This is a very nice find. This is such a missable 3-letter word. It's one of the weirdest ones in the dictionary. And what I like about it, no matter where you play it, it is so defensive. It's so hard to do anything after this. You can maybe play through the C, play through the W, play through the M, doesn't score anything. Overlapping is really hard without an H. But you are totally right that if this was placed 1 spot higher, the overlap potential would be not as strong. However, the playthrough potential, we would see a possibility of hitting a 3-letter score without using an S. So it's very close. I think I kind of prefer the placement 1 spot up, but these are very small details.
Yeah, and you can see that Adisha has buried his head in between his hands. If Jeremy had played Kum slightly like one position above, Adisha would have had ZACK, Zach. So that would have been an easy, almost 40-pointer right there. But his position, I think, just as well that Adisha doesn't really have much to do in his current move. What are you thinking of in Adisha's kind of position?
Yeah, this is really tough. You don't want to make a mistake here because it might be hard to recover on such a closed board. The first thing that comes to mind is just to play tick or lick through the C. The problem is that both of those plays take hooks that we don't have. The leave isn't fantastic. The highest score I think Isha can get is waltz for 27, keeping KII. That doesn't open too much in terms of dangerous scoring spots does open the board, of course, and the ING spot, the ERS spot will be open as well. I like playing Ik. If you play Ik, you're setting up Za for 33 above the I, and you're retaining 3 consonants and not opening a double word score. So keeping things centered is a very interesting theoretical point at the beginning of the game. If you keep the tiles within that 3x3 square that we see in the middle of the board, then you're not opening as much for your opponent. So I think Ik here is what I'd do. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think the thing that you would recognize is that the Z or the Z has great potential. I mean, generally, I mean, not really in this position, but it's such a good tile nowadays, right? So you probably wouldn't want to do something like waltz and keep something that's kind of difficult from next turn. You want to keep your Z, I think, and yeah, I think between the options Ik, Lick, Tick, it's all about the same, I would say. Yeah, and maybe if you are a little bit more defense minded, Ik, doesn't. I mean, it has many hooks really, but I think yeah, it kind of restricts the possibilities for your opponent. No double doubles for sure. Yeah, but he decides on Lick. I think also a very good point, very good choice because yeah, I think among the 3 consonants that he was keeping, the L maybe not always the best to keep. Yeah, slightly. I think maybe he doesn't favor that much, which I think is totally understandable.
Yeah, this does take a couple more hooks, so it's a little bit less defensive. We're seeing Wag come down very quickly. Atisha, again, taking a very long time. He took 4 minutes on that turn. It was a really weird turn, but it looks like Jeremy's trying to take advantage of that by playing quickly. I think that what's really interesting about the play of Koom is that you can't really tell what your opponent's leaving. What like that play could be made with terrible racks, with great racks, balanced racks, unbalanced racks. So it's really hard to get a read on what you should do in response and let that sort of guide you, which is normally what you tend to do with a short opening play. It's like, okay, my opponent probably has decent letters or is trying to play too defensively, but Koom doesn't really signal anything in particular. So he should have taken the opportunity to be a little bit more aggressive. And aggressive, the play of Wag was not. Wagga was available, making AL for 24, just getting rid of both the G's, opening the board a little bit further. And instead, we're seeing a staircase being formed here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Wag is basically trying to push your opponent on time, and I mean he has a good reason to do so, right? I mean, Adisha is generally a slower player, and I think his leave of RANG also. I mean, it's maybe not going to be the best on the board, but there is good potential, I would say, in general. So I think, I mean, Waga is a good play, but also maybe a little bit too exposed. Maybe he wanted to keep things really under control, and yeah, maybe that's why he decided to choose. He chose Wag instead of Waga.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, both plays very close according to the engine. Good sort of mention to the possibility of Wagwan as a possible play from the W in Koom. Never seen that one played. We love our Jamaican words. But Joe is the response. Very nice way to score points, 40 points. It does take a potentially dangerous D hook for Joe, and the plays atop the HO could be a little bit high scoring, but 40 points is great on a board like the one that WAG created. And back over to Jeremy, who's got some nice balance. His last tile you guys can't see is the AEGHNRT. No bonus here. What direction are you going in here? Are you playing short? You trying to open something, Wavin?
Yeah, actually, it's quite difficult to decide on what kind of play you should be making in this position, right? Because the leave, I mean, you have so many good choices of leaves that you can keep, right? But but the board is not really conducive. So I mean, the thing is, do you decide to keep more letters on your rack, or do you decide to play slightly longer? There are plays like maybe AH or GH that you can do on AH or EH that you can do on top of the H of ZHO. But you could also go a little bit longer, like ARGH. Personally, I think I might go slightly longer here, because if you decide to play like AH or GH or EH, you do keep 4 consonants and a vowel, which maybe aren't that great on this board. What you would like to have, maybe a good, maybe an S, maybe a D, right, to front hook DZHO. And I think you have to go slightly longer in that case. ARGH would be my choice in this situation. What about you, Josh?
Yeah, I like ARGH. The weird thing about this spot is that the underlap 6 tile plays under the AL in the middle of the board, hitting that triple. Those are pretty much the biggest threat here. And even though Jeremy's tiles were very good, he didn't have a play there. So we assume a play is going to hit there at some point unless it gets blocked. So why not just take points here? Maybe try to hit a play there soon. Maybe not try to bingo so immediately. So a hint does that. The problem is it keeps a G tile you don't really want to have. But you need an S. This board is very good for an S. Licks, Coombs. The D is very nice for Joe. So that makes sense as well. So I like this play. I would have gone with ARG, similar idea. Over to Ahisha with ACEIJRT. And nothing really good here except for just JA. JA and ZA just seems like a hole in one here.
Yeah, JA seems like, yeah, I think I would play that pretty quickly. I mean, the only thing I would stop to think about is whether I have a play that reaches a triple word score underneath the A and L. But if there's nothing that I spot immediately, I think probably JA pretty quickly. And I think, yeah, Aditya's not spending too much time on this turn. He plays JA, good score, and yeah, hopefully he'll pick and go the next turn. And Jeremy has picked up the S, and he has Grimers on his rack.
I'm slightly concerned.
That's a Pokemon, so maybe that's why he has it on his rack. I don't think he will play it.
He's thinking about it. He's alphabetized. He's wondering, have I seen this before? Is this just a Pokemon, or is a Grimer a real thing? It's really hard in these situations. Am I just chickening out of an ERS word, or is it just a relic of my childhood or adulthood? If you still play Pokemon, I'm not judging you.
Yeah.
But Grimer's not a word. Grimes, potentially his best play for 39, making ALS. Or you could fish. You could just play Zag for 15. That's a very strong 6 tile leaf.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you just look at equity, Grimes seems to be a good choice. Yeah, I'm not sure if I would fish in this position. I mean, it just seems that your bingo lines. I mean, you have a few bingo lines, but not sure whether how many bingos, how many letters you have. If you are able to give you a bingo the next turn.
Mm-hmm.
How many of the letters will let you bingo the next turn based on the tiles left in the back. Yeah.
So this is an in-between move of Gert, opening the board a little bit, keeping MERS very strong, not trying to fish, not trying to blow up the rack, but this gives Atisha a floater that he needs. Vertisil is valid, and that plays through the eye that was just opened out in space, and very quickly it looked like Atisha was like, is there something here? If he finds this, oh, what an amazing find that would be. Man, that would flip the game around for sure.
Yeah, I do think
there we go. Wow. Sorry, amazing.
Yeah. Nice. I mean, I think the thing about Vertisil is that you have to be sure of all the different spellings, right? I mean, there's so many different spellings for this, like vertical, vortical, like all kinds of permutations, and verticil is one of them. And yeah, Jeremy gives him the 5 points for it. Perfectly acceptable challenge as well. Now Jeremy's probably thinking to himself, like, why did I open the eye? Like, but it's no time to do all these regrets. No time.
Yeah, that's a huge, what a huge swing in Atisha's favor, and it's gotta hurt. You just gave him the letter he needed. Without that I, Atisha's options were terrible, frankly. But you have to shake it off. Wayman, how does Jeremy do with this sort of potentially tilting experience?
I think he is generally quite composed. I mean, I think that's why he is an IM, right? I mean, he's learned that over the years. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what I can say about him. I think he does come back from quite difficult situations at times. Yeah, but I think in this case, like, he's also probably thinking to himself, like, yeah, like, how do I actually come back from this position? It's it's not the most open board. I have the S, right? But I also have my letters are also not really that helpful. Yeah, and I think you really need to be in the right state of mind to think through this position, right? And actually, one of the choices that he can make is just dumping the F, right? Half and flick, which is a very interesting fish actually in this position. And he decides to go for a longer forums. Also a good play, I would say. What do you think about that?
Yeah, just dropping the F is 27 points. It sets up your S. It does set up a second F. That's unlikely to be of any importance. And it just keeps a really strong lead. EMORSU. You're not going to bingo all the time after that, but you're going to bingo a lot. So I think this was a missed opportunity for Jeremy. He's in a bad position. He's scoring well with forums. He could have scored a little bit better with forms, FRMES, but that keeps the U. So it's probably a wash between those two. And this opens the board a little bit. It just feels like it doesn't score enough more than half to justify the decrease in bingo chances. And look at that terrible draw in response.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is, like, you might not always think of using, well, I mean, keeping the U when you do a fish, right? But actually, the rack of Mauser plus blank, actually, there are quite a few words that might play. And I think especially, I mean, on this board where you need the S, there are actually two decent lines that you can hook the S on. So it's actually really worth considering than just dropping one tile right there.
And dropping one tile was possible for Atisha as well. He could have just played QI to the I inversal for 11, keeping BEOPR blank, which is kind of good. It's balanced. You might bingo next turn. And instead he's going for Quap. It's probably slightly better, although it does open more of the bottom of the board. It blocks the best S hook on the board and keeps a leave that might potentially bingo slightly more. So Quap for 15 is the choice. And now the sad decision. Do you play EUOUAE? You exchange? I mean, whatever Jeremy decides to do, he can't be thrilled.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the option of MEOU, but that, I'm not sure whether that keeps too many vowels, but it does score 18 points. I don't know, like in this case, EOUAE, there are more than one. There's more than one place to play it, I think. But the one that scores 16 points is still also the one that opens the most. So it hooks onto the P of Quap, but it opens the 9-timer lane. So I'm not sure whether Jeremy's in that desperate situation to play that. In fact, the other two lines, like beside both sides of CWM, also very open plays. So personally, I'm actually thinking I might lean towards MEOU.
Yeah, that's a great find, and it's probably worth playing. It scores a little bit more, doesn't open as much danger, and the leave of AENU can turn into a bonus. So that's a great find by you. And it looks like that's what Jeremy's considering. He has OUE separated from the rest of his tiles. So MEOU from the MN forums. Of course, we're not playing that for 7 points from the MN Kum, but Atisha, BER blank, has drawn AIR, and he has bingos everywhere. Brazier plays with licks, plays with it plays with licks, and he has Fire Brat, which was mentioned in the chat, which is an incredibly fun word. And if he spots that, the game is sure to be over soon. So it feels like Atisha's just been getting break after break in these games, and that's one of the ways you win a tournament, Waven. But I mean, he's been playing so lights out, so well. Oh, instead we're seeing Rue. Okay, similar idea.
Yeah, similar idea. Scores a lot fewer points, but maybe he's also thinking that he wants the board to be open, and he wants to have more chances to come back. So he's opening the right side of the board a little bit more. I mean, at this juncture, I think, looking at whatever Adisha's rack, it's going to be quite difficult even if he has a wide open board.
Yeah. So now Adisha, this is an interesting spot. So he probably knows. I mean, I don't know what words he doesn't know, but he probably has seen Fire Brat. And I think that might be the first thing you're looking at, is that F in forums. And there it is, 95 points for Fire Brat. This is highest scoring bonus. And put him up by an insane 150 points out of nowhere. Verticil was just the most unfortunate blow to Jeremy Koo's chances of winning this game. Wow.
Yeah, and you can see, like, Adisha, I mean, his previous play of QUOP as well, I think such a good play as well, because you know that the B and P get a face value score. Oh, he's going for Warbler. Okay, also a very good choice. 92 points, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I was saying that, that play of QUOP, I think breaking up the B and P is so important, giving him so much flexibility on this turn.
Yeah. And he has used the flexibility to the maximum. So 92 for this. Jeremy, looks like his last tile, was the A from last move. So he will be able to respond in turn. Snafood and Undefs on the rack. I think Snafood for 88 points with Quops is pretty much the play here. I don't know if, I mean, this is one of the harder words to spot. I've struggled to find Snafood. It's a word I'm sure that Jeremy knows, but being able to anagram this rack is very important here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he knows the words. I think the question is now, as we were talking just now, is he going to be tilted, to spot it? I mean, right after he plays Skirt, Adisha responds with Verticil, and then 2 turns later he plays Warbler. It's all right. He seems to be playing Undefs. Okay, so maybe not. He hasn't spotted Snafood, or maybe he wants to make it blast the board really open. I think that's an interesting choice. I mean, not sure if I would have done it myself, but I think he really wants to blast the board open.
Yeah, this is probably a miss, but the idea of opening a triple in this situation is a good one. Adisha being up 80 will have to decide in many situations, do I want to block this triple even if I don't have a great play here, or do I want to just play elsewhere and not fall victim to losing to many bingos? So the ways that Adisha can lose, and that's what you have to be thinking about when you're ahead. How can I lose? He can get tripled on. He could also get bonused on multiple times. Most of the time, Adisha's best play is going to be through the S of Undefs because it's such a nice scoring spot, but in the situations where it isn't, it could be a situation where Jeremy draws into a triple and is able to come back.
Yeah, and I mean the thing is, if he does play through the S, the other lines are still all open, right? And I think Jeremy is kind of hoping that things are going to remain open for a while more. That's probably his strategy. In if he did see Unsnuffled and decided on Undefs, that's probably what he was thinking about.
Yeah. So over to Hisha, like we said, 81 points ahead and on turn, a fantastic position. He's had many fantastic positions today on stream. And AIILNPS looks pretty good. First order of operations, do I have a bonus? Answer is no. But again, we're sitting here, we have all the answers. Isha has to do the work himself. How long is he going to take? Maybe looking for something. Board is completely wide open. So many lines to play through. And once he doesn't see something, what play does he make? And Spinal was suggested in the chat. It looks very good. Scores from the S. It's really his highest scoring play available to him. You could also play a little bit shorter and try to get that game-ending bingo next turn. Maybe just play ESI or SIP. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, in this case, the question is, do you think that you're gonna, get a bingo next turn, or do you think that you should start to restrict the lanes a little bit more? I think what Spinal does is it does very slightly restrict the B and the L of Warbler a little bit more than something like maybe SIP or PSI, which would be the fishy plays, would do. But then actually it is not. I think that the interesting thing is it is not a complete block as well, because it also opens up a line for sevens above Spinal. So in a way, like I think that you might score more with Spinal, but there are also some threats with that you have to be careful about.
Absolutely. You're weighing the pros and cons, trying to decide what the absolute best move is. And Isha's been very deliberate, taking his time, thinking through the positions. So I assume he's going to take a little bit longer here, but Spinal, I would play this. I think what's very interesting is normally in these spots where you're up 80 or something like that, you want to keep the scoring pressure on. But on this particular board, once you use up the triple from the S of Undefs, scoring is hard. It's really, there isn't many places on the board where you can score well. So bingo leaves are preferred on a board like this. Getting the next bingo down is really going to decide the future of the game. So it's quite interesting to see this board in this state, because I'm just trying to imagine how you're going to keep the scoring pressure on. The idea of playing 5 tiles is to draw scoring tiles, just continue to keep scoring in the position. But yeah, it's not a great board for that. So I could see going a bit shorter for sure.
Yeah, and the thing is also there is also an unseen blank, right? So, does he think that he should try to increase his chances of picking up the blank as well? I would say in this position, maybe not necessary. I mean, many good tiles unseen as well, and yeah, I might go short here. I don't know, and that's just my gut feel. But Spinal is, I think Spinal is also, it's really close between the two options, and you can see that, he's really thinking through the possibilities.
Yeah, I definitely favor taking the points, but I can see an argument either way. For Jeremy, he just has to wait and see what happens. He's hoping that S stays open. We can score, maybe play Yeast or something, but that's not happening. Probably looking for a plan B. And again, like I said, Jeremy has a Y, but I don't see any great spot for him to score with it. He's going to probably want to get rid of an extra T, an extra E. Just not a great position overall. So Spinal coming down. Is he going to try Spinality? What do you think about that?
Is that a word?
I feel like I've tried it before, and it's not a word. Yeah, it's not a word.
I would not be certain of the word, but yeah, I mean you're right. I mean there could be potential extensions that Jeremy would probably want to think about, and Adisha as well. But yeah, I agree that this Y is not going to be easy for him to manage in this board. He can play something like maybe meaty, but that kind of obstructs quite a few lines that will be useful to him. Yeah,
Oh
it's
man, Adisha's just drawn the blank. This is
yeah.
probably over. Wow. Incredible. Yeah, Meaty, you were saying Engine giving Jeremy a 3% chance of winning in this position after play of Meaty, which is probably correct. Jeremy can score a little bit more. He can play IE next to the NDEAF of Undefs for 33, but that locks the board, keeps 2 Ts. Certainly not worth the score. I think you play Meaty, you hope to bingo next turn, you hope to bingo maybe 2 turns in the future, 3 turns in the future. You're going to need a lot of help to come back in this one. But as we know, it's probably just a matter of time. He doesn't have a bonus right now. Probably have one in the next couple moves. So it's going to take a miracle.
Yeah. I mean, between IE and Meaty, what do you think? Which would you favor? I mean, I would say that IE is really obstructing all the lines on that side. I mean, you still have a possibility of bingo from the F down to the triple word score, but yeah, the score difference 7 points. What would you do in that? Would you give up the 7 points?
Yeah, and actually, the play that Jeremy has lined up, the Engine suggested as an alternative, Yeti plays on top of the AL of Spinal, and it does pretty much the best you can do at not inhibiting the board, leaving the DEA of Undefs mostly untouched, leaving all those floaters and Warbler untouched. So, and the ATE leave very strong as well. So for a 5-point sacrifice, might be worth doing. Meaty is 26, Yeti is 21. We'll see what Jeremy decides. This is a very strong play. And no bonus for Hisha. He's got 5 vowels, but he has that S blank, ES blank, incredibly powerful combination. And he has a pretty decent way of balancing the rack and scoring points. Just play Moai from the M of Forums, scoring 18 points, blocking the double doubles through the D, keeping EIS blank, being extremely likely to bonus next turn. I don't think there's anything better than that move, Waven.
Yeah, I mean, I think basically anything that dumps 2 or 3 vowels should be pretty good in this situation. Yeah, he does. I mean, there is another S unseen, I think. Yeah, from the stream, and yeah, I mean I was thinking whether he can do something like Obia, but there's really not much point in doing that. So just do MOAI. I think he has many lines for bingo. So in this juncture, I think it's really about balancing. Um, you can maybe even play something like Idoi or Oidia. I would say MOAI probably slightly better than those options. Yeah, but I think it's really going to be quite hard to catch him right now. I mean, now that he has the blank and he has many turns that he can actually play through this rack a few turns, right, and still get a bingo, and he's really a commanding position. Yeah, so I don't think his lead is under threat at the moment. I must say that actually another advantage of MOAI as compared to Idoi or Oidia is that those two plays actually open uh, more lines for sevens, which Disha might not want to do. Uh, so MOAI actually keeps things a little bit more controlled. Um, yeah, so maybe that's an advantage as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. You basically just want to put a cap on it as soon as possible if you're Atisha. You don't want to leave all those lines open, get bonused on multiple times. So choosing a play that's going to try and get there as soon as possible. Moai might be worse if there are lots more vowels to come, but out of 29 unseen tiles, there are 12 vowels. A pretty good balance in favor of consonants is what Atisha wants to draw after playing off 3 vowels. Oidia and I like they might do a better job long term of blocking the board, but immediately he's giving back a lot of space for 7s, as you mentioned. So we'll see what he finds. I mean, the play of Miu earlier instead of Roue for Jeremy seems to have been a miss. That is a kind of a bizarre scoring spot from the M and forums, trying to look for like three vowels going past the M. So it looks like Io is the play. Definitely a miss, I would say, of Moai. I think if he saw that, he would play it. But this is a very strong play as well, keeping the strongest possible bingo leave.
Yeah, I think in this position, I mean, just as long as you play 2 vowels, at least 2 vowels, I think, I think however you do it, I think it's probably gonna give you a bingo next turn. Yeah, and I think the only maybe chance of you losing is if Jeremy bingos multiple times, like maybe 3 times in a row or something. It's still not impossible. Yeah, and I think yeah, so I guess Adisha just has to watch out for that possibility.
Not anymore. He's in the clear. He's drawn 2 consonants, but yeah, this game's gonna go to Adisha, and he's gonna be at least he's gonna definitely be 4 games above Jeremy after this win, but maybe 5 depending on if Hubert won or is going to win his game. Isha might be 5 games clear of world number 3, Hubert Wee. I think he's world number 3. So what a performance so far. Obviously, still 10 games after this one before the champion of the KSSA Indian Open 2026 is crowned. But hard to imagine Tisha losing so much steam after this win that gonna lose. But anything can happen, and it happened similarly last year as well. So Tex is the play for 20, trying to just keep a bingo leave, try to bingo multiple times. This makes sense. It's not going to work though.
Yeah, and I think just to add, I mean, you look at Adisha's play over all these games. He's been on stream like basically every game. Yeah, and the thing is, he's just playing so well. Yeah, I mean, I think given how he's playing, it will take a lot of yeah. I mean, his opponents will have to be very, very lucky for him to just have to lose his advantage at this juncture. I think, yeah, it's so he's really showing the world, right, what he can do. And yeah, I think I saw that he was also registered for Causeway, right? So I'm also excited to see what he will do at Causeway. I haven't signed up for Causeway yet, and I'm really kind of afraid to sign up right now, looking at what Adisha's doing.
Yeah, so Fabrials is coming down. That's a blank R. A couple of points left on the table. Vidalias and Anviles to do the D of Undefs or 94, but I mean, it really doesn't matter at this point. And Jeremy is holding because if this isn't a word, obviously it needs to come off the board. If there's any chance that this is invalid, that's Jeremy's only chance to win the game. But even so, Ahisha has bingos everywhere. Even if this comes off the board, which it won't because it's a word, this is enough for Ahisha to win for sure. Rough stuff, but amazing play from Ahisha. He's playing so well, like you said, and drawing pretty well. Yeah, he's going to accept 413 to 244 is the current score. ADDEGNT, Jeremy to act. It's all academic from here.
Yeah, I mean,
No bonus.
yeah, I do feel for Jeremy. I mean, I guess, you know, Gert might have been a slight, slightly suboptimal, but you know, looking at what happened after that, like Vertisil, Warblier, Febrals. Yeah, I mean, sometimes right, when you look at what happens after you make a slight mistake, like, did he deserve that? Like, it's a hard question to answer.
Yeah, I do think that I think the big moment was actually the play of forums. If
Uh,
Jeremy had just played off the F, drawn into a bonus, maybe he draws the second blank. We know that Adhisha already had the first blank at that point. So looking back, it's very important to approach games that you lose, that you feel like, what did I do wrong, with a growth mindset. Is there anything I could have done differently that would have changed the outcome? And there are many plays. The Gert play was interesting. The Hent play was interesting. The forums play was interesting. There are many lines that Jeremy could have taken in those positions. So doing that allows you to recognize that, okay, well, maybe if I played better, maybe if I made slightly better moves, I would have won the game, rather than just say, well, I mean, I just got luck box, which is what most players end up determining in a game like this.
oh, that's a very good point, and I mean, that mindset is so important. And yeah, I guess that's also probably why you did well at the at the recent NOLA Open tournament. How was your experience at that tournament, by the way? Just asking.
Oh, it's a great tournament. It's definitely a bucket list tournament for those that haven't attended. New Orleans is such an incredible city. Most of the reason to go is really just to experience the city, but the tournament is so strong. So many top North American players attend that tournament every year. And man, I got very lucky. So I can sort of see myself a little bit in Nisha's shoes. I mean, he's a lot younger than me. He's better than me. But yeah, it feels great to take down such a strong field. We of course don't want to jinx it for the young fella from Sri Lanka, but yeah, I think such a strong competition, and just taking that down and being up by 4 games over players like Hubert Wee, Jeremy, it has to feel good. It has to feel great.
Yeah. I mean, I I have won tournaments before, but you know, being in such a position, commanding position, 4 games ahead of the field, I, yeah, not many memories of this. And I think, yeah, to have the composure to play each move and each game, with so much. Oh, what's he doing? Okay, he's playing. Oh, he's hooking on Rowan. Maybe that's a good find. Yeah. Uh, yeah. No, that yeah. Actually, that's probably what he was thinking when he played the ROUE just now as well. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm just talking about that composure and really just playing each move, finding the best play, and yeah, letting the I guess the 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 luck of the draw do the rest.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a good way of putting it. So both players at around 4 minutes, 7 tiles in the bag. Adhisha is up 150 points. Just got to make a couple moves. I think a very logical move here is just Adobe through the D of Dang, blocking the R of Warblier for the highest scoring possibilities, keeping a balance of ENO. You can also play Adobo in the same spot, but no need to keep 2 E with 3 more to come. So probably something like that is what he's going to do. If it were me, I would have already played it, but of course, he should very deliberate, always taking his time, trying to find the best move, and most often he does. So it's just great to watch. It's great to watch a new generation come in and just stomp on the older generation wave, and I know we're all in awe. We're all kind of worried about having to play this guy at
I'm worried,
future
yes.
tournaments. But, you think about it. Um, this means the Scrabble is alive and well,
Yes.
especially in Asia. I mean, so many strong young players have seen a rise in recent years, and I mean, I'm very happy to see it, honestly.
Yeah, and this I think the fact that Adisha is just he's thinking so much about this move even though he is ahead by so much. I mean, just really shows how careful he is. He's permutating through the options, oboe, adobe, adobo, even something like baboon maybe, blocking off more lines. I'm sure he's thinking about all of those options, and yeah, he is going for a defense-minded play, oboe. Probably thinking that the next turn he might even do something on the rest of the lines. Uh, Interesting choice, but but you can really see where what he's thinking about when he makes these choices. So a bit of a point sacrifice, but totally understandable.
Yeah, it's a curious choice. If it was a closer game, I'd look closer into it. But yeah, oboe does block a lot of the lines on the bottom of the board, and sets up some scoring potential next to the O. Jeremy, 3 tiles in the bag. Will he empty the bag and potentially get bingoed on? Seems like Anisha, maybe the reason to play Adobo is or the reason to play oboe is just to go for another bonus. That was the best leave he could have kept. So will Jeremy empty the bag? Will he play 2 tiles, 1 tile, play Yod for 30, just Yo for 22 in the spot that was just opened?
Yeah, he must be quite worried right now, looking at the unseen letters. So many possible bingos. But at the same time, how much of it can you actually control? Like it's quite it's so many lines available. So instead of playing YODE beside oboe, I mean you can also do YODE beneath warbler, which will actually block quite a few lines. I don't think it's a full block because there's still the D of Undeaths and the R of Warbler that uh, might still be possible to bingo through. But yeah, he is going for DD, which is quite a good block as well, I think. Leaving everything, I mean, closing off everything but the B. Good choice by Jeremy.
Yeah, this is a great choice. Just showing why it's important, even when you're losing a game, to try and make the best move. Jeremy noticing the danger lurking in the pool and deciding to block as much as he can in one move. It's going to save him in the long run. It's going to save him a lot of tournaments. Just by as much as possible, he's minimizing his losses. And it's great to see. It's great to see not losing your composure in a game like this one.
Yeah, and
it's also great to see losing your composure, as we saw last game.
yeah, and he's also blocked off answer rhyme through the R. One of the high probabilities words that's not always the easiest to see, but I'm sure Adisha would have spotted it very quickly. But yeah, good choice of DD right there.
Yeah, and with 45 seconds left, it appears like the best move is pretty much impossible to find unless your name is Nigel Richards. M1, so making ROUENS AE and DA, EAS overlapping the DAN of dang was the best play. for some reason. Oh, because it sets up INDENE through the D. But instead, we're seeing Dine with 18 seconds left. Reasonable play for sure. Jeremy's best play is to play Router from the Aura forums. He has around 2 minutes. Try and spot that. 4 points better than the rest of his options. Hisha will be going out next move for sure with EANS. But yeah, what to say? I mean, Wavin, it's just been such a pleasure watching Hisha play. I've seen him play before a couple of times. He's did so well. Youth championships. He was doing really well at Worlds. So it's great to just be on Adhisha watch for this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, we've seen his results. I think in tournaments, World Championships and World Youth Championships, at this KSSA Indian Open previous years as well. But I think this is one of the first times that all of us get to see, like, and not only one game, right? It's like so many games, and he is playing rock solid. Yeah, really, like one of the definitely everybody can tell why he is on stream, and finding such good plays, controlling the board so well. And I think that, yeah, we will see more of him. I think the next game, I don't know, I heard something about it being Marlon on stream, but not too sure. Yeah, but it's going to be so nice to watch. Yeah, more games from Adisha. And yeah, we'll see whether the competition catches up to him.
Yeah, that's all we can do is wait and see if that'll happen. There is going to be a lunch break of around an hour after this game. Hubert did win his game against Marlon, so Hubert's still 4 games behind Adhisha. But there will be, I think, how many more rounds? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 rounds after lunch, commentated by Rahil and Hridai, as well as Wasim later on. So super awesome lineup of commentators and of players. If we get to see Marlon on stream, we live for these sorts of things, right, Wavin?
Yes. Well, I think Marlon also was one of the players that defeated Adisha the previous day. So
Mm-hmm. Oh, we're gonna get an interview, Wavin, with Jeremy. Hey, we can.
hi, Jeremy.
Good to talk with you. How are you feeling after that game? Uh, I mean, there are a few interesting positions. You didn't miss anything massive. Unless did you see Snafood on the Undef's turn? Yeah, yeah. I figured you saw it. It was conscious. But no, it was a great game. Both of you played really well. It was just that Gert turn. I wonder how you felt when Vertisil came down. Did you feel like, oh no, I just gave this to him? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wabin, what do you have any questions like about other plays that were made?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about like ROUE. I mean, later on we saw that you tagged the N behind it. Was that originally your plan when you played that? I mean, there were other options available as well. That's maybe scored a little bit more. Were you thinking about that? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So we're getting word that the viewers can't hear you, but we can translate what you're saying into English. Even though you're already speaking English, we can translate it. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we can troubleshoot that. But yeah, echoing a lot of what we said, Gert opening the I for himself, Rue opening the N hook, Undef's conscious choice to open the triple triple at a very large deficit. Um, yeah, there was a couple of there were many interesting turns actually. A hint. Did you consider ARGH in that same spot? That was a potential alternative we were looking at.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, a hand does score pretty well, so I mean, it's quite a good play. Yeah, the G and R maybe not as synergistic as NET, but there's a score difference as well. So I would say the two plays are quite close.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, really, honestly, there was the one turn that we really were curious about is the forums turn, Jeremy, where you could have just dropped your F for 27. Was that a consideration of yours? Half and Flick, keeping the pretty strong six tile leaf? Okay, so you would have done that if you'd seen it. Yeah. Yeah, we like that.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah. You're bringing a decent amount. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's just the eye draw, I think.
Oh, there's quite a few, right? There's A I O. Yeah, mouse.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so a few possibilities. But yeah, I mean, I think the simulation, you probably need a simulation for that. So
Yeah.
Eurozone.
Mhm. Yeah, but honestly, like very, very strong play it doesn't really reflect the result of the game. Sometimes that's just how it goes. So now you're 4 games behind Adhisha. Do you think anyone's going to be able to stop him? Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah, but are
10,
you are
10
you
rounds, I think. I think it was at least briefly, but in any case, we're gonna let you get to lunch. But it was really great to talk to you, and I'm glad you're at this tournament. I hope you're having a good time. Do you have anything to say about people that might be considering playing the KSSA Indian Open? Is this a tournament that should be on everyone's bucket list? You get your money's worth. All right. Well, thanks, Jeremy. I'm sure you'll get to talk to Waben soon. Sorry for taking up most of the questions. But I
No
hope you have a
worries.
good, nice provided lunch. And great, good luck down the stretch. Hopefully, I'll be able to commentate more of your games. I'll be on tomorrow in the final throes of the tournament, and I'll be rooting for a comeback to make it interesting. But yeah, good luck the rest of the way.
All right. Thank you, Jeremy.
Okay, that was Jeremy Koo, who just lost a somewhat pivotal game to Adisha. But like I said, lots of rounds to go, 10 more rounds to go. Who will try to catch Adisha Disanayake? It's going to be very interesting to watch. 5 games after lunch. I think lunch is going to be finished in around an hour. We'll have 5 more games for you all. Until then, I'm gonna be saying goodbye. I think Waven as well. But it's been an absolute pleasure. This tournament is amazing. Stream is fantastic. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Like, subscribe. Make sure you follow the KSSA YouTube channel in the description. And yeah, send your love and send your comments. Waven, anything left to say?
Yeah, I just want to thank the organizers for really putting together such a good tournament year after year. And I think this year, definitely with the stream, sharing this great tournament with the world. And yeah, I mean, thanks Josh as well for co-commentating with me this time. Yeah, it's been a great experience watching and being able to share um, this fun, great game with everybody. And yeah, so we'll be back soon. Catch you in about an hour or so. So from Josh and I, we're signing off. Yeah, we'll take a break.
Oh, one last thing. One
Thing-
last thing. Waybin, you should plug yourself in the chat. Waybin's been running tournaments, streaming tournaments. Everyone should subscribe to all the YouTube channels. And that's about it. Okay, guys. See you soon. Have a good lunch. Have a good night. Have a good day. That was good. Thank you, Sid. All right.
Thank you.
Bye
Thank you,
bye,
Sid.
guys.
Hey Sid, thanks for having us.
Hi, Sid. It's great to be here.
Awesome. Okay,
Okay,
right. Okay,
sure thing.
hey Rahel, welcome.
Hey, Hriday, great to be here.
Likewise, I think we'll be starting in the next 10-15 minutes.
Yes, and it looks like it's turning into the Adhisha show. He's been dominating from the top, and I've been catching some of his games on stream, and I think he's been pretty formidable. Some great spots all throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, he's has he never been on table one? He's, I think, consistently delivered, and he's been almost impossible to beat by the look of things.
Yeah, I think from somewhere around the start of day two, he's been pretty much on top and just led from the front. Last round, if I'm not mistaken, he's built up a four-game gap,
Wow.
so he seems very keen on wrapping this up as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's going to take a mountain to beat Adisha given the form, and I think he's drawing well, so it's a lethal combination.
Yeah, I think in a way he's making sure that we don't miss Nigel at the tournament. Someone's representing and doing the things that Nigel usually does.
Yeah, I mean that's a top this feat for somebody to be that far ahead, and with what 10 games to go or 9 games to go, I think.
Yeah, I believe it's nine more games. But yeah, I mean, the quality of the field, like you rightly pointed out, we have, former world champions, a few people in the top 10, quite a few from the Indian top 10 as well. So
Hmm.
it's a really, really competitive field. And for Adisha to dominate in this fashion is definitely quite impressive.
Absolutely, I think I've played him a couple of times, and I got a flavor of what the youth contingent brings to the table. And yeah, I had a good game last time. I think he beat me by 5 points, and I was like, this guy is definitely taking Sri Lankan Scrabble to the next level.
Absolutely, I think really great point that he's one of the younger people, and to see someone at such a young age show such tremendous promise just bodes well for the game and for the future of Scrabble going forward.
Yeah, definitely. I think there was a 10-year-old on stream, Nathan. That
Nathan Tan, indeed, yeah.
Yeah, so good signs. Is he related to Michael? Is he Michael's son? Not sure. Not sure.
Uh, Michael's a tang.
Money. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Thanks. All right, hello and welcome to this round 23 game. It's going to be Adisha and Jeremy once again. Hi, Rahil.
Hi, Hriday. Definitely excited to be here. It's shaping up to be a really great tournament, and we have the top two players facing off again for the second round in a row. So we have Adisha Disanaike of Sri Lanka and Jeremy Koo of Singapore.
Just wondering
And
what's it going to take to stop Adisha in this form? He seems to be on a roll for the longest time.
yeah, I think Adisha has been, making the most of the opportunities that are coming his way. He's been really clinical, not missing bingos, finding the best play in end games, just putting all the right steps. Perhaps Jeremy would hope for a little bit of luck going his way. He's quite a formidable player himself, and I think with the right tiles, he should be able to stop the Adisha show.
All right, I think the players are ready, and it should be Adisha to go first. Really looking forward to this. Adisha has a 4-game lead at this point, and Irfan is also inching closer to table one, so it should be a exciting finish to this KSSA Indian Open.
Absolutely. I think one of the marquee events of the year in the Indian calendar. And we've seen a lot of players come here and test their mettle, establish themselves as true greats of the game. And I think Adisha is on that mission as well. So I think the players have shook hands and the timer's on. Let's see what Adisha has picked.
All right, so we are underway. Quite a decent pickup so far. No sevens on this, I believe.
No sevens indeed. In fact, the best that he could do is a five-letter word.
Would you play shorter this turn? Would you play something like HIE, or would you go for the 5-letter play?
HI definitely has merit as well. It does keep a nice leave of RIPE, which has good chances of maturing into a bingo.
And Jeremy is drawn into tangibly, so if Adisha were to play HIE, that's going to come down right away.
Indeed, indeed. So I think any play from Adisha's side, he would want to get rid of one of the eyes. He's found the top play of Hairi, scoring 24 points.
And look at that double double that's going to go down almost instantly for a monster bingo. Jeremy takes the early advantage this one.
Indeed, Jeremy was all set with his guns loaded, and I think he couldn't have asked for a better spot for his bingo, scoring 106 points.
Oh, massive.
Jeremy's not gone for the bag yet. Oh, there he is. Okay, so
Oh, that's the first blank on Adisha's rack.
indeed, he has a few good options through the E or
Patinate.
even something. Yeah, patinate. Patinate was the one that jumped out to me. Adisha has been spotting them, and I would be surprised if he misses this one.
He also
An
has
easier
Pianet.
option. Sorry.
Sorry, he has Pianet as well through the E of Hairi.
Correct. That's the other word in the same set of tiles. I think the highest scoring one puts the P on the double letter score, and that's a pretty high probability word that he should be able to spot. There are two words that play with the P at H4.
Is that tin plate? I think I see tin plate.
Tin plate is one, and tryptane is the other one. It's good without the E as well. So I'm sure Adisha must have studied these words, and I think at this point he's just evaluating what the best one is. He spots
Okay.
PNet.
All right, so he's come right back into this and game on with a blank as an E.
Indeed, 80 points. Yeah, not pretty good. I think minor difference of 6 points. But I think for putting the T on the top triple would invite more dangerous plays. So probably a slightly defensive option as well. So this one definitely has a lot of merit.
Jeremy can play something like XU parallel to the A of Pianet. Not a great leap though, but I think XU seems like one of the candidate plays. Is there anything that's better that probably turns over more tiles? Not seeing one.
Me neither. I think with XU he is going to need a couple of turns to balance his rack and get to a bingo.
In case gone for Ibex, that scores slightly more. It's a
Yes,
nice choice.
Ibex definitely the best play, 45 points. What do you think about something like EAUX, playing onto the triple parallel to the Y of tangibly? The difference of 12, 13 points, but probably a better leave of AGI.
Not too sure actually, because G is not a great keep, but if I'm scoring 45 with the duplicate A, I think the G is softened a little. So I think with Ibex, the only problem is the V front hook for Ibex, which is still lurking in the bag, which Adisha could easily have. I think if I see Ibex, I definitely would play, and also it keeps the floaters of Pianet open. So I think it's a marginal call, but if you want to go for a better leap, a point sacrifice of 10 points generally makes sense. So I think those two choices seem quite close.
Yeah, I think the point difference just validates the play more than anything else here. So now with Atisha on turn, he has two A's. I think I'm missing one just off of screen.
Yeah.
DHRRY.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the last tile is, but
I think with the Y in play, the obvious hotspot next to the N stands out.
he'll be looking to play a 4 or 5 letter play, which gets the Y triple twice. Not sure what he's lined up. Do you see any 8 letter plays that I'm missing?
I don't think he has a bingo here.
He can play ARY at the very least for a decent
Yeah,
score.
ARY undoubles is A and R, and 31 points. I think is a good response to stay in touch with Jeremy.
Jeremy himself has drawn decently after the clunky leave of AAGU. It's going to help him next turn. Adisha spending a while on this turn. Besides ARY, I'm not seeing that many great options. One option is playing something like Harry through the eye of Pianet, which scores quite well, I think 27 points.
Yeah, I think the way Adisha has set up his rack, that is another one that he's considering. Difference of 4 points, but definitely gets both of those heavy tiles, the H and the Y off the rack. RAD could mature into a bingo pretty quickly.
And if Adisha chooses to play Harry, Jeremy will play something like Quay, left of Tangibly, for a huge 50-point score.
Indeed. So Adisha, I think a theme of his games in this tournament have been about thinking long and hard on the early few moves. And he is really considering how to get out of this tricky rack so that it sets him up well for the mid game that's coming up.
Absolutely, because it's early doors and you don't want to make any suboptimal plays which could sort of swing the advantage your opponent's way. So he's thinking hard on this turn, and rightly so. Jeremy has a slender lead. So have you played any of these players, Rahil, and how's your experience been playing somebody
So
like an Adisha?
I have played Adisha a couple of uh, tournaments. I would say probably about 3 to 4 games over the last 5 to 6 years. I think back in the early days, probably it was a little bit in my favor, but I think Adisha has really grown leaps and bounds since, and my last couple of encounters have gone his way, and I think he's become quite formidable at the world stage. This performance is definitely not not an anomaly. He's definitely been a consistent performer for quite a few years now.
I agree. I've played him a couple of times and I've not had a win over him just yet. And Jeremy is a formidable player himself, so it's great to see a youngster performing the way he is. Interesting, he's gone for Raya, which I did not spot right away.
Yeah, with the blank and 4 SS to come, Adisha has elected to go for the second best move suggested by the engine, which is also the highest scoring play on the board, 33 points. Yeah, I think at this point he's just focused on tile turnover and possibly drawing, the V for Vibex because that would be a big score. And
Gets a challenge.
Jeremy has decided to challenge Raya, but that comes back all good. So that high scoring play made even better with an extra 5 points.
And also takes out Jeremy's Quay potentially, which means he'll have to think a little harder this turn.
Absolutely. So that's 5 new tiles for Adisha, and now it's over to Jeremy. He has some options through the I of Pianet or the A of Raya.
You can play something like Quag through the A of Raya at the very least.
Quag would be good, but leaving himself with a leave like AADI is going to really slow him down.
I don't think there are any 5-letter plays beginning with the N of Pianet. He has Equid through the E, but again, the duplicate A is an uninspiring leave, so it's going to be
Indeed, yeah, I think Equid just does not justify the double A leave. So it's there are options that would allow him to balance, but giving too much away, like for example, say Quay in row 3,
yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Aqua in column D, parallel to the Y of tangibly, but with the hooks of S and E possible. He would think before making such plays. He's lined up Quag on his rack, but I don't see a natural spot where that would fit.
I quite like Quay. At least it splits the duplicate A, and although it opens up the triple flank, you really need to have a U to sort of cash in on the floating Q in the triple flank. He might be tempted to play something like Quay.
There is a better balancing play of Quag up at row 7, but that just puts the Q to the word square and just invites a heavy hitting play.
Okay, so he's opted for the.
He's gone for the option of dumping the Q right away.
I
Would
quite
you
like that.
believe Engine's top choices actually favor keeping the Q and playing something like Aga or Dag in column C?
Wow, interesting. I did not consider that, but yeah, I think when you keep the Q on your rack, especially the leave of QU will always be synergistic, and if your opponent doesn't take out that floating R, you could have something like Choir coming down next turn. So I think playing AGA and keeping the QU with especially the floaters of PNet open, there is enough merit, and something like unique through the N of PNet could be a potential play. If you draw,
Indeed, right. There are hotspots for him to cash in the queue a turn later. But yeah, Quay definitely a good choice. Gets that clunky queue off the rack and allows him to go for a bingo. Meanwhile, we have the rack of double DE IONR with Adisha,
he has a bingo coming down, I believe. Trendroid fits through the T. That's what he's going to play.
and he spots it right away.
Great play. I think Adisha's consistent spotting this tournament has been mighty impressive, and just illustrates how far the youth have come over the years. This board is wide open.
Absolutely, lots of triples open for the taking. And with that, Jeremy now has to think a little hard to see if that D gives him an opportunity to deliver a mighty blow with a triple triple.
I see Gladys right away through the triple triple, but not a 9 timer. Not sure. I have to probably look harder, but Gladys is one option. He would be looking at the end of Trendroid for a potential double double that seems likely. I think Danglier is one option which probably does that. Yeah, Danglier would be a double double scoring over 80 points.
Indeed, Danglier is one of two options that plays for a 4 timer.
He could also play something like Pillaged through the P of Pianet, which scores quite
Another
well.
high scoring option. Yes, that scores about the same as the 4 timer, 86 points.
I think Pleading will be slightly better because it doubles the D, and
Indeed, the
Pleading.
highest scoring play is pleading. But I think if I were in Jeremy's shoes, I would pause and rather than just jumping on the obvious words that are on offer, I would take a few minutes and think about opportunities through the D.
Absolutely. And he has a lot of time, so it's imperative when you have that much time and there is a possibility of taking a lead, especially against somebody of Adisha's caliber who's been in that form. You have to hold on to every opportunity and ensure that you're not missing anything.
Absolutely. I think the hallmark of good players at the top level is that they spot moves really quickly, but then they spend the time and think about all the different options that are available, making sure that they're absolutely not missing anything before settling on a play. And Jeremy's doing just that, doing his due diligence. With a blank, it definitely gets a little trickier as he has to cycle through the entire alphabet to find and to confirm that he's not missing anything.
Yeah, it's important to be methodical. It's so easy to sort of get carried away and be excited that you have bingos, but when you have one, you should look for another one and see that you're cashing in on the most optimal play. So Jeremy rightly spending his time looking for the best play. Nadish has drawn the V for Vibex, so he might probably hold on to that for a big 40-point play next turn.
Indeed, I think Adisha's definitely not out of it, and Jeremy furiously scribbling away, trying to find any alphabet that gives him a triple triple.
So I don't think there is a triple triple. Is there? Can you just?
There isn't. There
isn't,
isn't. But yes, we have the benefit of the computer at our fingertips, and in the heat of the game, you definitely doubt yourself, and rather, I think you just reach into the deepest corners of your mind to make sure that you are not missing something. And Jeremy's just spending the time that he has. I think we've already played like a quarter of the game, and he definitely has time to invest and find his best play.
And since I've played with both Adisha and Jeremy, I know they can play fast when the situation demands. So I think the time is not a factor just yet. Still 56 tiles unplayed. And this is a crucial juncture of the game with just 20 points separating the two players.
Absolutely. I think, yeah, the right move here really sets up the tone for the rest of the game. Jeremy would again go about 50 points ahead if he finds any of the top plays that score more than 80 points. But then it also impacts on the shape of the board, whether he chooses to go for the four timer or whether he finds pleading in the top row.
And with the X already played, I think leading would not be a risky play at all. If the X was unseen, then settling for a slightly lower score would still make sense if you want to be cautious.
Indeed, yeah, I think putting a vowel next to a triple letter score is something that players think long and hard about. But given that the X is already out, I think it's not a major concern for Jeremy right now.
I'm sure Jeremy's found a couple of options. It's just about eliminating the possibility of a 9 timer and just pulling the trigger on one candidate play. He has
Yes,
two,
I
three
think
options.
he's just evaluating the options that he does have at hand. But I am pretty sure that we will see a bingo coming down. It's just a question of which one it will be.
Right. So Jeremy should be taking a slight lead after his bingo, and Adisha has a clunky rack to sort out himself. So this game is poised quite nicely. I think he's going for. He's finally found one play that he's confident of. I'm not sure what he's lining up though. Yeah, I think he's going for Gladys.
Indeed, he sees that D as the most volatile opening in the board and wants to shut that down promptly. That's his thought process.
But he's lined up leading now, so I think
Now he's seen pleading and probably seeing that the score difference merits not being defensive and just taking the high score. And indeed, the best play of pleading comes down.
right. So back to Adisha now. He needs to split the F and the U, which are two of the clunky tiles on his rack. He can't play something through the Q without burning the S, but that's something that he wouldn't want to do at this point. The D of Trendoid, can he play something through that? Not sure there's something great on offer.
So he does have 40, 45 points on offer parallel to hooking onto Ibex.
Oh, he has Fovist on his rack, but that's unplayable on this board.
Indeed, no easy S hooks available. And even though he has the U, there are no opportunities to cash in on column A.
I think he can play something like Whiff does through the D for a decent score. That's one option I've seen that splits up the clunkiness on this rack. VIFDAS plays through the D of Trendoid.
That would be a strong play as well. I think most of the candidate plays for Adisha require him playing off the S right now.
And that's what he's lined up.
He's lined up Viftas for 42, which is 3 points less than the best play of Vatus or Vouts, but definitely a defensive option to ensure that the opponent does not get a heavy hitting play on the D. The Z is still available, the J is still out, so there are a few heavy hitters that could get a close to bingo score.
I also like Viftas because it keeps the U as an insurance for your Q, which is still available for a 45-point play next turn. So I think I quite like Vifta, even though it's a slight point sacrifice. Would you still go for Viftas, or you take the extra 3 points?
Viftas definitely has merit in terms of being a defensive play. Vouts and Vatus also opens up the possibility of being hit by the Z or the J in column B. So Viftas definitely has a lot more defensive merits. For 3 points, I think it definitely uh, definitely merits playing through the D. Another important points that I've seen in chat is that he would hold on to the U if he plays Viftas, and then he could follow up with a heavy hitting play in column A.
Yeah, I quite like Viftas, and especially when you can sort of minimize your risk appetite. An easy Z point at this stage would just elevate Jeremy's lead. Adisha needs to catch up while ensuring that he can cash in on the floaters on offer and hope to get a big Q play next turn. He's down to 11 minutes on his clock. I just don't like the F I leave after Watts, even though it's 3 additional points.
Indeed, yes. I think holding back the F is going to be a little bit tricky, but with the E of pleading available, I think he should not have too much problem in offloading that for a good score. But yeah, I think all candidate plays at this point would use the S, and Adisha is just trying to evaluate both options. He's definitely seen Viftas and he's seen the hook to Ibex.
It's also a question of risk appetite. Does Adisha want to be extra aggressive and be like, okay, I might just draw the Z myself and put extra pressure on Jeremy into believing that that might be a setup for the Z himself? You could just play some mind games. When you play something like that, it kind of gives your opponent the feeling that you might be setting it up for yourself.
Indeed, indeed. Adisha could put Jeremy on alert with play like Watts or Vatus.
It's down to 9 minutes. I think he has to play fast. Okay, he's going for Watts.
He settles on cashing in on that V hook for Ibex, and 45 points, definitely the highest scoring play in this position.
Yeah, can't fault it for that. Adisha has been consistently finding the best play, and I think with the youth players, you sort of notice that there's not a lot of fear. They just play uh, optimally and sort of put their opponents under pressure. So I quite like the fact that there's no fear sometimes. Not a great pickup for
Indeed,
Adisha though.
absolutely. So with Jeremy now has A, E, E, J, M, and V, and he's cycling through his options. I think there's a very obvious hotspot for the J.
You can play JETE. That's one option. Not a great lead though.
Indeed, JETE is one of the options scoring 38 points, but it opens up the triple for a response from Atisha. There is the A in Pianet, which would be a good spot for playing something like Jam, but Jam leaves him with two E's and a V, which could be tough. There is a nice uh, spot of Java at in column C, which would leave him with MEEN.
Yeah, quite like that one. Doesn't give back much either. So I think Java is a nice option. He could also, okay, he's opting for something totally different, keeping the J.
That is definitely an unexpected move, playing Venom.
I think he
What do
wants.
you think he's setting up his? I don't see a setup there either because the J doesn't play parallel to the E.
No, I think he wants to go for something like Jaded or Jades. He's hoping to draw an S, or knowing that the A of Pianet is available, so he at least knows that if I pick up an O, I can play something like Joe parallel to Watts, or at the very least Jar for next turn. And he's drawn into Jaded, so that's worked out well. And Adisha probably might leave that spot alone. So
Indeed, I think he's opted to keep his options open for the next turn, and yeah, I think he is likely to cash into that. Although I think he could be obstructed by Adisha's play of NEIF in row 4.
yeah, that's a possibility. Adisha would want to get rid of the L and the F this turn.
He has duplicate N's and duplicate I's, so that would definitely be on his list of priorities to sort out.
This is quite a tricky rack. I don't think there's a play which doubles the F through the D of Trendoid, so Adisha is probably going to play something through the A, and that's where he plays Finn. That's quite nice, but Adisha is going to be hit back with Jaded, which is going to give Jeremy that extra cushion. That's a 66-point play, I believe. Almost a bingo.
Indeed, he doesn't spend too much time here. The obvious choice, 66 points.
A bingo lead for Jeremy, which will give him confidence going into this pre-end game.
Adisha decided to keep LINS to get to a bingo faster, with the E of Trendoid and N of Trendoid being good floaters, as well as the S of Wouts.
Oh, that's a rough pickup for Jeremy. Luckily, the O on his rack sort of
At
softens
this
the.
point, we have two of the power tiles on Adisha's rack.
The Z hotspot is still available, but there's still no O for Adisha for a play like so. So
There is the other E hotspot that Jeremy created. So that is somewhere where you could cash in the Z for 50 points.
oh yeah, Z definitely plays. Yeah, that's best easily. And I don't think Adisha needs to think longer unless he wants to keep the Z for another turn, which wouldn't make sense considering there are not too many options with what he has this turn. I think Z definitely keeps him within striking distance. And he just has 6 minutes on his clock, so he needs to play slightly faster, I believe.
So we
33.
have some comments from chat that Venom was the second best simming play. So Jeremy definitely did see the merit in holding on to the J, and rightly he has been able to cash it. So definitely Jeremy displaying top skill in setting himself up and maximizing his score over 2 moves.
And so often we can overlook that aspect of strategy. The JAE leave definitely helped him that turn. Nice score for Adisha. He's within 40 points of Jeremy with Jeremy on turn. He might be tempted to play through the U of Quay, something like curb, maybe.
Yeah, that's one of the options. Club is another one that the engine suggests, but there is one standout play that just solves a ton of problems that Jeremy has with his rack. In column C, he could play all the problematic tiles and have a decent leave given the circumstances.
Can he get rid of both C's this turn? I'm not too sure.
He does if he finds his top play. Uh, he does have the option to do so. Engine suggests Bacco being the
Quite nice, yeah.
standout play.
Okay, he's going for club. I think that's
He's gone
quite
for club, which is the second best play suggested by the engine.
takes out the Q threat, which was open for a while, and any plays reaching the triple would have to be something without a U. That's going to be much tougher for Adisha, who's drawn the W. That's not going to help.
Another interesting play suggested by the engine is in column J, connecting the two E's of pleading and trendoid to play Ekbole, ECBOLE.
Oh, that's quite nice. Yeah, not an easy spot, but it's probably going to split your duplicates and take out that floating E of trendoid, which is probably the most dangerous floater on this board, besides the S. And Jeremy's been rewarded for that play of club. He's drawn into a bingo, I believe.
At this
Rectors.
point, Adisha needs to sort out his rack. He needs an A hook, but it's not available in the right place for him. So he will play another move where he sorts out this rack. I think quite obviously W and K are the problematic tiles that he would look to offload, and there are a couple of options that allow him to do just that.
He's thinking of Welking because Welking is valid, but I'm not sure it takes an S. So is that what his?
It does not. It does not take an S. So
Okay. Oh, he's trying Welking.
it looks like he is.
That's going to come off.
Trying to hook that S.
Wow, that's a huge
Let's
thing.
see if Jeremy.
I think Jeremy will challenge
immediately
that.
Challenges.
Huge moment in the game.
That's a big miss from Adisha.
A rare misstep.
Being stuck with those tiles for
Wow.
another turn while Jeremy finds his best bingo.
He has erectors and secretor through the E of trendoid, and he's found that right away. So yeah, that's going to give Jeremy a even bigger lead, and Adisha finds himself in a spot of bother. Wow. I was not expecting Adisha to phony on stream considering he was playing so flawlessly all this while, but yeah, I think desperate times sometimes
I think more than anything, the ING is always a tricky one to remember if it takes the S or not. And
Yep.
Adisha has fallen into that trap and tried to put an S where it doesn't belong.
If only we had the Nigel Richards software upgrade in our brain, that would sort us for all tournaments, right?
Indeed. So he just does spot the play to get rid of his K and W and sets up a nice lane for himself to hook his S. Meanwhile, Jeremy is on turn, and boy, is that a clunky rack. He has 3 O's, 2 E's, the P, and is that a W?
I can't see the last tile, but yeah, that's a lot of vowels on his rack.
Indeed, two O, three O's and two E's. Jeremy will have to find something like woos through the S of erectors. That probably leaves him with an okay balance of OPE.
Yeah, would you exchange this turn? Because I'm not sure how much does Oo score? Hardly anything, right? Would you consider
Who
exchanging?
scores 16 points? Possibly not. I think at this point, taking out that S hook for cow, because Jeremy is aware that Adisha is holding on to it. So
Right.
Woos definitely has, does block a little bit. Similar thought process. He goes for swoop.
Fair. I think, yeah, you want to get rid of your W and take out that bingo lane. Adisha has a homeless 7 with Wriglins.
Swoop does sim to the top, so definitely, Jeremy has found the best spot.
The P is not in the right place for Sperling, and Adisha has his task cut out.
Indeed, I think Adisha will be forced into yet another balancing play, but he is 134 points behind, and I think at this point, a balancing play puts the game out of his reach, because he would not have the support of the bag to bingo twice. The bag also looks a little bit clunky from Adisha's perspective. 3 E's, 4 U's, 4 O's, and 2 U's.
To play something like Pearl, PIRL, setting up his S, but there's an S unseen, or actually a couple of S's are unseen from his point of view. Or will he choose to open a 9-timer lane? Tough one.
Indeed, there's not a lot of great options for Adisha at this point.
He's
The
struggling
game,
with
I
time.
think, is pretty much out of his reach, and this one will go Jeremy's way.
They're doing a quick score recheck, and yeah, less than 2 minutes on Adisha's clock. He needs to up the ante. Lined up sling on his rack. Pluralizing swoop, I think that's the best scoring play. But the
Indeed,
bag
that's
is
one of few plays that gives him a marginal chance of coming back into the game. He would hope to pick up the other S and possibly so yeah, that's 32 points for Sling, keeping back IR. And now it's over to Jeremy, who still has to deal with 3 O's, despite getting rid of 2 of them in the last turn.
quite a tricky end game coming up. Adisha has drawn fairly well after that play, barring the F on his rack.
So he does have a 7-letter play on his rack. Let's see if Jeremy is able to avoid that and doesn't play into something that gives Adisha his bingo.
There's just one, right? I see Fator as a 7, but there's
That
no.
is the 7, but at this point, yes, it does not play anywhere on this board.
Interestingly, when Adisha played Welkings, if he would have played Welk, Jeremy's bingo, and probably kept him in the game longer. That one misstep proving costly.
Indeed, that back-to-back of 0 and then a 60+ point play from your opponent definitely put him on the back foot. and he would need 2 bingos to overcome the deficit that he's seeing right now.
I found the Venom play most interesting. That was, I think, a crucial moment in the game where he chose to not play off his J, and that paid off immediately next turn.
No, absolutely. I think that was an inspired choice by him.
And there's
With
not much inference, right? When you play something like Venom, you don't anticipate that your opponent has kept a J play through the T of trend, right? It just seems like a rack balancing play.
absolutely, and
Okay, so he's opted to play Lu.
he does find the second best play that the engine suggests, which is Lu. But he's not hit the clock yet. He is thinking a little bit. Yeah, Lu does give the opportunity for a heavy hitting play down to the triple in column H. So he's gone for a slightly defensive option of Ru, sacrificing 6 points, but
I think he's going back and forth.
he's still deliberating.
And he has that insurance of time. He has 4 minutes extra compared to Adisha, so he can take his time. This is an important turn. You don't want to make a misstep, especially when you're in a winning position and you end up proving to make a costly error. So Jeremy should take his time.
Indeed, he is thinking about it and goes for the more defensive option of Ru. This also takes out any opportunity to play a bingo that may fit through the O.
Oh, lovely play of Fuat. That's come down right away. Beautiful. Adisha's not spending any longer on that. I think that's
Yeah, Adisha had lined it up already, and he knew that that's a standout play, and it is unlikely that Jeremy would give him a lane to bingo with his 7 letters. The Fuat comes down immediately for 51 points. And with that, Adisha has the last 3 tiles of the game, RIM. This game is firmly in the bag for Jeremy, who again has to deal with 3 E's.
I don't think he'll mind that once the win is in the bag. Challenging Welkings was the turning point in this game, and finally somebody's gotten a win over Adisha on stream. It's good for the latter half of this game. It makes it more interesting.
Indeed, keeps the tournament wide open and gives Jeremy a fighting chance to catch up to Adisha.
So Jeremy's lineup use parallel to Watts, I believe, making U2. I'm sure he has
There
better
is a
plays.
standout play in the top corner of the board.
You can play Score.
Score is one of them. The other one is the beautiful French word of écurie.
Oh, nice. That's the best play, clearly.
Yeah, so that's a standout play. But at this point, Jeremy just needs to find something that plays and move on. Because Adisha has a couple of spots to go out in. He could play Miri onto the Eye of Sling, or just the rim in column A onto the triple, rim or Mir.
Miri also is one option.
Yeah.
He's gone for
He
use.
plays use with Fuats. Okay, that's 18 points, and yeah, gets to the end of the game. And
Right, so Adisha will go out with,
finds his outplay of Miri.
and there we have it. Jeremy takes this game by over 50 points. Quite a clinical play.
Indeed, I think Jeremy made no missteps. Venom was definitely the standout play that swung the game in his favor.
Yeah.
The players have shaken hands, and that's round 23 in favor of Jeremy and cuts down Adisha's advantage by a little bit.
Right, this has been interesting. I quite liked some of the choices, especially the Vibex play when there was Viftas available and Venom being another one. It sort of gives you an idea as to how top players evaluate choices when faced with multiple options. And usually J is not a good tile to keep, but JAE on that turn illustrated that you can sort of defer your play and sort of fish for something even better. So
Absolutely. I think Adisha rightly spent a good amount of time evaluating that choice to see if there is something better for him, or rather how the game would play out in the case of either choice. So I've got an update from the director that in the next round we will have Adisha on stream again, taking on Irfan Siddiqui from Bahrain. The next round is expected to start in about 10 minutes.
all right, that should be another cracker. Irfan, another formidable player from Bahrain, a good friend of ours, and that should be an exciting game. What's your Ryan?
Indeed, absolutely. And if you've been following Irfan's tournament results in the year, he has definitely hit top form as well. And he would definitely hope to find that same vein of form when he faces Adisha on table one.
Yep, he's been in good form, so I think that bodes well for his confidence. And Adisha needs to be at his best if he has to get over the line.
Absolutely, a little setback for Adisha, but I'm sure that he does have that temperament and composure to shake off this loss, especially given that he definitely played a crucial part through Welkings. So,
Yeah, I think you can't fault him too much. It's just it's almost impossible to have perfect word knowledge. Nigel being an exception, but uh, he's otherwise been clinical in this tournament, and he just needs to shrug off this loss and trust his ability.
no, absolutely, I think there's no shortage of confidence and capability here, and it should be an absolute cracker next game. Let's hope we have an equally engrossing game in the next round.
So I think we'll be starting in the next 5-10 minutes. So
Yeah, so I
thank
will
you
be
for
taking a little break, Hriday. I
sure.
think you can also benefit from, a little bit of a little stretch of the legs.
Yeah.
We will be back before Irfan and Nadisha begin the next game. So see you in a few minutes.
Thank
for the round 24 game. We have Adisha back on stream, and he will be facing off Irfan Siddiqui of Bahrain.
Hey Rahil, and hello everyone. Should be another cracking contest between Adisha and Irfan. Players are almost ready, and we should be starting any minute.
Yeah, I think this game will really test the mettle of Adisha. He's just coming off of a loss in round 23 against Jeremy, and Irfan is no pushover.
Absolutely.
So it will be really important uh, to see how he performs here and how he finishes today. Having a lead going into tomorrow will definitely set him up well for the final stages of the tournament.
Adisha still is 3 games clear of the pack. I believe he's 19 wins, and Irfan is on 16. Adisha going first again? Yeah, that's Adisha start again.
Yes, indeed, Adisha has started to pick out the tiles.
What's your prediction for this one, Rahil?
As a neutral observer, I would definitely want to see something that keeps a bit interesting. But of course, just hoping for an absolute cracker of a game. And there we have the first rack for Adisha.
Kaup is one standout play. COWP.
Is that a P or an R? I don't quite see that.
It's a P, I believe, and it's certainly hidden from you, but I think it's COWP. Irfan has drawn into a bingo himself, so it's going to be a cracking start to this round 24 game. Yeah. There we have the full rack, and Kaup is what
There
Adisha
it
has
is.
lined up.
The P is. So yeah, Adisha considering between cow and cowp. I think those are his two choices. With cow, he sets himself up with the with the P hook, but then PES is going to be a little harder to mature into a bingo right away. Nevertheless, he goes for cowp, and we are underway. Irfan has drawn an obvious choice from the bag, and
He's lined up right away.
one of three options, three words that he can play. Is the only seven-letter word in available to him, and there are two words that play through the C and O of cowp. One is Hatchers and Harrow Seth, but both score significantly less. Definitely Hertz is the top option available to Irfan, and 88 points to him.
Already a wide open board, and Adisha has drawn quite well after that leave of EES. Does he have a 7 on his rack? Probably not.
Not right away, but definitely
Entails through a T, but the T is not in the right
that
spot.
T is indeed that T is just one spot to the right.
You can play something like Yale, YALE, parallel to Hertz.
Absolutely, that's one of the top engine choices as well. The problem with Yale is then he does not have an easy S hook to the right side of Yale. There is another S hook available in Scouts, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But when you're holding on to the S, you want to maximize the hooks you have available on different areas of the board, and Yale definitely blocks that. Another option there is playing something like Yin, YEAN, and making sure that he does have a hook for his S in that column.
Yeah, interesting choice. I think the trouble is whether you retain the L, although L is not the best bingo tile, but how do you want to develop the board so early on in the game? And something like Yale might block the quadrant, but there's still so many floaters available uh, to your opponent and to yourself. So I think I'm slightly leaning towards Yale, but it'll be interesting to see how Adisha is going about this one. And look at the blank
No,
on
absolutely.
Irfan's rack.
I think in a vacuum, you would always want to keep an N over the L. But Adisha, of course, has to think about, especially in this early game where we've seen Adisha being quite uh, deliberate and quite calculated. He will definitely have these thoughts in his mind before he decides his play.
Yeah, Yale is what he's going for, and he's lined up right
Yep,
away.
he goes for Yale, textbook play. And we are back to Irfan, who has drawn the first blank of the game, though with the JF and duplicated E's, he is going to need some time before he can mature that into a bingo.
You can play something like Yote, Yote, or just play OF and how. Uh, that opens up that top right quadrant to an extent.
Indeed, he is looking at EF, holding on to the J.
Yeah, EF slightly better because he has two E's, so that splits the duplicate and keeps the board
Yes,
open.
and yeah, at this point, there are no hotspots available to just dump the J. So, playing the J for a low score like JO still keeps him away from a bingo. So, I think he would go for a more balanced play like EF, and he quickly pulls the trigger on that.
Yeah, perfect play from Irfan. And Adisha is drawn into Duans, which is going to come down right away, making scalps. That's
Exactly. I think that choice of keeping the N over the L definitely paid off for Adisha. He has Duane's, but there's just one spot to play it. It's a question of, is Adisha confident that Kaups takes the S?
I would think so. If he doesn't seek scalps, it's going to be a big miss early on in the game. So he has to be absolutely sure of it. There is the
Yeah, so
T.
I think the miss in the last game of hooking an S where it did not belong might cause Adisha to think a little bit here. Uh, that is the only bingo or anything that scores more than 30 points. That's the only play for him, and definitely brings him right back into the game.
Yeah,
And here you can see him
he's
set
found it.
up the rack. He's seen it.
So from
Again,
your
just
experience, Rahil, I had a question for you. How difficult is it to sort of shrug off a loss where you know you've made a word knowledge mistake, and how does that affect your game going forward? Do you sort of brood on it, or are you managing to sort of shrug it off right away? How do you go about that?
personally, I think I have been in that mindset where one loss leads to a mindset that lead puts you in a zone where you second guess yourself in the subsequent games. But over time, I've realized that these long tournaments of 3 to 4 days require you to treat each game as a standalone event and just kind of put those thoughts out of your mind and just start afresh every game. And over time, I've seen that that approach works. I know that that's how a lot of top players operate, especially the likes of Nigel, who just treats every loss as just another non-event. So yeah, I think that's definitely the right way to go. But of course, we are all humans, and it's easier said than done.
Disha is clearly agonizing over that scalp, so he hasn't plonked down that bingo just yet. Oh, he's not going to play. Wow, it's a key
Yes,
massive moment in the game.
definitely a big miss from his end. So he decides to play one of the top choices, but you know, second by a huge margin. He plays Upo, keeping a nice lead of DEA and S. But what that does is blocks the bingo that Irfan had set up on his rack. He was all set to go with Pejorate,
Wow.
and this has put a damper in his plans. In fact, with this play, even the O of Scalps becomes quite inaccessible to him. So Irfan now needs to think a little bit about what he wants to do in this position.
Rightly so. I think he was not expecting Adisha to play just two tiles through the P, but Scrabble can be tricky sometimes, hard to predict.
Indeed, indeed, it's definitely thrown Irfan off, and he's struggling to find his candidate plays. What would you play in this situation?
Yeah, I'm actually a little torn because there's not much on offer. The R of Hearts is a useful floater, but the J is not going to help this rack. So I'm not seeing something that's scoring a lot. Something like JOE doesn't seem inspiring. It's only scoring 10 points, although it does keep the board open. But yeah, this is a tough one. I would definitely
Indeed.
want to get rid of the J, but I'm not seeing any great ways to do that.
Moreover, I think Adisha's two tile play for just 10 points suggests that he is close to a bingo. So Irfan has to be a little bit careful in how many floaters he opens up or obstructs for Adisha. And I
Yeah,
think he is thinking of Joe that keeps things a little bit tight.
I think Joe definitely better than an exchange here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when your opponent has given you an indication that they are looking to bingo with a two-tile play like Upo, I think it is quite a signal that Irfan is heeding.
And Apo doesn't take an S, so that could also signal to Irfan that Adisha has an N on his rack, and he has ansated as a 7, which is likely to be blocked after Joe.
Indeed, yeah. I think it'll be important to see how Irfan approaches this one. He has a blank, so being overly defensive and blocky also slows him down. But at this point, with a lead of about 50 points, I think he's better placed with
Oh wow, he's
going
chosen
for
Joe.
block. And instead, he's gone for Jor, leaving himself with AEET blank. Uh, Definitely among the top five plays, though it, he is looking to go for bingos uh, with the Scalps hook and the N hook of Upo. But I think this one is going to go Adisha's way. I think we know that Adisha is not going to try Scalps now when he had an opportunity to do so earlier. So we should see and Sated come down.
I think he's again agonizing. I think the merit in playing Joe is that you're taking out the most useful floater and the double word lane. So Joe has some defensive merit and it keeps the board open.
Chat has just pointed out that there is a much better spot for unsated, uh,
Okay, I see.
which
I see it, top right corner.
yes, yes, indeed, column N. Again, I think Adisha is thinking long and hard if Elf takes an S.
Yeah, I don't blame
So
him.
he is agonizing again over the S hook.
And
So
some
he
of
has the obvious 75-point play hooking Upo, or he has the 91-point play of Unsated in column N. So it's a matter of which one Adisha is going to back himself to pick.
If Adisha spots the play at the top right corner, Irfan's going to get a monster X ping of X street next turn. So some fireworks definitely in the offing.
Indeed, I think we are going to see a bingo coming from Irfan. I think the players are going to trade blows, and I think if Adisha goes for his sure sure bet of and stated with a pawn for 75 points.
Interesting. Now he's opened up a
So
nine timer.
that is 70 points. That's 70 points. So he's given up 21 points. He's opened up the D in column O.
Irfan's bingo still plays on this board, so he, at the very least, has X street below the A of unsated. He would be looking at that floating D. I'm not seeing anything right away. Do you see any bingos through the D?
No, there are no bingos through that D. In fact, X Street, as you rightly pointed out, is the only bingo available to Irfan.
Oh wow. Okay.
And similar to the last game, I think Irfan is also going to spend some time, look at that D, and think if there is anything else that he's missing.
Yeah, he's spotted X street, so he
He
does.
does. He's seen X Street, so I think he's been pretty confident that there's nothing that hits that D, and
The only other candidate choice would be if there was a play which doubled the X and retained the blank, but I don't think that kind of play is available this turn. So X street seems pretty straightforward.
the engine also likes playing taxed and holding on to ED blank for another turn with the scalps hook available and a lane for 7 under and sated. It could be a good 1-2 of playing 40 points and then bingoing.
Right. I think when you score 39, 40 points and keep the blank, there is enough upside to defer your bingo because X street does open up some new floaters. But I think in this case, Irfan is likely to uh, play X street.
So there is another bingo that plays through the C that we have missed.
Is it X? Okay, not exciting something, not exactest.
Yes. Exact test is absolutely correct, but again, scores too little and opens up the top and the bottom triple. In the center column, he's pulled the trigger on X Street for 78 points. So that's a good reply to Adisha's bingo, keeping the game tight. And at this point, it looks like Adisha has put Irfan on hold.
He has Wali on his rack, which would play under the X of X street. Yeah, is he going to challenge? Yeah,
Okay,
he's going for a challenge.
Paused and he's going to enter that word into the
Just wants to be
and
sure.
X Street comes back good.
5 extra points for Irfan.
Indeed, an extra treat of 5 points, if I may.
Yeah, you always should challenge if you're unsure. 5 points is not a lot, but a phony on the board can sort of come back to haunt you, especially in a long tournament like this.
Absolutely.
So Adisha has a couple of choices. He can play await through the A of X street, and he can open up another 9 timer by playing something like Wali. I think I quite like Wali. It keeps 80, and there are enough floaters of unsated which might help him going forward.
Indeed, I think Wali has a ton of merit. Uh, it is one of the top choices of the engine as well. Await not too far behind, but there's a score difference of 6 points between Wali and Await.
And look at that draw for Irfan. He's drawn over died, I believe, through the E of unsated, which cannot be blocked. So he has a definite bingo next turn. Adisha cannot block both of them. So some more fireworks. Adisha under some serious pressure.
Adisha's down, and he needs to find not only high scoring plays but also add a little bit more volatility to the board so that he can make a comeback here.
Yeah, Wali with an E also is valid, and I think is opting for a few more
He
points. So
sees, yeah, he takes the 4 extra points, and more importantly, he has set up a lane for himself with the TE. Whereas with just XI, he would have been forced to have an S on his rack. So he definitely chooses the highest scoring play of Whaley.
yeah, I think
And with
solving
that, we should see another bingo coming down. We have
overdied. Yeah, Irfan wasting no time this turn. I think there's not much to think. If you don't see a 9 timer and with duplicate Ds and a blank,
but Irfan has left 13 points on the table by not starting in row 9, row 8, sorry.
that's another hold, is it? By Adisha?
It looks like it. This one is 67 points, whereas he could have scored 80, but I think he did not want to add volatility to the board and give opportunities for Adisha to get a triple triple. So he's just looking to tie this one up early, sacrifice a few points for the greater good.
Yeah, I think a 10, 15 point sacrifice is worth it, especially when you know that your opponent can come back only through a 9 timer and Irfan taking the defensive route this game. Adisha probably thinking of overdied and giving him 5 extra points.
Yeah, Adisha has put him on hold and he is thinking about the word. It must look familiar to him, which is why he's not gone for an instant challenge. And he accepts the play, no challenge. So great display of word knowledge by Adisha as well.
He has Amino on his rack. Does he have a 7? Probably some 8s, but I don't see any 7s. Do you?
No, he does not, but he does
Oh
have
wow,
the
amniotic. A
indeed.
beautiful find.
He does spot his only playable bingo in this position, amniotic, and
That's a great play by
yeah,
Adisha.
I think Adisha spent a lot of time in the early game, but I think at this point he realizes that there's nothing to think about here, and he's just quickly dumped amniotic. And with that, he's again back in striking distance. Irfan is on turn, but he's just 31 points better. So this game is far from over.
Irfan needs a U for armature. I'm not seeing any 7s just yet. The U is on Adisha's rack. This board is wide open still, so plenty of action still to come. Adisha's not
Okay.
out just yet.
So Irfan has seen one of the top choices, which is to play warm and close down the W floater, though not a very friendly tile for bingoing. But Irfan wants to make sure that he continues scoring and closing down those obvious hotspots on the board. Another option is to play meat in column H that scores a bit more and also closes down what would be a more likely lane to bingo through.
Yeah, that's the more dangerous one. Although the leave after warm is better, but it's just so many points, and you're taking out the threats that amniotic has opened up after that bingo. Although
Indeed,
the
Anish is threatening to take control of this game. Another bingo, even if it does not score massively, puts Adisha in the lead. And Irfan will be wary of that possibility and he would look to close that down with meat, of course, he would be left with 2 Rs, but it would definitely keep things a little closer for Irfan.
The only problem with something like meat is the rack leave isn't inspiring.
Indeed, and Irfan, I think, has set up tram on his rack, so maybe he's looking at uh, column O to cash in on that O hook, that parallel that he created in that lane.
You could also play something
So
like Tamara
quite
through the A of amniotic, turning over 5 tiles.
indeed, Tamara, Tarama, both are valid, but again, I think he is looking for score as well. Adisha is just 30 points down. After Irfan's play, he would want to ensure that he's at least a bingo score ahead.
So what would you play, Rahul? Would you play Worm through the W? It's not the most dangerous floater for the 9 timer, but that's the best possible leave. Or do you play something like Tram or Meat?
Yeah, so I think I might be drawn towards Worm, given that it's 27 points. Meat is definitely a 15-point gain, but it would also mean that I'm delaying a bingo for myself. Right now, there are opportunities on the board. There are good hooks that a nice bingo friendly leave would, work in my favor, and I think that's what Irfan has done. He's gone with one of the top choices, which is Tram.
Yeah, 33 points is a lot. So I think
He's just decided to take the big score on offer, have a decent lead that'll set him up for a bingo. Meanwhile, Atisha has drawn a clunky combination of B, K, U, G together, and he will have to think about his options here to score and keep in touch with Irfan. Do you have any standout plays that jump out to you?
I'm thinking of Bok, BAUK, through the A of amniotic. I want to get rid of the U and the B. Something like debugs is also a nice option through the D of ansated. That probably
Indeed.
scores the most, I guess. But I'm not sure if setting up your S is a consideration. There's still an S unseen, I believe, from Adisha's point of view. I think I would probably
Indeed, there
leave
is another
debugs.
S to come, and it would.
Yeah, it's a gutsy one if he does choose to take a chance by playing something like Web and making Irfan think that he's sitting on the last 2 S's. So yeah, I might probably play something like Bok or debugs, but
Another nice option would be to play Buick on the other side of amniotic. Uh, that would also score the same as Bok, 30 points, but with a nicer lead of EGS. With 5 more eyes lurking in the bag, he would probably be wary of keeping one on his rack.
Adisha's down by over 50, but this game is still not done. There are plenty of high scoring tiles still unseen, especially the Q, which is on Irfan's rack. Yeah, this is a tricky one because there's so many permutations as to how you want to go about the pre-end game.
Indeed, I think the board is wide open, and both players have different motivations. Adisha trailing would like the board to remain a little bit more open, and something like Buick would close down too many floaters for him.
Yeah.
Balk allows him to uh, score as well as keep N and I open to himself as floaters.
Yeah, Bok at least gives him a chance of bingos ending ing. That's the other merit I see in playing something like Bok, and scores fairly well. It'd be interesting to see what he opts for. Meanwhile, Irfan has a pretty balanced track, the Q along with the U. He's lined up Quer, I think. That might just be taken out if Adisha plays Bok.
I don't think Quer quite fits there.
No,
It
through
does. Okay,
through
with
the
the
A.
R. Oh, yeah, all right, yes. With his R. Uh, so yeah, I think Adisha's choice right now is really going to impact how much Irfan can score with that cue. He does have that Waqf opening on the bottom left.
He has
Uh,
Aqua as
that
well.
would leave him with two.
Okay, interesting. He's
So
opted.
he said keep the B.
Um,
That is, yeah, that is a choice that I don't like. Given that N open, I think Bok was clearly better. Okay, but I think Cargo is not too far behind, but it does.
Interesting choice there. But Irfan has Aqua lined up through the A of X Street. That's a monster play. That's going to probably put Adisha in even
Indeed,
more
that is,
pressure.
yeah, that is a bingo score as well. And Irfan is just weighing up the options between Aquay and Waqf, both having the demerit of keeping the two R's. With just one more R in the bag, though, I think Irfan is willing to just make that sacrifice and take his bingo score.
72 points. You don't mind keeping a leave of FRR if you're getting 72. So Irfan takes a commanding lead, and Adisha has some thinking to do this turn.
Indeed, Irfan builds up a gap of over 100 points, and I think at this point we should see the bingo coming down from Atisha's end as well.
Oh, Ebio nice plays, doesn't it?
Indeed,
Wow.
indeed, that choice from Irfan has given Adisha a fighting chance, and as you can see, Adisha has already started to line up the letters. Do you think he's going to play it on the left or the right?
Um, Probably the left. I don't know. Is the X still? X has already been played, so oh, he's not going to. He's not going to spot Ebio nice, is it?
Oh,
Oh wow,
that is quite surprising. I thought with the way he had set up the tiles, it was jumping out to him. Then wow, and then
wow,
he's
wow.
gone for
That
high
is a
B.
huge swing. That is a huge swing in this
Wow,
game. I
this
think.
this yeah, this is a miss. I think he needed to bingo at this point. Yes, Iodine scores 41, but he is more than 100 points down, and these intermediate plays do not help him, especially with that rack of B with an S. I don't see him, having a bingo in his back pocket to catch up. So definitely a miss there from Adisha.
I think it's also a case of because Ebonize is valid, so he could have probably thought Ebonize isn't, or it's just a case of not looking hard enough. Adisha has 6 minutes on his clock, and there's still a lot of bag unseen. So I think it could also be
Yeah,
a question of playing quicker, and he's probably overlooked that
yeah. So I
word.
think, Adisha has been very calculated, but for once he's just decided to pull the trigger quite quickly, and it's really backfired for him.
I'm sure he knows Ebonize. It's just a question of looking harder through the available floaters, and that might just come back to haunt him in this game.
So Irfan has to make a choice. Do you see any? So there are two good plays that allow him to deal with his double R problem, which is parallel to underlapping with Whaley. Uh, and also reduces the volatility of that W.
Yeah,
So you can
Orf is what
play
I've
something like
considered.
Orf and Urf with two more O's to come and just the solitary E unseen to him. I think Orf definitely the standout choice. 31 points restores that healthy gap of about 100 points.
You could also play something like Boric through the Eye of Amniotic, which takes out two of the useful floaters for Adisha. So he might be considering that as well.
Indeed, I think that's what Irfan has lined up. Uh, I just think that with it is probably a tad too early to be that defensive, and I probably would just focus on going for my score so that I have enough in the bag for when.
Yeah, fair point. There are still floaters available. There is the A of Acque and the E of Acque, which can help Irfan sort through this rack, and Orf clearly the best scoring player, which is going to push his lead even further. Back to Adisha, who
The
has
engine also likes blocking plays like Barf or Coarb or Frab through the A of Acque. Uh, those reduce the kind of take out the two easy floaters in the game. N and I of amniotic still a little bit difficult to hit, but this is definitely a lot more flexible.
yeah,
But yeah,
Frab,
Orf definitely ranks among the top plays for its score.
and Frab would have blocked Visors, which has just been played. So interesting situation. Visor scores a lot.
Weiser scores 60 points, and by the look of it, Irfan is thinking if Weisers is good with this spelling. There are a few words that are similar. You have Weiser with the S as well as Viziers. Uh, and Irfan is just deliberating on whether this one, this is one of the valid combinations.
Also, it's a question of score sometimes, isn't it? When you see somebody getting a 60-point play, you just want to be absolutely sure and not let a phony slip.
No, absolutely. I think the score definitely plays a part as well.
Yeah, he's going to
And
challenge it.
Irfan elects to challenge.
That's 5 additional points for Adisha. Much needed.
Indeed, and with that,
65
Adisha
points.
restores the 40-point gap, and Irfan is on turn now
So this,
with a slightly clunky rack of B, C, D, E, I, O, R.
I'm not seeing any sevens through this. Is there any 8-letter play?
There isn't a bingo available at this point.
It can be something like he still has the option of playing Boric, but the Z of Visors might tempt him to play there.
Indeed. So the top choices are between
Biz,
COZ and BIZ. So
I think B is a better tile to get rid of. C is your best consonant, and with the floaters of amniotic still available, bingos ending in IC are still quite plausible. So I'm leaning towards Biz.
indeed, I think there is another B unseen to Irfan. So holding on to the B at this juncture could land him in trouble if he picks the other one. So Irfan definitely is looking for some play that gets rid of the B.
He's lined up crib. I don't know where that's gonna play.
I don't see a place for crib as well.
There could be some interesting nine timers which make words ending in wood. That's something probably chat has to think of.
Yeah, oh, indeed, there is seems to be.
I haven't studied those many words, but I was just instinctively thinking of words ending in wood. which would
Yeah,
just
so something
take.
like crab would be feasible, but there are no more A's to come, so that
That's a shame.
possibility is out.
That would be such a cool play to see on stream, wouldn't it?
Indeed, indeed.
It almost reminds me of that game where Wellington and Harshan had that crazy end game where Wellington got a nine timer and almost knocked Harshan by surprise. So you never know what can happen in a game of Scrabble.
No, absolutely. I think, and at the top level, you do see these possibilities as something unconventional, but something that can definitely turn a game on its head.
Yeah, a lane which seemingly seems blocked can knock the living daylights out of you. Irfan spending enough time on this turn, and rightly so.
Irfan also a very calculating player, a master of solving the end game. So with 7 tiles in the bag, he's making sure that he makes the right choice to limit the damage that Adisha can inflict.
It's not looking good for Adisha, is it? His rack isn't the greatest. The B is not going to help his cause, B and the L especially. So it's looking grim at the moment, but still, anything's possible in Scrabble till the last tile's played.
So something interesting pointed out in chat is Irfan looking or misremembering crabwood as cribwood. He's laid it out in that fashion on his rack.
Wow, that'll be.
Perhaps he is trying to convince himself that this one is good, and he can put it out of Adisha's reach with that play. So sometimes your mind can play tricks on you when you've studied a lot of the different possibilities of words ending in wood.
Yeah, I think if he's unsure, he's unlikely to try it. But that would have been such a cool play if Cribwood was valid and if it stayed on the board. But I don't see that happening. Irfan has less than 4 minutes on his clock, so it's
Well,
going to be
if Irfan does play crib wood and it comes off, then he would crib.
he still has a comfortable lead, and I think, especially with what Adisha has on his rack, it's still advantage Irfan.
Indeed,
Adisha's
I think Irfan needs to avoid making a mistake here, and the time is ticking. He's down to a little over 3 minutes, and he needs to make a choice quickly because with the scores as they stand, he will need time to calculate the end game. It may not be as straightforward.
Yeah, I agree. But he's a really good blitz player, so I think with even with 3 minutes, he's likely going to manage this rest of the game. Down to under 3 minutes now. He spent a long time on this one. What is Irfan contemplating here? Is there anything better than Biz that you see that I've missed?
Biz and Cause definitely are the top engine choices as well. Biz definitely uh, being one of two Bs unplayed.
Okay, he's shaking his
Yeah,
head.
I think
He opts.
he's
He's
yeah,
opted for buys. Interesting. He's opted for slightly more points.
yeah. I think he's decided to take those 4 points and also expedite the game to
Yeah,
give Adisha less chances of fishing and finding something for himself.
especially the E of Aqua is still available, so I think buys is fine. Meanwhile, Adisha has a choice on his hand. He would ideally look to get rid of his B, which is going to be a hindrance. Do you see anything great for him that scores over 25-30 and giving him a chance of a late bingo?
No, there isn't a massive score available. The highest scoring play looks to be Blip in column F, parallel to amniotic, but that then closes down 3 floaters for Adisha and pretty much hands the game to Irfan. So he needs to find a play that not only scores a little well, but also keeps his opportunities for bingo open. He has the ing possibilities through the n of amniotic.
You want to keep the E of Aqua open as well because that's the most likely and most dangerous floater on this board, I would imagine. 4 minutes on in Adisha's clock. He's thinking hard on this one. Not an easy rack, and especially when you know you need to bingo, sometimes a mind can just not find the optimal play. It's never easy. Endgame is what sort of differentiates the top players from the newbies, and Nigel Richards is a classic example of how to play the endgame. I wish he would just
I
speak to
think
us more often.
the creativity that he displays, especially in finding unconventional options that that even the engine doesn't see. I think that definitely is unique to him.
Yeah,
But even Adisha and Irfan, definite masters of the game. Of course, international masters recognized by Vespa. So should it come down to an end game, I wouldn't put it past both of them to find something nifty if that's the only way for them to win.
yeah, I agree. Would you play something like Blip through the eye of amniotic? I know it doesn't score a lot, but it keeps the ing and words ending in E both open. Would you consider Blip for a measly
It
score?
does, yeah, it does seem like a decent choice. My only gripe with that is that it leaves you with two eyes.
Hmm.
And while you could play something with ing, you would need to be a little bit fortunate with your pickup. With the current with the current tiles that are unseen to Disha, that could be something like.
It isn't that bad actually. If you see the
It is
unseen
not that
pool,
bad, but I'm still not seeing anything that is obviously jumping out with a leave of IING. Something like Rosening maybe might might be a possibility for him through the N.
yeah, so some
Dorising is another one that he. No, sorry. Yeah, Dorising is another one that he may pick up. That those are the possibilities from Adisha's point of view, and so he would want to leave that NI of amniotic untouched, unblocked.
he needs to probably play something creative to make Irfan do an extra bit of thinking. But I'm not seeing anything great at the moment. There could be some 9 letter plays ending in TE of Extreat and Whaley, but again, that's too much to calculate, especially with less than 2 minutes on your clock and with the pressure of bingoing to stay in the game. So Adisha has a task on his hand. It's getting
Indeed, and
tougher by the minute.
he's getting close to the last minute. Even
Okay,
something like spinning is a possibility. He finds one of the top engine choices, definitely of lib,
I quite like
keeping
this.
itself with PIING, hoping to find SN from the bag. As we know, the SN was available, but he just picks UN, leaving ES in the bag.
Hmm.
Uh, so this one seems to be going Irfan's way, though at this point Irfan needs to make a choice. He cannot play too many tiles because from his point of view, spinning is still a possibility.
And he would be aware of that threat. So he has to take out that lane, but he would also be wary of bingos ending in E or passing through the E of Aquay. So some calculation late in the game for Irfan. Quite nicely poised.
Also, amniotic does not take the S, but it would definitely be a thought in Irfan's mind that that is a possibility of something where a s- he may be outrun by bingo. Irfan plays quickly, puts down the C of arc. He does not want to play more than one tile and gift the game to Adisha, because even if Adisha were to bingo, Irfan wants to give himself the opportunity of laying down another high scoring play and not gifting Adisha the win.
Adisha has a homeless 7 of Penguin on his rack, which would be so frustrating to have and not have the opportunity to play. He would be looking to get rid of the U, which is probably the most clunky of the tiles on his rack. And he needs to create some more space on this board to give himself a chance.
So the last tile in the bag is the S.
Wow.
It is quite the it's quite frustrating when as a player there is one tile that you're chasing and that ends up just hanging back in the bag all the way to the end. And yeah, so I think Irfan's play of C
Okay,
aims to
is he trying something or have I missed? Okay, he was trying unpining, I guess, or unpinning.
yeah, I think
Okay, he's opted for
he just
Ute.
plays just the
UT.
U. With that, spinning is definitely in play. That's definitely a possibility now. Uh,
And Irfan has to block that.
Irfan has to find a way to not allow Adisha to play that, though he could also play the O hook of that he has created with Arc,
He's
and
lined up Goldener. Does Goldener play?
Goldener does not play his C play under AR, blocked his own bingo. But if he were to play, let's see, if he were to play under in row 15 to hit something like long or lodger, golden, any of those, he would have a significant score delta to outrun the bingo of spinning.
And yeah, he's lined up Deg, which blocks the bingo for Adisha, and that's his best choice.
No,
Oh,
so he definitely sees done the math really quickly and he realizes golden is enough to build up that gap and cruise to a win, even if Adisha bingos. And indeed, Adisha's bingo of spinning comes down instantly. He had no time left on the clock whatsoever, and
wow, 15-point win.
he plays spinning. And yeah, both players definitely took it all the way to the end, and it's a 15-point win for Irfan. Wow,
Oh,
with that middle game where he picked back-to-back blanks, it looked like this was not going to be so close, but I think Adisha definitely realized the probabilities of what he could pick from the bag, and even though he did manage to get that bingo down, Irfan had just enough in his arsenal to see out a win.
wow, I'm still a little surprised. I think it's just the pressure of having not enough time on your clock. I was anticipating Irfan to probably block the out, but I think he did the math
I think
correct
he
to ensure
did
that there were
he
no
did look
shocks.
for other ways to close that. It's not an easy way to block it, so he figured he would just go for, given the time pressure, just play out a high scoring play and block any chances for Adisha. Probably something like GID may have worked, keeping loner on his rack, but he did, with the time on his clock also running down, I think he just went for his quickest play that expedites the game and confirms his victory.
Great. I think Irfan has a smile of relief. That was quite a nerve-wracking game with just 4 seconds on Irfan's clock and quite a humdinger at the end.
Indeed, Irfan looks massively relieved to pull it off. And as it stands, we are seeing Adisha being pegged back. His competitors, Jeremy in the last game and Irfan, now have reduced his advantage. And I believe we have three more games left for today. And
Yeah.
yeah, like the rest of the day will shape how Adisha's chances for the title shape up.
Right. So Adisha still has a 2 game lead over the rest of the pack, but two back-to-back losses would probably set him back a little. He needs to get that composure back, and it's going to be a tough examination, especially with Irfan and the more competitive players still lurking in the fray. I think we'll probably be starting the next one very quickly.
Indeed. If you had to pick one play that you think defined the game, uh, which one would it be for you, Hriday?
Um, I think the initial play of Jor was interesting because Adisha had missed his scout play. He had Duans early on in the game, but clearly unsure of that hook. I found that an interesting moment because that sort of shapes the board a different way. Even the play like Yale at the top right corner, even though it sort of temporarily blocks the quadrant, uh, keeps your best leave and gives himself the chance to catch up later. But despite the missed bingos, Adisha managed to sort of claw back, and probably the Ebionai's miss he would
I
rue.
think yes, my mind also goes back to the Ebionai's miss, Ebionai's as well as Duane's. At that point, uh, spotting those bingos would have, you know, changed the shape of the board quite a bit and probably given Adisha more of a fighting chance. Even though it was a 15-point win for Irfan, I think Irfan never quite lost control of the game.
Yeah, I think the other play which I was thinking of is when he chose to play Kagu over Bok. That I found interesting because B is generally not a great tile to hold on to, and despite that, he had a bingo within reach. So, I mean, sometimes plays can be marginal. You sort of don't understand why a certain player plays what he plays,
Mm,
he or she plays, but
indeed.
it just works out nonetheless. So an Ebionai's spot would have just changed the complexion of the game, and probably Irfan would have uh, been under more severe pressure.
Indeed, I think those couple of misses, rare misses from Adisha's side, definitely did not allow him to take control of the game, and Irfan was able to keep scoring and keep managing the lanes and eventually see out this win.
It's also a game of stamina when you are playing a 4-day tournament. So sometimes the pressure of being on stream for that long can, get to you. I'm not sure if Adisha is feeling the pressure yet, or because he seems to be playing almost flawless, barring the few miss steps that he's done with Pelkings and the miss bingo of Tuans. I don't seem to find much fault with his game so far from whatever I've observed.
No, no, I think he's definitely finding the top choices consistently. But at this top level, a marginal error, even if you can't call it an error, but a small difference in choices can have a massive impact. And I think that's exactly what we've seen here.
Yeah, I agree. It's been two fantastic games, and it's been a pleasure. Just wanted to shout out to Sid for making this live stream possible along with KSSA. It's been a fabulous show, and I'm glad that the world is getting to see Indian Scrabble in full display, and more great things to come in the future.
No, absolutely. I think big shout out to Siddharth and KSSA for facilitating this, and more importantly, we have viewers from around the world tuning in. We have players from all corners of the world, as well as uh, we have competitors from different time zones. Sorry, we have commentators from different time zones as well. So it's definitely been a fantastic event, very well organized, and I think I think KSSA and Siddharth deserve a pat on their backs for making this happen.
Definitely. I just want to add special thanks to Josh Greenway from Let's Play Scrabble for making this happen. And thank you to all those people who've tuned in. It's been a pleasure so far. And I think we should be starting the next game very shortly. So stay tuned. We'll be back very
I've
shortly.
got an update from the director that the next game will be between Hubert and Adhisha. And they will start in about 5 to 10 minutes. So
Okay, great.
maybe we can take a quick break too.
Great. So we'll be back, everyone, very shortly. Stay tuned for the next one. Thank you.
Thank you.
we start. Both players aren't ready just yet, but we've had a cracking game between Adisha and Irfan, with Irfan managing to the absolute limit. And should have another cracker lined up with Adisha versus Hubert.
Thank you, Hriday. I think, yes, you've correctly summarized that we've just come out of a really nerve wracking game, backed back by Jeremy and Irfan. In the next round, we will have Hubert, who will be starting against Adisha. Hubert, another absolutely top competitor, winner of the previous edition of the KSSA Open. So I am pretty sure this is going to be another cracker of a game.
Absolutely, Hubert, the number one seed in Nigel's absence, and we don't expect anything less from him. Such a top player, finding plays consistently, and he would be hoping that he gets a little bit of luck against Adisha, who's just been in hot form, not giving an inch, and very few blips on the stream. So I I think Adisha has to play his absolute best to get over Hubert and consolidate his lead over the rest of the pack. Both players are back at the table. We should be starting anytime soon. Fasten your seatbelts, folks. This one's going to be a joyride.
Absolutely. Two top competitors, round 25 of a 4-day event. What's not to love? So much on the line for both players, and I'm sure it'll be an exciting one.
Yeah, as far as Hubert is concerned, he wouldn't want to be sighing after this game and want to be eating into that lead, which Adisha has been keeping for the majority of this tournament, which is quite impressive. And he's one of the top youth players from Sri Lanka. It's been massively impressive, and he's found another gear. I've had the pleasure of playing him a few times, and he really impressed me. These young kids, they just play as if there's just 10 minutes on their clock.
And I think that's where Atisha is showing his growth as a player and a person, that he is being a lot more deliberate and calculated with his moves.
Yeah.
And Hubert, I think we haven't mentioned this, but I think Hubert is the GOAT, Nigel Richards.
Mhm.
I'm sure that he is definitely, he will definitely fancy his chances of pulling Adisha back further.
Absolutely. I think there was a tournament few years back where Hubert and Nigel faced off, I think 10 or 11 times, and Hubert had a 6 or 7-4 record against him. So that was also the tournament where we got to see Nigel Spur noctated. That's the goated player of all time. And I think Adisha is
Absolutely.
shaking the bag with Hubert on turn. This one's going to be a cracker. So let's get started.
Absolutely. One shout out I'd like to give to KSSA and the designer of this particular tile bag. It's a very vibrant color. It's something that we don't see very often when you're used to the standard colors for Scrabble board. So definitely adds a nice touch to the stream.
I couldn't agree more. Hubert's reached out for the bag, and we should be having the first track very soon. Adisha just has to forget the previous game and hope that he can take an early lead. Right.
Indeed, I think he's very well capable of that. Hey, and he has Parker on his rack, so
I was about to say that. So there's no 7 in this, I believe, but interesting choice. I think between a 4-letter play and a 6-letter play, would you just go for turnover and score?
no, I think there are options like Repark and Parker that are available. Repark would, if he plays that with the K landing on the double letter square, then
Right.
that would invite ing extensions. Whereas Parker would probably take 4 points fewer for a little safer score. I think early in the game you want to turn over more tiles and get to those goodies really quick.
Yeah, I agree. I think Parker even with that slight point sacrifice, has some merit. So Hubert might be leaning towards it, but you never know. He might just surprise us by opting for the more volatile choice. Not a great pickup for Adisha. Hubert spending a while on this turn. Is there a merit? Would you consider playing Park and not exposing the E?
Uh, I mean, there's definitely merit to having a better leave like RET going into the next turn and maximizing your chances for a bingo. But also this early in the game, I would rather prioritize tile turnover, and I like taking the extra points and playing two more tiles.
I think fair call. That's what's okay. Hubert's playing something entirely different, which we probably not touched upon. He's opted for Crater. That's
Yeah, he's played Creator, which is an interesting choice. Yeah, 30
surely
points. He probably favors the P as a tile and wants to keep that.
I
But yeah,
think
definitely a strong choice. Maximizes the potential of the K and would have scored the same as if he had played Parker. So not a uh, big miss there. All right, Adisha has the Z on his rack, and with two E's, OUR, he has not too many obvious choices. There's no hotspots that Hubert has set up for him. What are you thinking here, Hriday?
I'm just thinking, is there a way to get rid of my W and the U while taking score? I'm okay retaining the Z for a turn because that's your best power tile, and you don't mind holding on to it. But maybe one play that I can think of is just playing power, but I just don't like the U on my
Hmm.
rack. You
So
could also
power does not play because the P is not on the board. Uh, so something like the Zawi is an option to get rid of both the Z and the W as well as unduplicate the E.
oh sorry, I think I missaid this rack. So yeah, Zawi is one option which I can see that gets rid of the Z and the W, but keeps the U still, so to
What
say.
do you think about something like Revoke that leaves him with UZ, but then also sets up his Z in a nice way so that if he picks something, he could be hammering down a 70-point play.
I quite like that. Revoke is something I did not consider. And yeah, retaining the Z has merit, especially with two-letter plays, which is not an obvious setup from Hubert's point of view. Yeah, I think Revoke has merit. I would want to get rid of my W this turn, and not too many options which score and keep a decent lead. So I'm quite happy with Revoke. Adisha rightly spending a while.
Yeah, it is not a straightforward rack for him. Like you mentioned, you want to get rid of the U and W as well, and something like Wuz
Mhm.
does that, but then just does not score enough to justify the rack leave of EEOR.
Yeah, if WA was a word I would have played was instantly because that would have solved my rack issues right away. But just was feels quite weak from a scoring standpoint, and you want to sort of cash in with the Z on your rack and with your opening rack especially. Okay, he's opted for Z.
He's made a choice of Zia, ZEA, and I am not sure how much I like that, given that the rack leave of EORUW, uh, but definitely scores a fair bit and keeps things keeps in touch with Hubert's score.
I think the one advantage of playing something like Z is you are taking out the obvious threat of a double double. So from a defensive standpoint, it makes sense, although the leave is a little uninspiring. So 32 points, good enough to sort of march ahead, and it's still just the opening turn. So you want to keep things open, and he's drawn the first S, so he'll be happy to see that.
So
Meanwhile,
there is
you,
an obvious heavy hitting X play for Hubert on offer, and
yeah,
I think
next.
that it should be his next play.
Okay, interesting.
But he
He's
does not spot that. Instead, he keeps back any X, and
wow.
I think he may have been focused on prong as a candidate play even before the ZE came down from Adisha, and he's just instinctively gone for his play. Yeah, he's left about 27 points on the table.
Surely, I think if he sees next, you've got to play it, right? I'm probably counting that as a miss by Hubert, because he probably thought of prong much earlier. It's quite a big miss, I would think. Although prong has its merits, but I think that with next available, you got to take score, right?
Yeah, absolutely, because you're not, there are no other hotspots that you're looking to cash in with your X right away. And when such a nice one came up, I think it should have been a no-brainer for Hubert. But all right, we are now on to Adisha's, and Adisha takes that same spot. I agree with his play of Lout. I don't see uh, a whole lot wrong with it.
And meanwhile, Hubert has
He,
Xenia on his rack through the triple and playing LA. So Xenia seems like a obvious candidate choice.
that's AE that we are not seeing on the rack right now.
Yeah, I think so. I
Okay,
did see
okay.
the
Yeah,
A, so
Xenia definitely the standout choice for Hubert. Marginally behind that would be something like Ixia, keeping your N blank, but with UNE as a leave, it's not a very strong leave here. So
and Xenia will give Adisha a bingo in two spots which Hubert cannot block. He has Frenums on his rack, which plays through the N of Prong and will also play through the N of Xenia, which is what Hubert's playing. So yeah, that's going to be a handy floater to see.
Xenia comes down from Hubert, clearly his best play.
Although it doesn't double, which is
That
a little
will,
frustrating.
yes, indeed, you would have loved to double the X and score a massive bingo like score there, but he'll take what he can get here. That was a good, handy 41 points. And now we'll see the first bingo of the game coming in. Adisha has been pretty clinical in spotting them, and I would definitely back him to find this one.
For sure, for sure. I think it's not the easiest of spots, to be fair. It's not an obvious suffix or prefix, but he's put in enough effort to find words which are seemingly difficult. Through an F, he would have earmuffs, which would have been a cool play to see. But Freedoms should hopefully come down and give Adisha a sizable lead in this game. He hasn't played it yet, so he's probably still thinking. If he doesn't see his bingo, he needs to probably just play off the F and U somewhere and keep a decent lead. Do you see any eights besides Frenums? Rahul?
I do not. That is
Yeah,
the bingo
yeah,
available
that's
to Adisha.
he sees it.
And any other options less than that would require him burning the S for something like 33 or 37 points, which definitely does not seem worth it.
He would also have
Yeah,
few raised through
but
an A, but he spotted his best play.
indeed, he's founded Frenums,
Good
and
spot by Adisha.
Freedoms comes down for 65 points.
Nice spotting. I think that's been a highlight of Adisha's game this tournament. Because having a bingo is nice, but spotting it is the most important aspect, and he's rarely missed one. The only time he's not played it is when he's been unsure of a hook that's on the board. So great composure there. Takes a
Yes,
40-point
absolutely.
lead.
Very, very confident play by Adisha this time. Meanwhile, Hubert has a clunky rack to sort out.
I'm not sure what his seventh tile is. Do you see his entire rack?
I think he's arranged it alphabetically, so it may be an A or a B perhaps.
Right, fair enough. We'll get confirmation on that shortly. Meanwhile, wow, that's quite a rough pickup for Isha. Thankfully, the vowels are going to help him with the J on his rack. Any four-letter playing FY, and
So that's the A along with that set of 6 tiles, and
yeah,
he does have a nice play because of the position of that F.
he could also play Yuka parallel to Prong, should he choose to not play in the top left quadrant.
Indeed, Yuka is a good candidate, 36 points. Sorry, 33 points, or he could play Yuka or KV in row 4, which would score him 46 points for KV and 36 for Yuka. But yeah, with the leave of IOU,
KV.
he's,
Interesting. He's opted for KV, keeping 3 vowels. Not
I
sure what.
think he's just prioritizing score right now, and he is taken a slender lead over Adisha at this point. So he's he's happy playing 4 tiles and hoping to pick up one of the 3 S's or the 2 blanks that are still unseen.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure of this one because the rack leave is just so vulnerable with 3 vowels. You could easily draw a couple of more. So I would have probably preferred playing Yuka in the same spot where Hubert has played KV. And oh wow, look at that! I just didn't realize the J was in that hotspot. So nice play
Yes,
of the J.
very textbook play from Adisha.
And Hubert's rack has improved from his 3 vowel keep. Adisha takes a 50-point lead.
So that is ADHIOU with another A.
Or a
Or
blank.
is that a blank?
We shall find out soon. Yeah, the reason I was not sure of playing KV is because you generally don't want to keep the U unless, of course, you have the Q on your rack. And but again, at Hubert's level, he's pretty confident of just going for score and hoping that he'll be able to navigate the next track as and when sees it. So it's always interesting to see how top players approach certain racks as people who are sort of aspiring to get to that level. But yeah, it's a play I'm going to be thinking of while analyzing this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And that 7th tile that we are not seeing is the blank. I've got confirmation from the
Wow.
director. And with that, I think there is a bingo on offer for Hubert through the N of Prong.
Humanoid?
Humanoid it is. Now to see if Hubert has spotted that floater. I'm sure the word is in his vocabulary.
Yeah, he'd want to be absolutely sure he's not missing a 9-timer. So that's what he's fixated at currently. But what a pickup. After IOU, he's picked up the blank and ADH, which probably most other players could have drawn into rubbish.
Exactly. I think he just backed himself that when he's picking 4 tiles, he is unlikely or probably not so likely to be stuck with all vowels, though that happens quite a lot as well. But I think at this level, he's just confident that, if he just maximizes score and backs himself to pick well, it will work out, and clearly it has. Now to see if he does spot that floater and spot that play.
Interestingly, if he had any five-letter plays beginning with the H, he could have probably deferred the bingo and played something above the M of Frenums, which would have scored around 50 points, and that would still merit keeping the blank. I think that's an exception when you have a blank. If you are not scoring in the high 80s or 90s, and if it's a matter of 20, 30 points, it's still merit to keep the blank and hope that it nurtures into a bingo. So in this case, he doesn't have one. And is that his only play?
That's the only bingo he has in this
Wow,
position.
okay.
Yes,
That makes it
he
even
has
tougher.
other high scoring plays like Hui or Ho above Frenums. But I think at this point, with three more essays and another blank to come, I would prefer taking the bingos right now and trying to pick more of the goodies before my opponent can.
Right, fair enough. I think the problem with you is you could so easily be hit by a monster cube play, right? When you just play three tiles and exposing that eye in the triple flank. So even at Hubert's
That
level,
is
I'm
very
sure.
much a possibility. Yes. So when you score 30, you're giving your opponent to score anywhere between, say, 25 plus to even 60, 70. So, yeah, I mean, I think at this point, the bingo would seem like the obvious choice.
You could also play something like HUIC should he miss his bingo or choose not to play it, because the trouble with humanoid is it places the H in that precarious 9-timer lane, right? So Hubert might just be a little wary with the blank still unseen.
Yes, I think that's an important consideration for Hubert because he knows Adisha is a top player, and if he adds volatility to the board, it could come back to haunt him.
Yeah, a face value bingo versus an 80-90 point play sort of makes you think that extra few minutes, and I'm not sure if he's seen human. I think he's spotted it. He's
Yes,
lining
yeah.
up humanoid. Yeah, he's opting for that. It's good spotting by Hubert. Takes a slender lead with humanoid. 65 points, I believe.
65 it is, and with that, he takes a small lead and gets to go into the bag for 7 fresh tiles. Meanwhile, Adisha having a bit of a problem after his JE play, where he's picked up BR from the bag. So he has too many of those heavy consonants in B, V, and Y, though it is a semi vowel, as some call it. But in this rack, it doesn't really give him very obvious options. I think he can definitely maximize playing one of the words through the A,
He
landing
can
the
play
Y.
braved. He can
That
play
does.
braved for sure.
Mhm.
And beard.
How about something like wheelie or levy through the A of KV?
Yeah, that's even better. Yeah, wheelies I think will sim best because it sort of obstructs the triple triple and scores so much more. Although I would have loved to get rid of the B. Okay, instead he's opting for
He
Blady.
does
Quite
find Blady, which is one of the top choices of the engine as well. So
yeah,
good
great play.
spotting from Adisha.
I think in terms of keeping a B or a V, the V is a better choice clearly. So he's gotten rid of his clunkiness and managed to score while obstructing the volatility on the board. It doesn't address the edge of humanoid, but Blady is just so many points to pass up.
Yes, with that he's taken the slight score advantage as well. And now it's Hubert on turn, who has picked the Q. Fortunately, the U has tagged along.
He has Sook on his
You
rack.
see, yeah, I think quads scores
Oh, yeah,
way too
quads.
much for him to give up at this point.
Fair enough. Yeah, quads is clearly the best play then.
59 points for that. I think he would be hard pressed to pass that up.
Yeah, fair. I think that's something I didn't spot right away. But quads also takes out your triple threat to an extent, and CN is quite a decent leave, quite synergistic in terms of bingo friendliness with the, especially with the S of Renums available still. So right, Hubert has a 40-point lead at this stage, which
I could not see the last tile that Adisha had,
I
but
think he had the V for V last turn. He
there's
had kept
this,
V.
yeah, so it's NV and one more tile that we are missing.
Oh yeah, I
But
don't see
held
it.
definitely top play from him, scores 33 points.
I'm not sure what Hubert's last style is. I see GIINOO. Yeah, that's C. Okay, thank you.
With a C.
He doesn't have any four-letter plays beginning with the Q. He has dicing on his rack through the D of humanoid, which is one option that I see.
That is definitely one. That's the highest scoring play available on this board, 39 points, but leaves OO as a leave. There is another interesting option of playing conic through the C of KV,
Yeah, that's quite
which
nice.
scores 35 points as well and probably has a slightly better leave of GIO.
I think for any newbies watching, it's very easy for you to keep ing on your rack, but very rarely does that materialize into a bingo. So it's important to just split that and not hold on to your ing in the hope of getting a bingo. In general, G is not a great tile to have. It sort of reduces your chances of bingos. And in this case, even though it's duplicate O, dicing, I would lean towards. Otherwise, cooing was another option had the edge of humanoid not obstructed it. Cooing would have been a nice play, making odd and oi. But in this instance, I think dicing seems like a
Something
strong choice.
like Ingo, no, sorry, OG does not play. So yeah, I think, yeah,
That's what
you
he's
does see
lined up.
dicing. You made a great point about ing not being, or rather, I would say, tricking a lot of players into banking on it as a great leaf. But it also needs help from the board in finding the right floater or the right hook, which isn't always there. Hubert goes with dicing. I think definitely his top choice. 39 points.
Adisha on turn, he can play something like Dowf, DOWF, through the D of held. That's one option that I've seen. I don't know what his last style is. Probably needs to shift his rack a little. He's line, yeah, there it
That's
is.
another R. Yeah, 2R. That's quite.
Not an easy one to sort out, but Dowf is one play that I've seen. Do you see anything better, Rahil? Something that I'm missing at this point?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has to sort out the problem of the duplicate R's. Something like Fro in column A does that, but then leaves both VW on the rack. Then Dauf is another top candidate, like you mentioned. I think so is something like Frown gets rid of F and W both. So Frown onto the N of dicing. This scores 13 points, but with the Y's gone, I think it's not as much of a dangerous opening.
Right. So it's not an easy decision. I mean, he needs to split his duplicates and ensure he's scoring because it's still a lot of tiles to be played, and you want to ensure you don't have one misstep especially against somebody of Hubert's caliber. He would ideally want to play Frau somewhere, but just doesn't score a lot, and needs to probably think harder this turn. Would you consider exchanging? And is that even an option, or you just play Dove?
Uh, I would not exchange. I would just take the score on offer and keep chugging on. Uh, Dowf again with 2 hours probably not the best. But I think there is at least about 15 to 20 points on offer, and I would rather take that and not elect to exchange at this point.
Fair. I think 20 plus points is, it just feels too much to pass up, even though your rack leave VNRR isn't the best, and it can get worse. But it's important to take score and sometimes not get into that rut of overthinking what you can draw and what might happen. Okay, interesting.
Disha's picked a good choice of crown. I think it's not the top choice, but FRV is something he can probably sort out in a couple of racks. And he's elected to continue scoring, not let Hubert get away with it. An exchange at this point would be would hand the onus to Hubert.
Yeah, that's an interesting one for me because if I had to pick two 20-point plays, I would probably opt for Dow. But just look at that rack. He's drawn into the blank. Oh, that's a brilliant pickup. You couldn't have asked for more, Adisha.
But 2T, but yeah, he finds his best play of co-opt. That's 35 points.
Nice play by
Gets
Hubert.
rid of 2 O's and unduplicates his T.
Adisha would be grinning year to year after that pickup. He's drawn into SIT blank, which is heaven sent at this point.
He still needs to figure out what to do with FV.
Yeah, doesn't seem to have a bingo still, does he?
He does not know, so I think he has to first sort out this rack a little bit. I think FV are the problem tiles here, stopping him from bingoing. It'll be interesting to see what he chooses to do.
Right. I think he might just consider playing FRO through the O of crown and keep a reasonable leave. But just exchanging FV wouldn't be a bad idea because you're almost certainly going to bingo with SITR blank rather.
Yeah, if you see the bag, there's an abundance of E's and A's, and not too many of those clunky tiles. So the exchange may not be all too bad.
And Hubert has Daintier on his rack next turn, so that's going to make things very interesting in this one. Adisha has some thinking to do, but a blank is going to be enough insurance to give him that comfort that he's still.
What do you think about something like playing first parallel to hooking crown? That scores a fair bit. This keeps V blank, but I think at this point Adisha cannot rely only on bingoing, because even if he were to exchange at this point and even land that bingo, uh, not taking into account Hubert's upcoming bingo, he would still be down by a bingo score even if Hubert scores in the 20s. So at this point, I think Adisha needs to be mindful that scoring is also a priority for him.
I agree. I think it's a tricky one. I'm not sure if I would play first, but putting myself in Adisha's shoes, I would want to keep the board as open as I can. And while first does score, V blank not necessarily will nurture into a bingo. So it's a tricky one. I would probably be tempted to play shorter and keep more lanes open. Especially the N of crown is a useful floater, which is also available in the N of dicing. Yeah, it's a tough one. Not sure what I would do in an actual game. These are situations you sort of want to learn from the experts and the grandmasters, because it's so many possibilities of how a board can shape up by that one decision in the mid game or mid or close to end game situation. And Adisha is rightly spending time on this one.
Yeah, it was
Would you play
definitely
first
not an
and
easy
crowns?
decision for him. Uh, Probably not. I think first really obstructs, the hook to crown, as well as uh, obstructs the D of held, and kind of tends to block the N of dicing as well. So while first scores, it definitely also has a lot of demerits. And of course, with V blank, you're not guaranteed to bingo.
Precisely, I think that's the only consideration. And while it
For
would
some
block
reason,
daintier,
the
there are still
engine really
triennia.
loves, yeah, the engine really loves first and Frist in this position.
Interesting.
Okay, crown.
I think
I
you're
think given the composition of the bag, V blank is likely to mature rather quickly and will not require a big weight. So that's probably why first and Frist are simming so high.
right. I think fair point. You got to take score, and Disha is down at this point. He needs to score and keep the tempo going. A small play like Fro, or I don't know what he has in mind, but could signal that he's sitting on a blank, and Hubert is most definitely bingoing. He has try Enya through the end of dicing along with Daintier, so there is no way he's going to block bingos from Hubert's point of view. So, right.
Definitely, I think this move is really crucial for Alisha and how he keeps his options open in this game to make a comeback.
He spent a long time on this turn. Not an easy one, clearly. And I think these are moments which sort of separate your top players from the aspirants, and can never be easy because you have so many options and so many permutation combinations to think through. It's just a tricky one at this point. Clearly, Adisha hasn't is not given any indication as to what he's lined up or what he's thinking. He's keeping everyone on the edge of their seat. Let's see what he
Absolutely,
does.
he has not really touched his tiles for the last couple of minutes. He's just completely keeping his cards close to his chest. I'm not getting any indications as to what's going on in Alisha's mind. And I think, given the position of the board and the score deficit of 60 points, it's definitely not an easy position to evaluate.
Maybe he's evaluating any nine-letter plays through the ES. Okay, he's opted for
Wow.
first.
So he does go for first. He does see the benefits of scoring big.
Great choice.
First
I
scores
think,
35 points and comes within 25 points of Hubert.
and
With
keeps the
V
bingo
blank,
open. So yeah, I think a good choice.
yeah, looking at the bag, I think V blank has a good chance of maturing.
Ouch, that's not a
Meanwhile,
good pickup. Ouch, that's not going to be pleasing to see.
indeed, Hubert has
Inertia.
one available bingo now. And of course, inertia has opened up
He has
on the
two, right? He
bag.
has try Enya
So,
also, I think, through the end
it-
of dicing,
yeah,
but this scores much more, I guess.
yeah, this scores more, and makes it imperative that he has an S if he wants to score. If that new lane has to be available to Adisha. So with inertia, Hubert takes a 98-point lead.
Adisha has Quag on his rack, which seems like the best play, although it's not the best leave. So, not sure if there's anything better, but Quag is the best I have seen. And look at that pickup from Hubert. Has he drawn into another bingo? Not sure what his last tile is. He has two E's. and STO.
Yeah, I think
Adisha's
quite
wasting no time.
the obvious high scoring play, 42 points.
Not sure what Hubert's last tile is, but seems a pretty promising set of tiles, especially through the end of dicing. There could be some eights playable. If it's a blank, he definitely has something like monetize.
Yeah, I think the blank and the M are both on Adisha's rack, so that is
Oh, sorry.
not
Yeah, I
7.
did not realize that. My bad. Hubert has a handy lead of 56 points. This board is suddenly closing a bit. There are bingo lanes ending in S. And Hubert has the last S on his rack.
Absolutely. At this point, I would say Hubert is in control. Even if Adisha were to bingo, I don't see any lanes that score massively, and Adisha will. I think Adisha will only get one crack at it.
Both players sort of finding that extra layer of concentration. Adisha is trying to sort of find an extra gear. Another tricky rack from his point of view. The V and the L, not great synergistic tiles, but the blank hopefully will come to his rescue, especially with Hubert already having a lead. Okay, Hubert is opting to take out some of those floaters. Tau is quite a nice play because it takes out the threat of 8-letter plays, and knowing that he has the last S would help. Probably
He
gunning for
sets
a blank.
himself up for a big play in row 15, while, as you correctly pointed out, restricting Adisha from getting bingos through the N or the G.
That's a lot of ease on his rack, though. Tough play coming up for Adisha, who finds himself in a spot of
Adisha
border.
has just the single vowel in the I. He held behind, I think, BVL from last turn, or BVM. BVM blank has picked up LIN. That's a good pickup, but he
Still
needed
tough.
more than that. There are only 9 tiles in the back, so there's not a whole lot that he could fish for.
Adisha has to set up something. He needs more volatility on this board, which is suddenly shutting down, and Hubert's not going to open up stuff for him. It's Adisha who
I'm
has to sort of.
struggling to see a great play that allows Adisha to get rid of, say, something like MB or VB. And
He needs to create an S hook, a new lane on this board. But yeah, not the easiest of decisions. Both players are low on time. Adisha is down to under 4 minutes now. What do you choose from this clunky rack? Do you play something super aggressive and try to open up that lane in the last column?
so I think from Adisha's point of view, there are 2 in the bag, so he has to play either 1 or 2 tiles. With 2 tiles, if he were to play, I don't know, say VIN, or let's say Zenial is another high scoring player, 25 points, but the deficit is too much. With Zenial, he would still be down by 50, and Hubert could just play something like EE parallel to inertia and just close down the last conducive lane of the board. So honestly, I would really hate to be in Adisha's position right now.
Yeah, fair enough. I think it's never easy, and the luck of the draw somehow not going Adisha's way last few turns. I think the crown turn was interesting. Okay, he's opted to play Whom. I think he realizes is not going to be a road to victory. Probably
Yeah,
playing just
he is
Whom
just
and taking
minimizing
score.
spread now and looking to see this one out. So he plays his blank, which is either T or a W,
Yeah,
but I don't think matters too much because of its position.
right. So
Oh,
Hubert's
could be a
managed
B as
to,
well.
yeah, correct. So that's going to be three back-to-back losses for Adisha. He needs to find a way to arrest this losing streak, dare I say. And Hubert can spend as much time as he wants. The win is comfortably sitting in his lap, and he just needs to find the optimal endgame sequence.
So yeah, quite poetically, the best play is ease, which he could play in the row one triple word score lane.
Yeah, I think ease seems like the best option. Just standard at this point. He just needs to take score and focus on the next game, reducing Adisha's lead to just one game now after this. That's made the tournament more interesting suddenly because we thought Adisha is just running away with it at one point. Wasn't he 5 games clear at one stage, Rahul? Or 4 games at least?
I think it was 4 games at one
Four
point.
games. Right.
That's how I recall.
And now suddenly
Yeah, he plays ease for 17 points.
Adisha can just play something like Anvil. That's what he's going
Yes,
for.
anvil comes down.
And Hubert, does he have an out? Surely he has an out somewhere. Maybe not.
He does not have an out. He does have few score. He has a couple of 16 points play. Yeah, he
Yeah.
spotted that. That's his best play.
And Adisha will go out with his final tile.
Disha should go out with TAIT.
Right. So Hubert has found a way to get over the line. I think he was quite tilted the last game I was seeing on stream. We saw a Magnus Carlsen moment in that game where the frustration got the better of him, and he's found his composure, very tactical, very astute in his game, and quite clinical at the end. Hubert takes this one 460, 404, I believe. Not that it matters. A win is a win.
46404 is correct. Very straightforward win for Hubert. I think for me, couple of his plays really stood out. One was definitely spotting humanoid, which is difficult with a blank, but he definitely found it and backed himself. And the other was co-opt, where he had two O's, two T's, and he spotted that play comfortably.
Yeah, despite missing next right at the start, which was a little surprising when he chose to play prong. That didn't seem to matter eventually when Xenia
Yeah,
came
he
down.
did cash in his X for 40 points in the next turn. So it wasn't, it did not impact his game a whole lot.
Well, I've enjoyed these last 3 games. How has your assessment been, Rahul?
Oh, it's been fantastic to see the level at which all of these players have been playing. Adisha has been on the losing end for all of them, but I think in this game he definitely put put down all the right moves and did not get a lot of help from the back. But otherwise, I think Adisha has also been showcasing his capability and justifying why he is on the top table. And he's met with opponents who have been equally competitive and given him a tough time. So from a tournament perspective, I am quite pleased with the way things are playing out. It makes the subsequent rounds more interesting if we have a title fight on our hand. And
We
I am
definitely
going to be
do.
closely watching every game from here on out.
I can't tell you how much FOMO I'm feeling just looking at these games, and I just wish both of us would be playing there rather than commentating. But it's been an absolute pleasure, nevertheless. Disha has been in rock solid form, but he finds himself 3 losses in a row. He'd be hoping to arrest that in a repeat of Hubert versus Adisha, I believe, next game as well.
I haven't got the confirmation from the director, but
We shall see then.
we shall wait for confirmation before we make a call.
Right, I think we have some time for the next game. Rahil, thank you so much
Yeah.
for commentating alongside. It's been an absolute pleasure, and props to KSSA, Sid, and Let's Play Scrabble for providing us this absolute fantastic stream, and it'll only get better from this time. So thank you so much. I think uh, that's my time. I'll be keenly watching from the side and hoping to play the next edition. So thank you so much, everyone, and good luck.
Thank you, Hriday. It's been an absolute pleasure commentating with you and talking about these high quality games. Uh, as you mentioned, we are definitely missing out on the action, but I think KSSA and Siddharth and Let's Play Scrabble have given us the opportunity to be a part of the big moment. And for that, I am really grateful that I'm able to enjoy from far and make my impact on this game, on this tournament. So thank you so much to everyone, and thank you to everyone that's tuning in and making it worth our while.
Yeah, just
Uh,
one
I,
update. Sorry to break. There's been an update that there's a small 15-minute break, snack break, and Wasim will be joining you, Rahil. So stay tuned. We'll be back in 15 for the
I
next one.
look forward to having Wasim on the stream. He was commentating yesterday as well, and yeah, I am sure we'll have a couple more cracking games this evening.
Go well, yeah. See you guys.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live coverage of the KSSA Indian Open 2026. I have the pleasure of welcoming with me on stream the top grandmaster from Pakistan, Wasim Khatri. Welcome back, Wasim. Absolutely. We are getting into the business end of the tournament, and we will have a champion. And Adhisha was looking like the most likely candidate to do so. He's been playing some flawless Scrabble, but he's just off a 3 game losing streak, which honestly, as a neutral observer, bodes very well for the tournament. We should have a title fight that goes down to the wire. Absolutely. I look forward to these encounters at the top level. They've both been at the top of their game. Number one seed versus number five seed. I'm sure we're in for a great one. And with that, Hubert has started picking his tiles. He picks up a beautiful. Yes, he's definitely going to convert that to his advantage with the seven-letter word of convert. I think Hubert will in his sleep. And there we have it, the opening move of the game, 80 points. And now I can hear you loud and clear, Wasim. Can you try rejoining the stream? Perhaps that might help. All right, while we sort out the technical difficulties with Wasim's Atisha is in a tough spot. Three E's, two U's, and he will have to find a way to offload at least one of those U's and possibly one of those E's as well.
Am I audible now?
Hi, Wasim. Yes, I can hear you. And yeah, I think Siddharth says yes as well. Can someone from chat give us a thumbs up that Wasim is audible now? There is a little bit of an echo this time, Wasim, which wasn't there last time.
Sorry, I just missed you.
Yeah, much better now, much better. I can hear you loud and clear now.
All right, so Hubert started with the bingo, and not a good first draw for Adisha. It's going to be very tough for him to start up. So what do you think of this? Probably change tiles or just play something? It's
I would probably play through this, probably something like KUNE through the N of convert.
yeah, but keeping the U double E, uh, it's going to be tough for him for the next. Uh, it's nothing on. I believe for the, if you want to change the tiles, it should be the first 2 or 3 turns. Uh, be- because it will be very hard for him to score after this playing the KUNE. Um, so let's see how, because the bingo is, which is, it only takes an S and it's really hard for him. Okay,
Mhm.
he's playing KUTU
He
and keeping the
plays
three
both the
E's.
U's off, scores
Yeah,
18 points, and
yeah.
he's taking a shot with the three E's. And we have a quick response from
Prem
Hubert,
Hubert,
who
yeah,
just
that's, yeah,
puts the cue down.
yeah. It's always a good thing to just throw out a cue as possible, even if he's getting more than those points. I think he still can score with the Hezi also, but he
Mhm.
opt to play QIN. So for the listeners, for the beginners, you always think that Q is a tile that you, if you're getting more than 30 points, is good enough. So you just play it.
Absolutely, well said. I think Q is often a hindrance to getting to a bingo. I'm
Yes.
sure you've also been in that situation many times,
Yes.
Wasim, and if you've got that opportunity where you're scoring a decent amount,
Yes.
I think best to offload immediately.
Yes.
So, Adisha's problems with E
Yeah.
worsen,
I
picks
think,
up
yes.
another one.
Yes. So he can. I think he can do the double EK, or still there's
I don't
nothing
like
much he can do.
double EK because it again opens up the
Yeah.
it open up to a heavy, big response on the triple line. But 7 points is probably not worth it. He plays VEE and he is going to feel the pinch big time with
Yeah. That's
playing on
that's
that
going to be.
C.
Yeah. That's going to be very 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 bad for Adisha, this move. So that will hurt him. That will hurt badly.
Would he play something like Z or Zeda?
Yeah. Probably he's playing double E because he thought the last turn of Hubert played QIN, so he must be thinking that it's very hard that he's keeping the Z and playing the Q, so something like that. So, but you never know what in a Scrabble, you never know that keeping the Q and Z together. So so what's the best movie?
Yeah, I mean, it was just improbable that he would have the Z here, but you know, sometimes the worst just materializes,
Yeah,
and Hubert comes down with Zoe for 66 points.
yeah. So keeping a nice YADE. Yeah. So he's keeping the KY opening for himself, and so still Adisha struggling with the vowels here. So I think he will think of playing. It's very hard for him right now to what to do, or maybe just play the OI from the QI, or play
Think
Ionize.
about what do you think about Adisha has struggled to score in his two turns.
Hmm.
Would you play the S off at this point, score 30 plus for EOC?
Oh yes, because there's no way that I'm up to play the 4 to 10 to 12 points right now and make the leads will be double exploit. So I think playing off the 6 tiles here, and for 5 tiles scores 30 and then move on. Otherwise, he'll be stuck with this.
Yeah, I think Adisha has decided to give himself another chance at
Yeah.
getting a bingo, and he's gone with OI.
Oh, yeah.
These are always tough situations, right? Where you don't have
Yes.
the tiles to score big, and you don't want to let your opponent run away with it.
Yes. And it's really hard that you keep picking up the vowels and then like you have to change the pattern of the game. I mean, if he's doing the same thing over and again, so maybe try to play more tiles and just say change the uh, streak of what he's picking up. Probably that can change the scenario for him. But unfortunately, I think he picked vowels again.
Yeah, I think he got LI in this pick, and still too many vowels. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Hubert continues to score 31 points for Davy,
Yeah.
and a good leave of TED from that. So, uh, yeah, coming back to Adisha, that is EEIILNS. Something like
So
you would give him a lenities, but not open, no
yes.
open T's on the board.
Yeah. How about if he's playing an Isel or Enzile from ZEE to score somewhere around 30 odd
Yes,
points?
the same thought process from last
Yeah.
turn. At this point, he just needs to create some volatility and go for more tiles and hopefully break the streak of low scoring turns.
Because obviously Hubert will not stop scoring from here.
Yeah, Hubert is already more than 150 points up,
Yes.
and Hubert is a really top player. And if you give him that opportunity to run away with it, he will grab it with both hands. Okay, Isha continues to fish and goes with LEI, which is something the engine likes as well, more than Ensile. 16 points again, but I think the leave is a little bit nicer now, and hopefully he picks up good tiles to get to a bingo.
Yes. Hopefully. All right. Now Hubert with the X. So he's going to play around 40 points with the RAX or something like that.
Yeah, I think RAX or REX are two possibilities. I think you would
Yeah.
probably,
I think it's a go-to move for him,
yeah,
and this lead will be extended to around 200 something. So
yeah, it is 209 to 57 right now.
yeah.
And yeah, with 41 for Rax or Rex, it's going to be a sizable advantage this early in the game. And Nadisha is going to need something special from the
Yeah,
bag to come back.
maybe three or four bingos together. This is only
Yeah, I mean, Adisha would definitely be hoping for the same.
same, yeah, because even the two bingos consecutive bingos won't be enough. So definitely Hubert must be thinking that he's all right. This is interesting from Hubert.
Wow, okay. He's
He's not going for the points, but he doesn't want to open up for him for Adisha to give
I
him an easy
think
score.
yeah, I think he's looking at bingoing now. With LEI, there is the R hook that is available.
Yeah,
The E in
it's
the middle of the board is a nice lane for him, and he's just looking to keep that option open for him to bingo.
yeah.
So I think, yeah, the 20
So
points for
thumb
Hubert.
down, yeah, thumb down, yeah, for Adisha.
Yeah, quite poetically, he has been agonizing for a few turns,
Yes.
and it pays off.
Yeah. Finally. So there's a oh, there was a, this is the only place to play a bingo here. I think the only placement and
Yes, seems to be the only option available to him. Not a
yeah.
big score, but at least starts getting him back into the game.
Yeah. So he would draw ADERD. I'm not sure what the seventh letter is.
Another A, since Hubert
Okay.
has a tendency to arrange his rack alphabetically, and the blanks look unseen. So AABDERT.
AABDERD. All right. So is there any seven-letter word in that, or is there any
Right.
eight-letter word?
There is an eight-letter word with the E in the right position, but the E that's available doesn't help him.
Yeah. So I think he's looking forward for playing the ABID, or maybe he can score with the DAB, but from above agonized.
Yes, both really
Yeah.
top choices score
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
seven
It's
with eight
yeah.
points.
The last move was very interesting choice from the Hubert. This is something very rare from him, that he not up not to score and just like in this situation I would definitely go for more points, but this is the style of the play of the different players. So
So I think the plays from Adisha of OI and then LEI gave
yeah,
it some indication that Adisha
he's
is
fishing
sitting
for the
on
bingo.
good bingo,
Hmm.
and perhaps that's why he thought maybe RAX parallel would give like an axe overlap to Adisha for a nice score. And I think that's why he chose to be a little defensive here. And honestly, I think it's worked out for Hubert, right? I mean, he just got a 60-point bingo, and now he's
Yeah.
opening hot spots that are going to be difficult for Adisha to deal with. And as you can see, Hubert has capitalized on that.
Yes. So much better draw for Adisha. Um so we can see that he might bingo in the next few turns again. Uh,
Yeah.
so would you opt to play the WIGS only here, or from the to open up the W lane to the triple lane, or just you can score more than 30 points with the agonized downwards WI, making the AWGIBOG, or because in this situation that you have to decide that whether to play whether to open up the board or make give yourself chance to come back to the game, because playing WIG uh, from agonized A that will give him a good score, but not give him more chances for the triple play.
I think at this point, when there are openings on the board, I think he should prioritize going for score so that he can come within touching distance and his bingos matter. So that I think it's a difference of 8 points. And at this point, I think he would want to take that score and get inch closer to Hubert's score and then make his
Hmm,
bingos count.
yes. Let's see what Adisha decides here. So it will be interesting move. So he's behind by 130, 5 points, and almost two. He need to.
So yeah, Wings
So
opening the triple would be
yeah, he's
8.
yeah. So he's lining up the WTWIGS. I'm not sure where he opt to play, where he would like to play.
I think it's the same spot. He's just looking to have NS instead of NST.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a 40-point play from Adisha, his top choice. And I think we are going to see another bingo come down from Hubert.
Hubert, yeah.
This one looks like it is going to be a one-sided affair.
All right, so uprated comes down for
Really
Hubert.
strong
So
choice from Hubert. He also had updater for a couple more points.
yeah,
But with Twigs, Adisha has shown his hand that he is holding another S.
yeah. So
And very rightly so, if he had played updater for those couple extra points, and Soul would have played. But now
y-
Adisha is stuck without a place for his bingo.
yes,
So that is a top choice from Hubert to read the game and limit his opponent from scoring.
yeah.
So as a top-rated tournament player, I'm sure you must have also encountered such situations. What is your thought process here?
Definitely. I actually always I always make sure that I score more points than like in each turn even, and make sure that I am not stuck with the many vowels or stuck with many consonants. So, and make sure that give situation that where you can play three or two bingos on the board, and in one of the games that you, if you want to win, then you have to be aggressive and like rather more aggressive or more brave. Like I wouldn't
Yes.
in this situations. I always if you want to lose by 200 points, you can lose by 200 points. But if you want to try to win, if you want to win this game, so you obviously have to take chance by playing the opening of the triple lane. And sometimes it's worked, sometimes it never worked. But you have to give chance yourself if you're behind. Like if you're losing by so many points, so you have to give some
Yes.
yourself chance.
What is your thought process here with this rack?
Uh, um, just play. I think I should probably play somewhere like LO somewhere, or maybe I can think of playing like something if I can play downwards from this lane, 5 where Twix is there. So if he can spot something with the 5 letter word, and it can open up the triple lane. So
So I was thinking something like Lien, Lien, playing under Twigs would hook up his hook the provide an A
S.
hit. Uh, oh yeah, this
Okay,
was
so
was an S
yeah,
hook. Correct.
yeah,
Then
it
similar
takes an
thought process.
S hook. Yeah, but this will go quickly because Huber has an S here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Hubert is now just going to be very, very defensive, and even for a low score, just
Yeah,
shut it
definitely.
down and let Adisha agonize with his S.
Yeah, because the board is completely shut after this slow on hook, and this obviously he will opt to play from A1. Yeah, he's doing so. So
Yeah,
now it will be very hard for Adisha to just come back in this game.
yeah. It's not a. It's a very kind of unconventional score for the S. Generally,
Yeah.
we save the S for higher scores. But in this case, a very tactical move by Hubert to just
Yes.
limit any opportunities for Odisha to make a comeback with a bingo.
Definitely.
And as has been the theme of Adisha's game, he's again picked up way too many
Yeah. Bit
marbles.
too many vowels now.
And he's found his highest scoring play, though that continues to further cramp up the board and not give him an opportunity to bingo and
Yes.
come back.
Yes. So I'm not sure if he's selling the spread or why. If he's not going for the win, if he wants to win, he has to play. He has to open up the board by just play some crazy move.
Yeah, indeed. I would have expected the same, that he would be a little more aggressive at this point. But I think uh, what I'm kind of sensing from his last play is that he realizes that he is not a favorite right now. He has a two-game lead over
Yeah.
Hubert, and if he can minimize the spread, he can live to fight another day and make sure that at the end of the tournament,
Yeah.
Hubert already has about 270 points on him on spread, so he wants to limit the damage that happens here.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Looking at Hubert's rack, and he picked five tiles, and unfortunately, they were JRMBT.
Yes.
And this is going to be a really tough situation for him. Do you see anything better than BRR? And would you play BRR? At
Definitely. I would consider of playing BRR, but it takes one more hour, right?
it does exactly. So,
Yeah.
would you, with 1 hour unseen to Hubert, both blanks still to come? It's an invitation
Mm,
for Adisha back in the game.
yeah, definitely. Uh, but it just gives you a score of 20 odd points, but um, or maybe just play two tiles here and make sure. Yeah, he is doing the same thing here and playing the MOB. But I might have keep the B for bio here.
I
If
probably would have done the same and played probably the T or R, one of those.
yes, maybe the GOB from OOH, and that would have helped him. But I'm not sure how many O's are unseen.
And Atisha has yet another
A homeless bingo.
track that doesn't go anywhere. That
Yeah,
must be. Uh,
very
so when you're in a
frustrating for
position
him.
like this, right, Vaseem, I'm sure that in tournament games this situation does arise, where you've
Yeah.
done your balancing, you've done everything that you possibly could, and when you finally
Mm.
that turns up, and it has happened in a couple of turns this game for him. What do you do? What is your thought process at this point?
Um, Definitely, if looking at the tournament situation, so I would try to minimize my spread also, and I make sure that I not to give him more than 200 something a spread. Just try to minimize your spread. Bring the scores difference down to the 100 points. So I think he's already thinking about the next game now. He's just trying
Yeah.
to just make sure. Yeah,
Yeah, no, I think that's probably on
yeah,
Atisha's mind that this one is not his to win. But at this
yeah.
point, I what would you do? He has two E's. Uh, would you play something like any G with when and I'd?
Or maybe I would have considered playing RUNG here, uh,
What I
because
I don't like about RUNG is that it just opens one lane that can be shut
yeah,
down really quickly,
yeah, or maybe he can consider playing GUE only from GIO. give himself chance, because if he wants to, maybe I would have done that, because I know the S is there, and
Correct.
looking the last move of the Hubert, only he played MOB. I think the thought process should be that he could have scored with the bio here if he had more vowels. So he can think of that, like he can think of like that, that I can open it right now. So if he's thinking that he's like there is no vowel on the Hadisha on the Hubert track, so I think he can consider playing GUE here, maybe.
GU is definitely a fighting play, and he's
Yeah,
asking
because
you
if
to.
anything, it will be very hard to block this spot, because anything comes down, then obviously Adisha going to get the triple lane.
Absolutely, yes. Although it looks like, this one is firmly in the bag for Hubert, he has to give himself a fighting chance. And yeah, I think his choice of Daegu does the same thing.
Yeah, same thing, but
Purple two lanes and
yeah,
given himself a
that's
strong opportunity to come back.
yes, it looks good. It looks good. It will open up definitely two lanes here. So so let's see how Hubert responds with this smoke. He drew already so many R's here. No vowels right now. I cannot see his seventh tile here, but
Yeah, I think he played MB, and I'm not sure if that's a vowel or another consonant. Probably could be a D, perhaps. It might be a D. Yeah, I'm looking quickly scanning the board, and I think, oh, that's an E. Okay, we've got confirmation that that's an E.
oh, okay.
Yeah. So
So in this situation, would you play the JUT or
I think JUT would just give my opponent another easy hook with the E. And from my
yeah?
perspective, from Hubert's perspective, there are four E's unseen, so there is a risk. Uh, I think this would be a good time that I would consider exchanging. What about you?
Um, exchange here will give him chance that if there is any bingo, he can come down. I think I will make sure that I just block one of his spot, because if he wants, if he can bingo, the only he should bingo only one bingo here, not the two bingos. So definitely I will try to play here and try to block up at least one spot here,
Yeah,
because two
definitely.
consecutive bingos can put Hubert under pressure here. Then because there I don't see the other third place for any seven letter word. Only I can see the L slow on L is opening. Other than that, I think I would definitely play something with the U here, or and make sure that if he bingos out in the next turn, so he doesn't get chance to bingo in the second turn again. Two consecutive bingos. So I
Mhm.
think I believe that it should be something he has to play. He has to consider playing here, or maybe he can choose to, because he cannot play anything return or something like that, or maybe just play the RUT here or JUT.
He
Okay,
does think, yeah, he does align with your thinking and goes for JUT for 20 points.
yeah, because he knows that if he comes down with the E with the bingo with the E, he can easily block the upper the upside of the board. Yeah.
So now I see that Atisha has a bingo underlapping that J. Deku does take the S, right?
I cannot see the seven letter. I can see ANESIH. The seventh
Oh,
letter is a
blank.
blank.
It is a blank. Yeah.
Okay, it is a blank. Okay, all right. So definitely he's going to bingo.
Yeah. So there is a bingo coming now. there are a few different underlapping plays under Jut.
Yeah. So what would you opt for? Are you will you play will you play downward something? Okay, I think he's
This
choosing
is
hernias. So
hernia.
I
Hernia is my
yeah.
thought process as well. What that does is, if my opponent doesn't have the E, I'm still
Hmm.
threatening to score uh, on that side.
Yeah, and this should be a scary for Hubert because the one more blank is unseen. So that might Arisha might draw the second blank right after this bingo. So this is going to be fascinating if he bingos again.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, the bag looks like it could swing nicely if he picks the blank and avoids
Yeah,
the two Fs and
yeah. What actually Hubert all have to do is to just make sure that he plays something longer. Just
Mhm.
play out theater or something like that. Scores 30. Leave one tile in
something
the
like
bag or leave a few tiles in the bag.
Rater is also good, right?
Yeah,
Rater takes out the wed, the S hook of wed, and just leaves one lane above hernias and probably something starting with the L of Sloan.
yeah,
So there are 9 tiles in the bag, and Hubert wants to minimize what. Yeah, all right. I think that's he's seen this. He's had the same thought process. He goes for rarer.
yeah. Just to make sure that he keeps a good two tiles so he can. All right. So unfortunately for Alicia, he did not draw the blank here. So oh, blank is still unseen. Blank is still in the bag. So
Wow. So yeah, Adisha has to think about that possibility. Four in the bag, and
yeah,
his perspective. There's another F to come. There's a C and quite a few vowels. The challenge from for Adisha is that there's just one lane that scores well, and another lane from the L that probably would just score in the 60s. So
yeah,
I think Adisha's at this point, I think with four in the bag, he might want to play something uh, with that R. So something like ropey, perhaps
yeah. Maybe
ropey or rely. Probably
yeah,
want to play the E.
and probably he cannot do any. He cannot use this lane with the IO lane here.
Correct. Yeah, that also looks tough.
So Adisha is behind by 89 points here, but on turn. Let's see what Alicia decides to play. Probably if he can do something that open up the another lane for the bingo or something like that. Maybe
So I see a
yeah,
very
I think Ropi option can be very good here because he can keep the very FY synergistic
I
style.
see a nice suggestion in the chat to play RYFE, right? That creates a better lane with the E hanging in space.
Yeah. But the keeping the looking at the unseen tile, so many vowels to come. I'm not sure because I believe if you want to give yourself chance that you can play the YROPY and your opponent thinks that he might not ping with the Y. So there,
Mhm.
if he try to open up the RYFE, he might try to block it, and uh, and the two is already with Hubert.
Yeah.
So
So I think we have the benefit of seeing both sides. But from Adisha's point of view, I think he should just looking at the unseen pool. try and maximize and think that, okay, I'm going to pick anything, I'm going to pick a blank.
Yeah.
What I don't like with Rife is he still leaves himself with LOMP.
Yeah, definitely. So
And
that's
I'm struggling to see bingos even with a blank and a couple other favorable picks.
so according to us, the unseen tiles are C, A, and O, and blank. Yeah, C, A,
Yes,
O, and blank.
correct. So CAO, yeah, he probably, if there was an E in there, he threatened something like complete uh, on the right side. But yeah, I think if you are Adisha, you think about these possibilities and try and maximize your kind of likelihood of getting there. Given the bag that we are aware of, uh,
Yeah.
probably will not work out for Adisha. But I
Yes.
think that this is what I've seen consistently at the top level. Players, the top players set themselves up for these improbable pickups, and probably 1 in 10 times it works out as well. And the aim is, of course, always to give yourself a shot until the last move, and I think Adisha should do that.
So
Meanwhile,
ROPY does not give any bingo to Adisha if he, even if with the blank with the Y.
with LFEM, it gets even tougher, right? I mean, with the Y, you
Yeah.
probably will not pick up
So
anything.
so with, if you play RYFE, then it means he will have most likely the last 7 letters with LOMP and C A blank. It can be yeah. It can be probably RYFE can be better choice for him right now.
So chat has spotted some possibilities, like if he plays off Rife, then he could pick up Polyoma or Lampoon in the bottom left, or even something like Omoplate on the top right in the new lane.
Yes.
But
Um, I,
yeah, I think Adisha's not made the right choice here playing off.
okay. He
Rife
he
is the
he chooses.
winningest play according to the simulation, about
Yes.
25% of the time.
All right. So definitely Hubert is going to take time here, and he will make sure that he just block all the possibilities for the bingos for Adisha here.
Yeah, so something like
Because yeah,
Feta or
he'll
Fade
just,
that quite
yeah,
well.
that will just give him a game here. Okay, last tile is C in the bag, or C and O in the bag, right?
CO, yes. So Adisha does have a bingo that two bingo options in the bottom left lane. If Hubert leaves that unaddressed, but I don't think Hubert is going to
Yeah,
give
obviously he's not going.
Adisha a way back. Yeah.
But now only 14 seconds left for Alicia, so it will be very hard for him.
Yes, it's going to be tricky for him do the math and find a way to convert this into a bingo.
Yeah.
Hubert is now looking a little bit worried. He's
Worried here. Yeah.
trying to figure out all the possibilities that are out there with the CO also unseen to him.
Hmm.
So that L also looks like something that he could get stuck with, or well, maybe he could pick up the C and be left with it. That's also a possibility if he plays something big.
Yeah. I think Hibbert should try to play as 5 tiles here, or if he can. I'm not sure if there is any possibility to play the 5 tiles here with this lane.
Yeah, something like FETE or FETA
Yeah.
is what looks. Wow, just the O. So there are two in the bank.
Probably I think
To,
he's
yeah, doesn't want to just give it to Adisha.
yeah. All right. Alicia gives up now here. So maybe he could have opened up something with the play the AY only. I'm not sure what to give
Yeah,
himself chance to at
perhaps.
least bingo out.
Correct. MAPLE with a blank, probably.
Yeah, I would have tried to play AY here only with the uprated 8. This would have been more difficult for him to block.
Yeah, I think. Wow, there was a bingo that Atisha missed through the O that Hubert just
Oh,
put in the space. Wow, that was a miss. I think if he had
oh,
seen that, it was.
oh. There was a play sum. It should be play
Would
sum.
still it is play some. It still would lose, but it would be a much closer game. It would be an 11. Sorry. Oh wait, play some is the win. Wow, play some wins for Adisha.
Yeah,
Oh my God, that is a huge miss. And honestly, I'm more surprised that Hubert did not see that possibility.
yeah.
Wow.
That's a Scrabble for you. You always get a chance
Oh, no,
to
no,
come back into the game.
Playsum would not win because there would be another tile in the
Oh,
bag. Yes, yes.
yeah,
It could not empty the bag. So,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, it would.
But it's still this would have given Hubert as some nightmare.
Absolutely, indeed. Wow, that could have been really exciting if it panned out.
Okay, now it's going overtime here. It was trying not to go overtime, but now I think he has to calm himself down here. It's a bit all right. So I think still Hubert uh, Adisha has still managed to bring down his spread. So I think it's a good thing. Behind by 200 points. So 443 to 403 final scores.
Yes, it's just a 40-point loss.
Just 40 points. We were thinking at one time we were thinking that it might be a big disaster for Adisha in this game, but
Yeah, no, I think definitely kudos to Adisha for fighting back and at the
yes,
end coming, really giving himself an opportunity through something like Playsum.
yeah,
With Playsum, he would be 11 points in the lead, and then depending on what he picked up,
yeah,
the C with the C, he could have possibly scored a
yeah.
decent amount somewhere. And really changed the complexion of the game.
Okay, let's go to the over section. Okay.
Okay.
Correct. Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you
Sure.
for that update,
Thank you. Thank
Siddharth. So, for our more casual Scrabble players who are probably not accustomed to tournament language like KOTH, KOTH stands for King of the Hill,
you.
and it's a
Yes.
pairing mechanism generally that that is enforced near the end of the tournament, where the first ranked player plays the second ranked player, the third plays the fourth, and so on, to
Hmm.
have a clear path for victory for the people who are chasing, rather than pairing the top player with lower players and making it difficult. So round 26 onwards, we are getting to that phase of the tournament, and based on this win for Hubert, I think it's going
Repeat
to be
again. Yeah.
another matchup
It will be
between
repeat
Hubert.
again. So that will be the
Yeah,
fifth game between them, and two of them won by Hubert, and two of them won by Hadisha. So I think it's a repeat of 2025 Indian Open here.
yeah.
So hopefully, Adisha, we wish him luck, and we all know that the Grandmaster Hubert is not going to make the things easy for Adisha here.
Yeah, I mean, both players are at the top of their game. Hubert, if I'm not mistaken, he's among the world top 10 right now. And
Yeah, he's number 3 right now.
yeah, I mean, of course, can't get any better than that. And Adisha, one of
Yeah,
the rising stars of Scrabble. Uh, I'm sure whoever takes
yeah,
this title, although we should not discount others like Irfan, Jeremy, and Sherwin in close pursuit. But yeah, I think Adisha
yes.
definitely best placed to win it with 7 games to go.
So I think after that, after that we have 6 more games, right? Three, one for today,
Six,
or
and yeah, we have one last game after this, and we will have 6 games tomorrow.
tomorrow? Okay.
And for our viewers, I will just give you an overview of what to expect. So tomorrow is going to be entirely King of the Hill. So if Adisha continues in the vein of form that he has for the last couple of days, barring the streak that he's on, we should see more of Adisha tomorrow. And
Yes.
tomorrow you're going to have Josh Sokol of the US and Indian Grandmaster, uh,
Madhav.
and a couple years younger than Atisha, Madhav Gopal Kamath. So they will be taking you through to the final.
Last piece of the. Yeah.
So with that, I think I will take a short break, Wasim, and I will catch
Yeah,
up.
I will be. I will also take the short break, and I will be back in 10 minutes.
All right. Thank you everyone for tuning in, and we will see you really quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the KSSA Indian Open 2026. Is the last game of day three, game number 27. As you mentioned before the break, that we are now into the King of the Hill phase of the tournament, which means that top one, top player plays the second player, third plays fourth, fifth plays sixth, and so on. Uh, in the last round, Hubert had a convincing win over Adisha, and Adisha is still one win clear, but Hubert is second with a much better spread, and so we will see Adisha and Hubert face off again, and this will be a very crucial juncture for Adisha and his title hopes, as he would want to go into the final day with a two-game advantage. I am joined by Wasim Khatri, Grandmaster, who recently finished third at the World Championships. Welcome back, Wasim.
Thank you so much, Rahil. Welcome back, everyone. So we are looking forward again the repeat of the match between Hubert and Alicia. So are you excited to see if any guesses who will win this match?
It is a very even matchup. Adisha is in great form, although he has been on a bit of a losing spree. One thing
Yeah,
I want to know, as someone who's been playing at the top level, Adisha has now lost four on the trot. How do you react when sometimes Scrabble is the great equalizer, and sometimes
yeah.
luck doesn't favor you? How do you kind of bounce back from such a spree?
Just to make sure that you forget your the losing streak and forget what happens in the previous game, and just focus on the because you can see the standings and you can get confidence that you're still leading and you still have a chance. So this is one of the positive things that Adisha can think of himself right now. So hopefully he should stay positive and he should think that he can win this thing on his own. So hopefully,
Absolutely. Yeah, I think Adisha has that composure and that skill level
yeah.
to bounce back and turn this and break this losing spree. So with that, I think we are underway, and Adisha is going first this game, and he has a decent starting rack, but I don't think this one has a bingo.
Yeah, it looks like a natter can be a very, but it's not a word definitely.
Yeah. What do you do in this situation? Do you play something like NAT leaving ERT, or do you exchange just G, just
That,
exchange T?
probably I would think of exchanging the T only here because any of the it has a very good variation with the so many of the eight-letter words. Like definitely your opponent going to play something, and then there's most likely that opponent might play I because you are not holding it right now,
Hmm.
and if you pick any of the vowels, definitely you have a bingo in that. And there there are many things with the even with the consonants also. So I think exchanging T might be a good option here. But if you want to play, you can think of playing G and AT maybe
Hmm.
only, or maybe just play TAG. So what would you think? What's your first instinct? Will you think of exchanging here or just play four-letter words or three-letter words?
Yeah, I would say that I would probably either go for TAG or exchanging either T or GT. And yeah, Adisha
Okay.
also thinks along the same lines and exchanges T.
Very nice. Okay, so let's see if it is
Even
work.
with
If
just
it
playing
works.
tag or nat, you don't score enough to justify, uh,
Yeah, definitely.
picking up that good synergistically, and his exchange has picked up the P.
So now Hubert can also think of exchanging these or he can still consider of playing Hua, HUI,
Hmm.
A
Uh,
or
HUI, he leaves himself with two I's, so he's
oh
deciding to keep the H,
yeah,
keep
he's
ASH,
keeping
and it's a interesting choice. Definitely favored by the engine.
yeah.
It's among the top exchange candidates. Although AH, there's also merit in exchanging all except the S, but
Yes.
not a bad choice. And now we see Adisha's decision materialize with the P pickup, and
Yeah,
he's his
nice.
first bingo of the game.
Very nice. Good start for Disha. So we would like to see what Hubert draws here. Uh,
So he's picked up another S, but
okay, U, E,
S U
and
S E R. Yeah.
okay. There should be some bingo here. Or there is no 7 in that, and there is, I believe, I cannot see any 8 even. So it's really frustrating that
So yeah,
with so
the
many of the
engine scored.
floaters, still you cannot find any one bingo here.
Indeed, the floaters needed were either the Q or the
Hmm.
C, and neither
Yeah.
of those are on the board. So Hubert will have to play something to score with his S. What would your option be?
I would try to play any 6 letter word here that scores well for around 30 odd points and keep the S with me and uh, anything with I think ARUHES should be a word. Yeah.
Yes, that is one of the top choices of the engine as well.
All right, nice. So I think I would go for that because playing the 2 tiles here just for the fish and then you're still behind by 60 odd points. I just play for the 30 points and make sure that you keep the S and
Hubert is also taking his time thinking about the
yeah,
rank, making sure
yeah.
he's
I
not.
think he's making sure he doesn't miss anything. He's just double checking his mind power and he's checking that is there any possibility of the 8 letter word because we are here we think that there's nothing but obviously the players itself under pressure and they are on stream and they must be thinking hopefully that they don't miss anything. So
Yeah, we have
even
the
we cannot see anything with the double with the N. Or
yeah
how
we have
about the just fish with the UH? You can fish with the UH here,
that is
keeping the
another
S.
top engine choice to
Okay.
play UH above Trepang, above play making up and HA.
Okay, I can see the double one harness here, but I'm sure Hubert is not going to play that, keeping the U.
Hmm. That's a nice spot, Wasim. But yeah, like you mentioned, throwing both S's for what would just
40 odd
be
points.
40 points is
Yeah.
definitely not worth it.
So that Adisha draw one more bingo. Hopefully he will spot that. And there's 2 places. It's very hard for Hubert to both, even if he plays something from Trepangs. So we'll see Adisha knowledge of words in this after this move. So let's this will be a good fun. Let's see how he would tackle this.
Yeah, I think Atisha has been due some luck, and yeah,
Yeah,
picking up
definitely.
that rack definitely puts him in good stead, just to see where he, whether he's able to spot it or not.
Yeah. So he would have taken more than 5 minutes on this move, and Alicia might be thinking uh, that he has a blank or something. Like what do you think when your opponent takes so much of time and then you realize that will you start panicking that oh my god he's taking so much of time and there's something that is very
So that's a great question, Wasim. I like to, not get into those kind of mind games. I only draw influence from what the player has played,
yeah
because I know that I've played with players with so many different playing styles. Some
hmm
players just take forever on the early moves, just to, think about
yeah
everything, even when
yes
their plays are straightforward. So yeah,
all
I
right
I think he's made his
yeah
choice. He's gone with Hut, keeping SEARS. He's not
yeah probably for the this is something which actually I think he can because he's keeping the S, so he's making sure that if he scores with the bingo, he scores well in the next turn by doing the shut.
correct.
So
Yeah, just one more point for the S is not worth it to add
yeah,
volatility to the rack. Uh,
yeah. So now let's see which place Adisha to. He's lined up the bingo. He's fine it,
spotted the word,
but
and
yeah.
he's got it
So
down really quick.
he has two options to play. He can play with the BHUT also,
Hmm.
and he has an option of playing uh, from trepangs. So let's see which option he chooses. So
Yeah, I think the BHUT option is a little more dangerous, in the sense that it
hmm,
puts the E in the triple word score lane, and it could be hit by uh, a Z play, and that's
yeah,
something that he would be mindful of. I think
yeah,
Trepans also gives him a bit more score, and
yes, 89 points to 85 versus 85 points. So
yeah,
and you actually figured it out very nicely with the playing with the BHUT can be very dangerous to play with.
yes. So okay, so Adisha has moved away from Mambos, and now he's setting up BAM.
Oh,
Uh,
maybe he's not sure about it.
it's doubtful, yes. Yeah, he's definitely seen it and it looks familiar, but he's not able to convince himself
Yeah,
that it is.
because it definitely on this stage of the game he not want to give any chance to Hubert. But one of the things that I think he can he can be a bit confident. He has to feel some confidence. Yeah. So uh, it's very hard for him. It's very hard. We can imagine such like playing on stream and then just thinking that oh my god I just saw the word and not sure about it.
Hmm, that
Like
definitely doubting
yeah,
himself is
he will be kicking himself out of the game. He misses because
absolutely.
this can swing in his favor. So still not a bad choice to play BAM here. Uh, if you're not sure about the bingo, so we will see that Hubert will play rises or razors.
Sierras, one of those three.
Yeah, Sierras.
Yeah, he's gone with lasers. That is his top scoring play, 77 points.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, Adisha's rack deteriorates. He picks up FVY.
Yeah.
This is a tough spot for Adisha. What do you do? Okay,
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
got
I think he just play the
play
for me here
for
and
me.
scores 29 points. Yeah.
SEV is a nice lead that could materialize, that
Yeah.
could mature into a bingo. So he continues to score and keeps a lead of 20, 35 points. Not bad. Yeah, so I think he is still in the driving seat.
Yes. So now we are waiting for the draws for the Hubert. Let's see. Okay. C O D I. Nice. Or Q. No.
There's a Q there?
R. I think it's a O. It's an O.
No, I
No,
think
we
there's
still cannot see his two more words.
I think
Okay,
it
it's a
is a
K
Q.
also.
Oh, that is last is OR.
Okay, there is a bingo in this rack, but I think it's a homeless bingo. Dornick, right? Dornick.
Yes, indeed.
Wow.
Dornick is valid, but nowhere for it to fit.
Yes. So best he can do is to just play the docking here, Docking, with L2 and scores good
Hmm.
30 points here. And other options I cannot see anything. Or he can just play the Dornick here with the R razor R.
Yeah, razors. Yeah, those are the top choices that the engine is recommending as well.
Okay. I think he's just making sure there's nothing with an E here. It's a look like a very good combination with the E, but there's nothing. There's no
There
bingo
is
in
there
this
is
turn.
uh, there is Donicker, but that needs a double N,
Yeah, Danica, yeah. Nice.
and that is something that's probably crossing Hubert's mind. I don't see any other standout
But
plays here with the rack that he has.
yes. So I think he just consider playing docking here and move on with the 30 point 10. So
Wow,
let's
he
see
plays
what.
Dornick.
Yeah, Dornick is
Uh,
also a good choice.
I might have probably played docking because that scores 2 more points and doesn't put the K in such a precarious position above the triple word score.
He pressed the clock, so he decided with Dornick here. So
And Atisha seems to have put him on hold. He is thinking about this word.
yeah.
Atisha is just evaluating, thinking about whether he's seen this
Okay.
word, accepts it.
Yeah. Yes, I think he let it go. He accepted the play. He accepts the play. Yeah.
So now he has a chance of capitalizing on that K uh, and score 30 plus himself. Would you play Kiev or
I think he can. Yeah, I think he can play here.
so? Sorry, I just lost you. So it's either Kiev Kieve or Knive knife. What would
Yeah,
you?
these two choices here. So will you will you play Knife or will you play Kiev?
I think knife probably keeps a good constant vowel ratio. You have to keep one V back, so ESV probably is better than NSV. And Adisha concurs, and knight goes down pretty quickly. And over to Hubert, who has picked up the Z. And I don't see any obvious hotspots for Hubert. Perhaps he can just hit the triple on the left.
I can see the dire rise here, but
That's a good spot.
very
But
very near to very near to Vizirate.
yeah. So would you play ZT on the triple word score, or say ZT on the Eye of Dornick?
There's one very good option here actually. Probably he can play RAZEED for scores for 47 points here with 10A.
Oh yes, that is a great spot indeed. Parallel to Dornick above it, which scores 47 points. This is clearly the standout play in terms of score.
Let's see what he would decide to play. I think City is also a very good option here because keeping the READ good synergistic letters for the bingo. But he has to keep scoring here right now. He can do the dire rise, but okay, he chooses to play City here.
Yeah, he opts for ZT, and with that, Adisha has drawn the first blank,
Of the
and
game, yeah.
he's definitely going to bingo.
Yeah.
Let's see where he chooses. There is one bingo in the bottom lane, the triple. Do you see that?
Yes, there are many options here.
Yeah,
I can
actually,
see aversive here. I can
first
see
one.
I think there's with the V also aversive and Viveraz is also a word. Yeah.
Viveras, yes.
Yeah, Viveraz is also a word.
His top score would be to play Chivalry,
Yeah, Shivari. Okay,
and
nice Shivari. Yeah.
he's
Okay.
spotted it right away.
Very nice.
That's great
Nice.
spotting, and he's confidently put this down
Very nice. Yeah.
to 92 points.
All right. So we are going to see the bingo from Hubert also. I think with the V, he can play Aventred, Aventred, and or is there anything any better than that?
There is a nice
9-letter word. Can you spot it?
letter word. Yeah,
D train.
I got it from the computer, but yeah, that's a nice fun one to play. But I think the
Yeah,
score difference is too much, and
yeah, definitely.
Vented definitely is the
Yeah.
obvious standout choice.
So I think Aventred should be the move here from.
And Hubert spots it and puts it down really quickly. That's going to be 80 points for Hubert.
And I'm sure Hubert would have spotted the 9-letter word also. He's very good at it.
I'm
Very
sure
good.
he must have seen it and then just not paid heed
Yeah.
to it because of the difference in score.
Yes. So now scores 257 to Adisha, and Hubert is on 238.
Just
Adisha is 19 point ahead.
and there is a bingo in this rack.
Yes,
To me,
Eglogu. Wow.
correct.
Oh, nice. Eglogu. Lachi. That's a fun word.
Yeah, and more or less, I think Atisha has the tiles in the right place as well.
Yeah.
Just has to slide one tile over, and more importantly, does he know the word?
Hopefully. I think
No, looking at the way he is arranging the tiles, I think this one is, he's not spotted this one.
yeah. This happens with you when actually when you're on a losing streak and your confidence is low and then you start doubting on the word. So we feel for him definitely. We saw earlier that he missed bambos
He
also.
spotted it. He spotted it. Wow.
Oh, very nice, very
Clean
nice.
from Atisha.
That's a good job.
Yeah, I think he definitely looked around, looked for other options, but he did not jump on anything. He spent the time and spotted his best play, a Glog for 83 points. This is really, really fabulous play from Atisha.
Fantastic and top level Scrabble. So Hubert, actually, I can see Hubert draw the Q.
The Q and the
Ah,
blank.
yeah, almost a liquid eyes.
Oh wow. Liquidate as well with the right floaters, but so what do you play in this position? Just put the Q over the eye of Dornick?
Probably yes, because if not if I don't see any of the bingos, definitely. So probably Dornick QI, or we would think of dropping one more I with that. Just play the
So
QI with the DI.
QI with the D of Dornick would be 18 points, and 18 of his 31. I would
Yeah,
take the extra 13 points and keep an eye.
yeah. I In this situation, if you pick one more I, then you will be kicking yourself. Oh my God, why I did not play this. So
And QI underneath Dornick would have been a nice option as well for 24 points.
yeah. Okay, so Hubert decides to play. I think we've seen Hubert keep drawing the Q at the very wrong time.
That sometimes you just have the streak of games where you are
Yes,
seeing
keep picking
the
up the
Q.
Q at the very wrong time. Yeah.
Yeah. And Atisha had a decent pick, but no bingo here for him.
Yeah, but he can score lots of points with the FOX here. Simply
Yeah,
just drop
that's a
the
very
FOX.
straightforward play that most
Yeah,
players would see.
yeah, and he can also play the Exxon here, but Exxon will leave with the opportunity to score.
Correct. Your opponent can hit back and
Utilize that.
get
Yeah,
points even with single point tiles. So probably Fox seems pretty straightforward for Adisha.
yeah.
Adisha is spending some time. I wonder what he's considering. Yeah, eventually he goes for Fox. Really fantastic leave as well. That has a good chance of turning into a bingo soon. So with Fox, he goes he goes up by 118 points, which
18
is
points.
significant
Yes.
advantage. But I think now we will see a bingo coming down from
from Hubert. Yeah. So Hubert needs to play to have two consecutive bingos, and I think he will make sure that he will keep the other place open for the bingo. So
So what
dailies
would your
from
bingo be here?
yeah. You play dailies here, or you play something with like with a G or something like that.
So dailies is one option. I idealize with the Z.
Yeah.
Dailies is oh, there's a bingo in the triple with the A on the top, which is the best scoring option available to him,
Oh yes, a serial, right?
and that's exactly what Hubert spots.
Very nice.
Yeah, just absolutely perfect spotting, and he didn't spend a lot of time to really see it.
Yes.
So great, great showing from Hubert as well. And now we have a game on our hands. The players are just 38 points apart, and Adisha has drawn DHJ to go with his leave of ones. So there are a couple of plays for the J triple letter score play JOE or JOIN.
That's really one of the move or standout play here can be here. I can see PHOS. It should score more than 40 points here.
Wow, yes, that's a great spot. 43,
Yeah,
44 points, I think. That's
and that will keep that good J to score towards the end of the game. So
but so in this case, 44 for Furs and
hmm,
say 26, 27. Do you think
yeah,
it's worth cashing in your S at this point and leave JENT?
yeah, because the current board situation is that there's only with the S you can only bingo with the Trepang, and you see the unseen tiles with the so many U's to come, so many W's to come. So I believe he just need to score here for more than 40 points where he getting, and he just make sure that your lead still remains around 18 to 90 points.
So
Okay.
Atisha has
He-
played EDH for 30 points. It's about 70 points up now. And
yeah.
Hubert has a talent track, but far from a bingo. He has picked up ABINOWT.
Near to the bingo, but I believe what Hubert will try to do here to keep the ing synergistic for both of the sides,
Mhm.
um, and play something from like BAWN. How about that?
BAWN is a good play.
Yeah.
That's a
BAWN
score of 28 points.
28 points. And you can think of playing BOWS also beneath Dornick, but right now I think playing the three tiles here would be a good choice for Hubert because there is only one S unseen, which is with Adisha right now. So many E's to come, so many O's to come. So, but then if he plays BAWN, he will play his last A is still in the bag, but so the tough choice to Hubert what he will decide. You can even consider playing BOWING from Sepang.
Yeah, that was another thing that I was thinking about.
Hmm.
Uh, it limits the possibility of, but what that does is while he's trailing, It takes out one good S hook, and if you are Hubert, you want to pick it up yourself and bingo.
Yes. Maybe there's one more good option here. Just play the WIT here with the good scoring opportunity, and keeping the BOINGA and
That is actually a, yeah, that's a good spot as well. That scores and
yeah.
keeps him in the hunt.
So let's see what Hubert decides to play.
He decides to
It's
play
very
bows
okay. He decides
for
to play
20
bows. All right.
points. And now Adisha has picked up CI into his leave of Jones.
Okay. Well, Adisha will try to block this Trepang's spot right now, or he will think the G spot is more dangerous than the. So let's see where he decides to play. He can score. I think he can score with somewhere around 29 points with the JEON here. Yep.
Yes. Yeah, JEON is a good spot for him. And it still keeps his ING
Yeah.
combination, SING combination
Yeah.
alive.
Yeah. And he can also drop the JOR here, but since he's ahead by some good points, so he has to score, and maybe I believe if he wants to close out that spot too, because he's the last S I believe, right?
It is the last
So
S. Yes, he's holding the
last
last
S.
S of the game.
So Adisha will take time. And it's very unusual that Adisha has more time than the Hubert right now because
So Adisha has a decision to make. Something like
yes.
Gion or Jor are available to him. Uh,
Hmm.
and he would keep a nice leave of. What I like about Jor is it keeps NICES, whereas
Yes.
Gion, okay, he has played Jin with the D,
Okay.
wanting to limit the floaters available to Hubert.
Yeah. To Hubert with the L and G, he just
Yeah, he's
makes sure that he
yeah, he's
not
obstructing
utilize
a
the
few
L
lanes
and
for
G hook
him.
here.
So I think Adisha realizes that this one is going his way, and he can just start to close it down and
Yeah.
just see out the win.
Yeah.
We have
So Hubert here can play U under URTEF UDO and it scores very well and he can just he can use those letters with a good score opportunity. Yeah.
yes, he sees UTU right away
EU,
and
yeah.
doesn't spend a lot of time to play that. But unfortunately for him,
Yeah, Adisha is
Adisha
going to bingo here as well.
has a very easy response to that.
Yeah, look, it's so this will be a huge win for Adisha. I think the context of this tournament, this will be a huge win for Adisha, and this will give him a very good boost, a very good confidence here. So Lukates will come down very quickly, or
So yeah, locates, and there is another place where you can still play it with trepangs.
yeah, Talcos can be a very good
Of
option
course,
here. Nice.
is another option because with the last S, he need not worry about the hook
Yeah,
to Utu. And yeah, I think this one is firmly decided in Adisha's favor now.
yeah. So then after this game, Adisha will still ahead by 2 games with everyone, the rest of the players.
That is correct. Yes, he would. I mean, it also depends on what happens in the other game between Irfan and Sherwin. But
Yeah,
definitely, he would stay on top, and that would be, the psychological uh, advantage that would give him would be massive going into the 6 games tomorrow.
yeah,
I'm sure Hubert will come back up at some point to challenge Adisha again. But I think
definitely.
Adisha deservedly will go into day 4 as the sole leader of the tournament.
Yep. So I think Adisha is thinking to play either to play Talcos or Locate. Definitely that Locate uh, will not hurt him, but I think Talcos probably he will decide to play because he might be thinking that there is an A floater with the A serial that can be blocked.
Correct. Yes. So yeah, I think not a whole lot between those two. I think Adisha has pretty much tied it up now, and
Yeah,
I think with Talcos or Locates, he's scoring 80 plus points in both cases, extra 5 points for Talcos, and just see out the win. But yeah, with Talcos, he will also then focus on getting his spread back on track. Right now, Hubert
yes,
has a significant spread advantage, and he'd want to make sure that he's capitalizing on every point of spread to bridge that gap in terms of spread as well. Have you had tournaments, Wasim, where you have lost on spread?
oh yes, many. You can see the last World Championship. I missed out the finals because of the spread
Correct. You are the
with the
same.
Nigel and me on the same wins. Yeah.
So
So
yeah, I think I have been there too. I've finished second in a tournament because of spread. I've missed out on top three because of spread. And yeah,
yeah,
I think Adisha is just mindful that while he's doing the right things with the wins, he
yeah,
needs to be careful that the spread doesn't go out of control, so that
yeah,
series of bad losses again doesn't push him way down the standings.
yes, definitely. Because this will come down to the last few games when it comes down to the spread. So it matters a lot. So and then when you realize the previous days tournament, I mean days of the tournament, and oh, you would have done that, and you would have
Yes,
scored more. Yeah, you would have not played the phony and
you really start thinking back and seeing
yeah,
what you could have done different in different situations and sealed up uh,
yeah,
the result in a better way. Uh,
yeah.
yeah, this 5 points. I think Adisha is going back to his choice of
Okay,
Gates over
okay, yeah,
Tacos. But yeah, I think this is a massive win for Adisha to end the day on a positive note. I think it was very important for him. Having
mm,
led from the front, the 4 game losing streak comes to an end, and I think it's going to greatly benefit him for tomorrow.
yes. So I think he's lining up the locate and he's going to play the locate here. Yeah. So he decided to play locates just to make sure that yeah. So I think it's a right choice because now the L floater and the A floater is almost out of the option here, but obviously Hubert cannot do anything here. So it will be a huge and big win for Adisha here. So the last tile we can see the
So yeah, I think Atish, Hubert plays JOE with his sleeve, which is very vowel heavy. And I think he has
Yep.
an option to go out with eating on the G or in gate through the G of Tripang. So he set himself up to go out in two
Yeah.
places.
There's a very nice and fun word to play here with a six-letter word overlapping foamy FO and can you spot one six-letter word here? I can see very nice six-letter word. Anyone in the chat can spot this?
I am beat.
It's a POL. I think yeah, Pauline. If I'm uh, spelled right,
Pauline, yeah, nice.
Y, yeah, Pauline. I think he has also Peony also PEONY with the MY.
Yes.
And the both of the players not look at these this placement actually. Mm,
Yeah, so Adisha finds Owl for 35 points.
Yep.
And yeah, I think he's going to have a big win.
Yeah.
And
Okay. So
yeah, uh, Hubert goes out with Entia.
yeah. Yep. So 560 to 460 Hubert. So currently Adisha is leading 3-2 with Hubert on, on head to head, and now we'll see the tomorrow the anticlimax of this tournament. The last six games. Let's see who will be the champion of this KSSA 2026 Indian Open.
Yeah, I think it's been a superlative performance from all the players that we've seen on stream today.
Yes.
Adisha had games against Jeremy, Irfan, Hubert, and it's been great competition so far. Adisha is still in the lead. I think this last win has been quite clinical from him, and I am really excited to see what's coming tomorrow. The last six games,
Yeah.
the champion of the 2026 edition of the KSSA Indian Open. I will tell
Yes, and you will hear from the yeah.
you will have Madhav Kamath and Josh Sokol to walk you through the games tomorrow.
Yes. So they will bring you the last six games tomorrow. Yeah.
Yes, Siddharth, we can hear you, but it's very faint.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Siddharth.
A big
Yeah. 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 It, yeah, definitely. And in my earlier days of my career, it was one of the favorite tournaments to play actually. And it was like my first international tournament
from KSSA to set this up and make sure that even though we could not attend in person this year, we are very much part of the experience. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sure thing. We just wrapped up game 27. It is a 33 game tournament to find the champion of the 2026 edition of this tournament. And we will have six more games coming up tomorrow with Josh Sokol from the USA and Madhav Kamath, the young grandmaster from India, uh, walking you through the game and giving you insights. Please make sure to tune in. Siddharth, what time do the games start tomorrow? So the games start 9 a.m. Indian time. So make sure you're there, and we are very excited to find out who's going to win. The tournament is very well poised. It's still advantage Adhisha, but as we've seen that the chasing pack is just as capable, and it it is bound to be a cracker of a tournament.
The Josh and Madhav, the Grandmaster from India. So hopefully it will be a great end of the tournament, and it's been a wonderful experience. Thank you so much, everyone, to joining us. So see you tomorrow, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Bye bye.
Bye.